Ward by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 14. Breaking. Chapter 1. I could see Darnall from the far side of the space, past stairs, railings, gym equipment, and benches. He extended a hand in a wave, and I did the same. He tended to always have two looks to him. Like 1 minute he was the archetypical movie dad in every way my dad hadn't been. Soft around the edges, bit of a belly, awkward, out of shape, and with hair that was either short and noticeably imperfect, or buzzed short enough that it couldn't be that imperfect. The kind of movie dad who wore a fairy costume and who was trying so hard to play magical princess tea party with his daughter that his forehead was marked with lines from the effort and focus, tutu on and tiny teacup in hand. Then, the next minute, generally at the end to a session, at the prelude to a session, or in the complex game of chess surrounding a session, he took on the look of the villain of the B-tier family movie who revealed those perplexing little behaviors we'd seen in evidence throughout the film had a greater meaning, who got a super calculating, penetrating look in their eye, which sufficed to make them seem dangerous despite the otherwise unassuming appearance. I might have been overthinking it. You with me? I refocused my efforts on Ethan. He was leaning forward against a punching bag. One of his eyes was permanently half closed. His straight black hair that was normally a mop was damp enough with sweat to be pushed back and stay back. Athletic tee and loose workout pants were stuck to muscular arms, torso, and legs by the same measure. Dr. Darnall ambush incoming, I warned myself, before giving Ethan 90% of my focus. I'm with you, sorry. Saw a face I recognized. Need a face to refocus? Ann Lynn asked. She had her plastic bag of stress helpers. I have a kitty. You like cats, right? You picked a cat first session. Kitties don't inspire aggression, Ethan said. You should meet my cats, Ann Lynn said. My neighbors probably think I'm deranged the way I yell at them. She giggled and Ethan smiled. He still leaned against the punching bag. I picked a lion, just so you know. Then the bird. I give those ones names too. Stupid motorcycle roaring at 6 a.m. Birds singing at 6 a.m. Mouthfuls? I noted. There's a theme here, Ethan added. I don't need more, I told my physiotherapist. She pouted. Thanks, though. Give me a broken 3 into a 2-1, Ethan told me. I had to shift my footing to be ready, which I reminded myself was a problem. I should have been faster. Don't think about it, just do it. I sprung forward. Leap, kicked, aimed at what would be my opponent's chest. I stopped, using flight to drop to the ground, then sprung forward. Flight augmented to cover more distance, using the heel of my hand to strike, followed by my elbow. I could feel the pull at my tricep. Woo! Ann Lynn cheered. That's something you don't see every day. The area with the punching bags and some of the more active exercise equipment was partially segregated from the rest of the space, with windows with warped glass obscuring a lot of what went on, which was one of the factors that framed my distant observation of Darnall as skewed. The rationale, Ann Lynn had explained to me, was that some of the patients had reason to be shy of violence. They were working on ensuring they had 2 spaces, but things were still fucky after the portals had expanded and consumed a chunk of downtown. Ann Lynn watched from the sidelines, sitting on exercise mats that had been stacked up high enough to act as a counter. Petite, had as much energy and optimism as an overflowing soda float had bubbles, always smiling, and I somehow couldn't resent her optimism. I couldn't resent her for enjoying this little diversion. 2-3, 2-1, Ethan said, then, while I was pulling back to launch into that, said, "Never mind." "Never mind?" "Try to cut down on how long it takes you to act. I've seen you fight. I know you can do this instinctively, but I want you to do it instinctively while fighting better. Give me a 2-1 again." I started. "No, stop. Instinct." "Instinct sucks." "Instinct keeps you alive." "Just let me think on this. Let me do my thing." "Okay." I'd been through enough sparring sessions in my life. With my mom, with my dad, with Uncle Neil. My training sessions with Aunt Sarah had been more about flight and formation, or about problem solving. I'd run through a set series of movies for a video. I'd done a series of physical sparring tests when interviewing for the wards program. That was without getting into regular gym classes, regular training with the basketball team, track and field, after-school activities my mom had me do, clubs and summer camps. I'd been down this road 100 times with a half-dozen different instructors or sets of expectations. People with something performance level they wanted out of me that would try to teach, trick, bludgeon, or otherwise ingrain into me. Every time I told myself I could be better, there were common things I tracked, analyzed, and focused on improving. Mental state, footing, breathing. "Okay," I said. 1. Flight got me moving without needing to adjust my footing. Hand strike, favoring the heel. I hit the bag. 3, he said at the same time the impact happened, switching it up. I pushed away using the heel strike, used flight to put just a bit more extra distance between myself and the bag, turned my head slightly, then launched forward again. My footing had been good as I landed, good as I launched forward, and flight just added to the velocity as I planted a heavy kick square in the center of the bag. "Ooh," Ethan said. "I thought you'd stopped or backed off and wasn't quite ready for you." "There's a bit of that, isn't there?" I asked. I smiled. "Decent foundation," he said. 1-2, I hit the bag. Heel strike into elbow strike. A kick of flight sped up the rotation and close of distance. I winced a bit as pain shot through my tricep. "See that?" Ethan asked Ann Lynn. "It looks off, like I'm watching an animated fight and they missed something." "I meant your patient," Ethan said, sounding amused. She winced. Something hurt. "Tattler," I mumbled. "What hurt?" Ann Lynn asked. I approached her, indicating my tricep, which still had the gouge and sucked-in indent in it. "That seems to be a recurring thing," she said. She had to sort out her own papers, setting them aside so she could get to my notebook, which I had handed her earlier. "And you're a fun patient because you take extensive notes." Her legs kicked as she paged through. "On your way to becoming a favorite," Ethan told me, smiling. "Long way to go," Ann Lynn said, in a tone that was a stark contrast to her usual bubbly demeanor. "Ooh, that's interesting," Ethan said. "Shh," I told him. "Want to keep going, or—" "No," Ann Lynn said. "Or not?" He hopped up onto the stack of exercise mats, sitting with enough force that Ann Lynn popped up for a second. He leaned back against the wall, but because the stack of folded exercise mats was so broad, it made for a very slouching backward lean, more like he was on a large couch than anything. It exposed his abdomen, flat and no body hair, which was a bit of a mental disconnect for me. My exposure to boys' bellies, one boy who had a near-identical body type, had me expecting at least a bit. It made me look twice to verify. The disconnect was a bit of a switch flip, the mental stumble seeing me going up and over mental walls I'd erected, the over coinciding with a woo thrill in my own belly. What followed was a series of thoughts as I tried to navigate disorganized thoughts I hadn't really explored enough in recent months or years. What about... No, spooky territory. Half-form mental image banished. What if No, felt like I was wading into crutch territory, because it was almost identical to a Dean memory, just with someone else playing the part. Mentally banish every person in this facility except for him. Lean over and lick or kiss every bead of sweat off his abdomen, his chest, reaching down to his pants. No. Thoughts dogged me from places I really didn't want to go. Thoughts that had been bubbling up since Engel had hit me as hard as... Didn't want to think about it. Also, sweat was ick, and if I knew him better and loved him, I'd roll with the more general bodily fluid things, like kissing away tears in a tender moment, which got me right back to thinking about something that I'd done with Dean. And now I was rationalizing my way out of this precarious state of mind, and what if... No, that was a bad porno. Or... No, that was back to dark places. In the midst of thoughts, I found one that stuck. Him and I, sweaty from individual workouts, taking a shower, made sense. Shower together. That was easy, safe, clean, sexy without requiring any specific act. Once that was confirmed, I had the mental picture, and it was something that wouldn't crumble or throw up any flags if my brain twitched the wrong way. In that scene, I could reach down and... there weren't any no flags thrown up in my way. Satisfying, both to navigate the labyrinth and find my way to safe ground, and satisfying to dwell in that scene where I had reached down and satisfied him. Heard his breathing change, felt him move in reaction. Powerful and nice, and... I shifted my footing. He lay slumped there, eyes momentarily closed. He'd pulled down his shirt, not because he'd noticed my glance, and now his hands were folded over his belly button. Ann Lynn paged through my notebook. My thoughts had been going a mile a minute. Not that much time had passed. My thoughts were still going a mile a minute, painting a slow-moving scene I didn't want to let go of because it had been so hard to get to. Getting there meant getting past walls that were in place for very good reasons, and it then meant navigating the labyrinth of red flags and dark places. And now I was here, and I wanted to keep going somehow. I knew Ethan. I knew he was interested, and he knew me, and that I had issues navigating issues. I knew that if I asked him to his face, ridiculous notion, but still, if I wrote him a note or sent him a text, less ridiculous notion, saying I wanted to take him to the nearest unoccupied shower, strip his clothes off, that I wanted and needed to take the lead and for him to do what I said, he would say yes. Never mind that I had no idea how or where that shower existed. Never mind that I didn't want to get kicked out. I could, and that added a deep inside of me jolt of real that brought a whole new life to the imagined scene. I shifted my footing again. Whew. "Ethan!" The voice was loud enough that I jumped. A woman peered from around the edge of the wall that separated the punching bags from the rest of the rehab center. "What?" he asked in a slow, easygoing way that did not line up with how high-strung I felt. His eyes remained closed. I felt irrationally annoyed at him. "Can I borrow you?" the woman asked. He sat up, hopped down from the stack. "She works with some older patients, so I'll probably have my hands full. See you later, Antares?" "See you, Annalise," I thought. "Yeah." He extended a fist as he walked by. I tapped it with my fist, then translated to the elbow, using flight and mock striking him with it, as he'd been drilling me. He seemed to like it, a smile on his face. "Perfect," he said. "Be nice to her, Ann Lynn." "Only if she's nice to me," my physiotherapist said. She'd closed my notebook and was using it as a flat surface to write things down. "I'm nice to you," I told her. "You like my notes." "Extensive notes are a long, long way from actually attending. I just read pages of notes complaining about pain that I would have been helping you with if you, my patient, had been coming in regularly, but you don't. Too busy saving the world and accumulating more injuries." I rubbed the notch at the back and side of my arm, my finger finding the groove.
You're better than the vast majority of my patients when it comes to doing the homework, but if you keep going down this road, you're going to put off visits more and more until you're not coming in at all. And then, a few months after that, you're going to find that an exercise that was benefiting you months ago is hurting you. Okay. I've made notes. I'm going to assume you're going to keep doing this, so I've modified and marked your homework to highlight things that are essential now and harmful later. And after that, come see me, she said. But don't continue past a certain point for this one, or just those two. Got it. Thank you for showing me your fighting, and for showing me another side of Ethan.
I nodded, looking through the window of warped glass for Ethan among the older patients in the expansive rehab area. I didn't see him.
He good?
I asked.
Good? What are you asking, Victoria?
Ann Lynn asked me.
He's helpful? No drama? Friendly? He's great, she said. One of our best volunteers. He started out very similar to you, I think, but he graduated and he liked the atmosphere enough to keep attending.
Teaching some martial arts and, I could see him now, supporting an old woman who was walking with the assistance of rails.
Snap him up, she prodded me. I have a boyfriend, so I'm not going to, but I know a few others here would. I'm way, way off from snapping, I told her.
I heard a throat clear behind me. I saw a glimpse of Ann Lynn's expression as I turned, then saw Dr. Darnall, occupying the same spot by the wall that the other physiotherapist had when shouting out to Annalise.
Homework,
Ann Lynn told me. She handed me the paper with the neat handwriting.
Your notebook and...
She held out the tattered baggie with stress balls inside.
I have one. I have two, technically, but take one. I'd end up giving it away. Then do that. I need to get rid of some older ones so I can buy newer ones.
I conceded, reaching over and into the bag.
Reach deep.
I reached deep. I pulled out two, holding them over the bag. An old woman with horn-rimmed glasses and a fish with eyes that bulged out when squeezed. I took the fish, giving it an experimental squeeze.
I'll see you in 3 days, she told me.
Got it, I replied. Dr. Darnall was giving me his "I was a villain all along" look. Calculating, focused, confident.
You've been communicating with my physiotherapist, I noted. She recognized you and you knew my appointment end time.
Only about essential details and schedule. I wanted to check in with you. I know you canceled for what I'm sure are good reasons, but you've been missing appointments with her and you've been missing appointments with me.
She told you about the missed appointments?
No, Dr. Darnall said. But I'd like to think I know you at this point. I want 5-10 minutes of your time at most. No, that would be lying. I want 2 hours of your time once a week. I will settle for 5 to 10 minutes, acknowledging you have a lot on your plate.
I'm sweaty.
I've talked to people who had appointments with me minutes after their shifts ended, who smelled so bad that my office would stink for a day. I can handle it, Victoria.
Who smells that bad? Are you Barf Bat's therapist?
I worked with firefighters. Certain times of year, full gear, heavy exercise, it was rough. I can understand if it's a question of comfort, but don't worry about my comfort.
It is, kind of, I said, my comfort. Can I rinse off and meet you?
Sure. Should I wait in the hall?
Please.
I jogged over to one of the other physio sessions in progress, avoiding using my flight because I didn't have the benefit of the separating wall and blurry window to hide what I was doing from the rest of the people in the area. I set the fish down on top of a folded coat and bag.
Sveta.
Sveta was doing crunches, arms out straight and pressed together like she was diving. Her therapist was a guy who looked a bit like a black Dr. Darnall, slightly pear-shaped and short-haired, with a perpetually concerned expression. As she did each crunch, he would move his hand. She would move her extended arms to touch her fingertips to his. She'd painted her arms with what looked like markers, bold, straight lines, layered colors that created a blur effect, a bird on one upper arm, a sea serpent winding around one forearm. Sweat had modeled the images somewhat.
"Time to go?"
she gasped out, sounding hopeful.
"I'm going to have a word with Dr. Darnall. 5-minute rinse off and dress, 5 to 10 minutes with him. 15 minutes?"
She dropped back to lie flat and stopped, moving the weight to one side. She huffed for breaths, chest and stomach rising and falling. I could see spots on her clothes where marker and sweat had bled in at a touch. Spots where there was paint. 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 arms and 2 legs. She still wore her wig because she liked having the longer hair, but there was a scalp beneath. The stomach that heaved was complete now. 3 procedures over 4 days, after 2 days of deliberation. She saw me looking and smiled, teeth white. Her skin wasn't so close to the tone of her teeth, but remained pale. She'd elected to keep the cauldron mark on her cheek, but she'd covered it up.
"Happy in your suffering?" I asked.
She nodded, still smiling, still struggling to get her breath.
"You're out of shape." "I've never been in shape."
I wanted to talk to her forever, to revel in this moment of happy and enjoy the company of my friend with 0 reservations. Instead, I thought of Dr. Darnall and the unplanned 5-minute appointment.
"I should go see the good doctor. You good to wait?"
"We can figure out something to do for another 15 minutes, her physio said.
"I'm getting good marks," Sveta said. "Is it necessary?"
"It's necessary," he told her. I abandoned Sveta to her happy hell. I put stuff away, got my towel, got my conditioner, and then made my way to the showers, which were thankfully unoccupied. I had a coin with a hole in it that I'd run a rubber band through, strapping it to the bottle. I flipped it around to its other side to help me keep track of which days were shampoo and which were conditioner only. I took more time than I should have, rinsing off and cooling off. A part of me had expected to run into Bluestocking, but I was guessing she had her hands full over Earth N and the ever-present faction wars, this time involving Semiramis and Little Midas. I did my best to fall into thinking about the politics of it all, because it was difficult to shake my head of the other thoughts that I'd inadvertently groped for and now found hard to let go of. I was familiar with the pattern of fighting with my brain to put away a line of thought I didn't want anymore, but I was used to it being the darkest memories, so vivid they were real. This was just the fact I really needed some kind of release on other fronts. Fuck. Makeup. Just enough that people wouldn't think I was ill because of a sudden shift in my appearance. Concealer covered a bruise at my neck and a cut near my ear that I'd glued shut. I put on a striped, long-sleeved top that was cropped wide at the waist, just where it met the line of the black jeans I hiked up into place, belting in with a pale belt decorated with a thin chain. The base of the shirt was wide, but the pants hugged me enough that it didn't have any unfortunate effects. I pulled on and zipped up my boots, put my clothes and towel away, got my hairbrush out of my bag, and gathered up the black coat that was part of my Antares costume now, doubling as something to wear outside if I needed it. Coat and bag under one arm, hairbrush in my other hand, I ran it through a few times, then kept it with me as I stepped out of the locker room and up the stairs into the hallway. The little set of stairs and the fact the hallway was raised did a lot to mitigate the lingering smell of sweat and public showers. Windows looked down at the physio space, and Darnall was standing a few feet away from a family that was cheering on their person. A teenager from that family looked at me and did a double take. I was more recognizable now, apparently. "This isn't how I usually am," Dr. Darnall said, as I settled into place at his side, my head at an angle while I continued to run the brush through my hair. "Ambush therapy? You're one of 3 capes on my caseload now. It's a fight every step of the way. To make time, to get through to the tough stuff, not to generalize. Of course not. I only have 3 data points, but I'm starting to come around to what you said in one of our first sessions. It doesn't get any easier when you sprinkle some alien space dust on it. I smiled. I'm agreeing with you just a little bit, he told me. You need to attend my sessions with regularity if you're going to sway me. Uh-huh. How are you managing? I had to think before I answered. Frustrated. Breakthrough was told thank you for the useful information about teacher and everything that asshole is doing, but they wanted to handle it alone. So they tried and they failed. Teacher drops some more data, more reputations get ruined. So far, focusing on warden peripheral groups. The anti-parahuman groups are finding a new sort of strength, and we have capes actually hiding in the bunker because they're worried teacher will go after them or track them. Not that it helps. So I hear. Dragon is doing what she can to keep people updated, and that sounds more or less like what was passed on to me. Sveta had her procedures, and that was a big distraction, but she's done for now. She's having to work her way back from some coping mechanisms, hesitation in movement, and train her coordination. That's it. I don't have that as a distraction anymore. He nodded. He'd asked for 5 minutes of my time, but now that he had it, he was standing there, staring out the window, not responding. I looked out the window too, still brushing my hair. Sveta was on a treadmill now. 3 people were, all moving at different speeds, each with their physiotherapists, coaches, or family members. Is there an angle here? I asked, after a few too many seconds had passed. A few, he said. I'm open to hearing it. In our first meeting, I laid ground rules, set expectations. I wanted and want to work with you, to set goals and work toward goals, and to help you make progress. I asked for your patience. You missed 2 sessions in a row, which suggests impatience and doesn't let me see where you are to make progress. I squinted at the window, trying to judge how my damp hair was. I stopped brushing. My physiotherapist said the same thing. That's an extension of my point. That you stopped coming in to see me around the time you saw Miss Yamada. You've been pulling away from physio. You are engaged in cape activity. I may not be the most experienced person with capes, but I've worked with cops who threw themselves into their work when life got hard, into their other life. Yeah, probably, I said. It applies, not going to argue that comparison. Meet me halfway, he asked. I can't help if you don't work with me, or if I can't see what you're doing. I shuffled my stuff around, putting the brush in my bag and digging out my notebook. I flipped through. Did my homework. Not quite as meaningful with therapy as with physio, Dr. Darnall told me, but that's good. Homework, in this case, consisted of his little draw-your-mood exercise and answering from a selection of questions. Pick a color to characterize yesterday. Pick a word to characterize how you feel now. If the next 24 hours looked like a person, what would that person look like? I liked the person one. And then numbers. Silly, stupid measures without a yardstick to measure them. I looked over as Dr. Darnall read. Each day was me getting up, then drawing out a circle using the base of a glass of water I kept by my bed. Inside and around that circle, I'd draw to characterize my current state. Below, I'd answer the abstract questions. In the bottom right, I had my numbers, each with their heading: mood, health, mind, friends, family. I hated the 1 to 10 scale because it was so subjective, and a 10 from weeks ago wasn't a 10 today. Instead, I used a plus and minus system, except when a day called for a very specific number. After that was my notes for physio, my notes for the day, and commentary. Then a new page, a new circle and list of questions and answers, and a new set of numbers. The page he started on, past a few cursory glances at the preceding ones, was the day after we'd found out about teacher's plot. The morning I'd told Sveta to do her thing. I'd borrowed Sveta's paint. I'd filled in the circle black. To characterize the coming day and days, I'd described the days as a person who was bloody from fingertip to elbow, tattered and looming over me. Blood because of the imminent surgeries, because teacher, and because that had been the day I'd had to pass under the shadow of my sister. Thanks to those tattoos of hers, thanks to that fucking selfish symbology that was supposed to represent me with suns and my face in silhouette. Thanks most of all to the color red that stained her arms from finger to elbow, and whoever knew how much else. She was that bloody, looming specter. But I'd had to. He'd read my explanations, ran a finger across the numbers. No pluses, obviously. Not so much use for minuses. It had been a day that had caught me off guard enough that there was no saying my mood or my connection to my friends was a -1 or a -5. Instead, a 1, -2, 4, 3, 2. Low numbers. On the next page, another circle. Black, but with lines radiating out, shaky to represent anxiety. Another, but I'd left the brush on the page, letting the black soak in, bleeding out over text. I'd been so anxious I hadn't had it in me to sit down and write anything meaningful. I'd gone straight to my physio, then left. On the third day, a black circle but with sliver-like gaps. I'd drawn eyes in the gaps. I'd elaborated around in what I'd intended as rays of the sun. On the fourth, the same idea, but the eyes were larger and there was less black. I realized now that I'd invoked the wretch with so many eyes and with the rays radiating out having frayed ends, like wavy, reaching arms, fingers extended out. He paged through the progression, the gradual relaxation, to today. A day where there were no more procedures, just appointments, plans for lunch, and plans to go catch up with the wardens. I'd kept up the use of the black paint, but used it to draw the circle, fat and bold and brutish, crushing brush against paper, tracing it around the base of my water cup. Then I'd drawn lighter things and feelings within. Walls? Darnall asked, touching the thick border. Maybe. This doesn't make up for you skipping visits, but it's good to know how you were doing and how you are doing, he said. There was another thing I wanted to say. Again, I'm touching back on what I said before. Goals. Making goals. Meeting goals. Doesn't feel like I'm meeting goals while being kept out of this teacher bullcrap while the other teams are struggling to get in. When we had our first session, you floundered a bit, or not floundered, flailed. But you told me a few things that came from the heart and sounded genuine enough that I think they hold true on your best days and your worst days. You wanted to save them, people you cared about, that were put into your charge. I focused on Sveta, who was walking across the floor. She looked up, saw me, and squeezed her fish, its eyes bulging out. Then she disappeared into the locker room to have her shower and get changed. I have to admit, I thought it would be a good dramatic moment if she was there when I said this next bit, but she looks like the weight of a world is off her shoulders, doesn't she? I folded my arms, leaning against the window. I gave him my best stern look. I think if you keep on talking like that, I'm going to get misty-eyed. Is that so bad? You say you're frustrated, but let it out. If you're at the verge of being well and truly emotional for positive reasons, or with people you care about, then do. I thought about my earlier feelings about Annalise, Ethan. I didn't want to date him. I didn't even like him as more than an acquaintance, let alone a romance of any kind. But he hit the right marks for a fling, a test run. I could imagine him being cool, awkwardly upfront and blunt, but cool. This might be a cape thing, because I'm worried if I do let it out, then I might go overboard and hurt someone. First of all, I have to say, if the emotions are positive, can they really hurt someone? I thought about letting 4 years of pent-up needs out on a poor bastard like Annalise. I thought, too, about how, about a year ago, I'd tried handling it as a solo venture, and got so caught up in the darkness in my own head that I hadn't been able to breathe. I'd thought I could manage just like I almost felt like I could manage now, and I ended up in tears instead. Stupid, and it was the kind of stupid that I really didn't want a spectator for, even if Annalise was cool. For now, I'd call it a win and a plus in one column or another that I'd been able to privately harbor a nice, healthy fantasy. And that was without getting into the topic of Sveta. I thought about breaking down into happy tears now, and maybe being unable to get control, walls, and balances all together before something critical happened, and that leading in an indirect way to me being too violent with a cape who didn't deserve it. Yeah, I agreed. Well, I'll say that I don't think worrying about opening the floodgates is necessarily a cape thing, but, he'd seen me being ready to protest. But, he went on, I'll concede it might make things harder. Do what you have to do. I nodded. But you need to make me a concession in exchange. What? I asked, guarded. Recognizing a win and a major goal being completed is another thing on the list of stuff you gotta do. You helped her. This is where it'd be dramatic if she was still down there so I can indicate her and you can look down at her and be moved. Drama and presentation are big cape things, right? I've got that down, right? Absolutely, I said. I laughed and it came out small and hiccup-ish. I shook my head. Fuck. No, she's not there for your fancy dramatic moment that you're visualizing. But she's over in the locker room, sore as hell and probably redrawing the shapes and placements for the tattoos she's already imagining getting for her fancy new body. I think she's happy, and knowing that's happening where I can't see it is better. Count your wins as wins. I'm really fucking worried, I said, and my voice was a hush, that this doesn't end happy despite my efforts. So am I, he said. But all you can do is be there. If tragedy's in store, being close will let you help more. If there's only more joy, then you lose nothing. I nodded. Sveta emerged from the locker room, looked around, and saw us. She wore a dress that was a riot of color, black leggings, and her patchwork, ankle-length coat. She was shorter than me, the top of her head coming up to my nose. And she was smiling. He handed me back my notebook. Appointment in 2 days. I'll try, I said. He gave me a look. Thank you for this, I told him. This talk. He left as Sveta approached. There was a moment where it was just me, leaning against the window that overlooked the physio space. Sveta hugged me, and I hugged her back. I'm discovering new muscles through the pain they're giving me, she said. Verdict is pretty good. Good, I said. I might be too sore to walk. Carry me? My arms are too sore. I think you're going to have to limp along on your own, but you can lean on me. I'd do that even if I could walk perfectly, she said, turning the hug into a half-hug. Her hand and part of her leg beneath her dress broke apart into a morass of tape-like bands that, after a few false starts, picked up my bag and coat, passing them to my hand. It was a wet kind of winter day, rain coming down and forming near-immediate ice that broke at the slightest provocation, so many of our hoods were up, our coats fastened up to the highest points. It was a strange mix, because we were all at different stages in our costume. I had my coat, which was one costume element. Sveta had nothing. Ashley had her costume, but it was covered up by a coat that wasn't part of the design or aesthetic. She carried an umbrella, and beneath the shadow of that umbrella, white eyes rimmed with black smoke with the effect of Kenzie's projection lenses. Tristan was wearing his bodysuit beneath clothing and coat, but wasn't wearing his armor. Rain had his mask on, but was otherwise civilian. Short of a designated safe zone where we could pull our stuff on, there really wasn't a good way to organize, orchestrate, and be costumed at the exact right place and exact right time. "How was physio?" Tristan asked. "Wonderful," Sveta said.
My therapist and physiotherapist are coordinating to chew me out on skipping appointments, I said. But I talked to Darnall, and it was a good talk. How are you guys doing? The response wasn't immediate or easy. A few glances were exchanged.
Pretty shitty, Tristan said. Sorry to be a downer.
Sveta nodded. I get it. I get facing the fact we might not win this.
You know me. I'm the kind of guy who likes to win, so I'm not going to call it quits just yet.
Yeah,
Sveta said, giving him an uneasy smile, like she was really trying, but it was hard.
What about you guys?
I addressed the quieter contingent.
I miss Kenzie, Ashley said. I woke up late and she was already gone on a job. You two were gone. The morning felt empty. Let's just have our meetings and hear how much worse it all is. There could be good news, Sveta said.
Ashley turned Sveta's way and reached up to lightly pinch Sveta's cheeks.
Ow? You decided not to use Rain's blood as part of your body. That's fine. Sensible.
Hey.
I like you, Rain, but we don't know how inbred your family is.
Wow. Whoa. Tristan cut in. Ashley, what the hell? It's okay, Rain butted in. It's okay. Ashley still had one of Sveta's cheeks in a light pinch.
You decided not to use my DNA as part of your new body. That's fine. I'm not holding a grudge, but it shows a grave error in judgment and critical thinking. And if you think what the wardens have to say today is going to be better than yesterday, then that grave lack of critical thinking may be chronic.
Ashley, what the hell? I asked. It's okay, Rain said.
It's really not, kind of,
Sveta piped in. It's okay, Rain said.
I'm going inside where it's dry,
Ashley said before turning and walking away, leaving us standing in the freezing rain.
Did I actually offend her?
Sveta asked.
She said it was fine, but now it isn't.
It's not that, Rain said. She went off on someone on public transportation.
Went off?
I said, repeating the words.
People had phones out, went off?
No, Rain said. He paused. Maybe. Someone mentioned that people might start targeting her now because she's ex-slaughterhouse. She's not dealing with it. I don't think any of us are, Tristan said.
Maybe we go inside and they say, hey, we won,
Sveta suggested.
Crisis over.
Want to bet? Tristan asked. I will bet you any amount of money.
I don't want to bet, Tristan.
Tristan shook his head, getting visibly angry. Byron, you take over. Then he blurred. Maybe I don't feel like taking over, Byron said, but he didn't change back. He turned his face skyward, letting freezing rain patter against his skin. Should we go inside? We did, into the warden's headquarters. We said our hellos to the receptionist and joined Ashley where she was pacing by the stairs. Up the stairs to the password hallway. Rain handled it. And into the bunker. The weather wasn't as bad, though the snowfall was heavier. Sheet metal formed a peaked cover over the path to the warden's headquarters. I exhaled. How are you guys really? Not so bad, Byron said, smiling. But play acting that we're down and defeated is kind of bleeding into reality. And you scared the shit out of that guy on the train, Rain told Ashley.
He deserved it.
Maybe, but we don't want to make enemies. Ashley smiled.
I can deal.
I made a face, but I didn't say anything. Ashley added,
I'm sorry for the comments. There really are no hard feelings, Sveta. My brain comes with zigzagging chemicals, and I would understand if you didn't want to risk that. That wasn't why. It's fine, I'm not bothered.
She's bothered.
And I'm sorry for the inbred comment, Rain.
It's all right. I don't love my family enough to care if it's insulted, and I don't think it's likely. It was funny. You were sounding like you enjoyed yourself, I commented. I was, but I felt bad. Both of those can be true. Tristan and I play-acted a fight this morning, Byron said. Started out, getting good things off our chest. Might have cut a little too close to the bone a few times by the end. We'll have to negotiate rules before we do it again. It's good, though, I said. Frustrations are mounting. We're at our limit, and teachers won. Our worst traits rise to the surface. We play that up, create a narrative, do what we can to look like we're broken so they don't have a reason to break us. It's easy for the act to become reality, Rain said, especially when we're playing the role at any time we're not here. I nodded. He wasn't wrong. Just gotta keep the peace and keep up the act until we're sure we have enough points of access. Then, a heist, Sveta said. Not really a heist, Byron said. I know, but heists are cool. Ashley put an arm around Sveta's shoulders. They are, but I would characterize this as a raid. I was thinking surgical strike, I said. Is it really a surgical strike if it's large numbers, large scale, and high on the collateral damage? Byron asked. It's a raid. We're raiding Teacher. The bunker was now in view. People were gathered around outside, letting snow fall on them while they talked, and others were inside. Construction was ongoing, and would be up until the meeting started, at which point they'd all be told to quit it. I watched the faces within, tracked the people, and I couldn't help but imagine that much like my group had tested boundaries and found the willful backslide into bad behavior to be an easy and comfortable slide, there was more chaos and more energy in the mix. All from a little bit of acting, a few pre-plotted incidents. Whatever it is, I hope we do it soon. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 2. What was the saying? 3 could keep a secret if 2 of them were dead? I wanted to have more faith in humanity than that. 3 could keep a secret if everyone involved had balls or tits in a vice, or if their throats were directly on the line. Problem was, we weren't talking about 3. We weren't even talking about a mere 30. Advance Guard had 13 capes on its roster right now. Foresight had 9. The Shepherds, who'd kept to themselves and hadn't interfered or been involved with Breakthrough or Breakthrough's business nearly as much as the other 2 teams, had 16. The Wardens had 25. Breakthrough had 5 to 7, depending on how Capricorn was counted and if we included Lookout. And I wasn't even counting the likes of Fumehood, who had been looped in, or the Major Malfunctions, who, by their own choice, hadn't. Not everyone was in the loop. Team leaders were making tough calls and leveraging their knowledge of the people on their rosters to decide if those people needed to be lied to, left in the dark, or told. Every decision involved its own kind of stress, and I wasn't thinking merely of stress of the emotional kind. I was thinking of stress lines appearing across a metaphorical piece of metal. Something solid, seemingly unshakable, that was being pushed just enough that the damage was leaking in. Cracks formed, and those cracks threatened to become breaks. The Wardens had expanded their headquarters over the last few days, and yet the number of capes that were housed within had increased by several factors. Each team had made its individual calls on who to inform and who to leave in the dark. There were capes in attendance who were too short-tempered, unreliable, or otherwise prone to break under stress to have out in the city. There were capes who could, but who were sitting this one out because they had other shit going on, or because the stress of it was too much. Effervescent was one, and she'd been open about the reasons why. She had a substance abuse problem, and acting like she'd been pushed to her limit put her at the cusp of a slippery slope. It showed. In expressions and in appearance, in how close capes sat to one another, and how far they sat with personal space established. It showed in body language, in arms folded, in tension, and in the tone of the chatter that I could hear but couldn't decipher, or in their intent silence. All to keep our ruse going. We pretended to look more stressed than we were, more desperate. We pretended we were more ready to pick fights, to turn to our coping mechanisms, or show evidence that our coping mechanisms had failed. Some capes in attendance were only barely keeping their identities secret. 2 of the shepherds were wearing clothes I wouldn't have worn leaving the house: stretch yoga pants with patches where they were worn thin, and plaid sleep pants. Both wore their masks, but the one with the plaid sleep pants hadn't even brushed her hair. I saw Victor, Brockton Bay native, named for his power, not because it was an actual name. The costume had been changed so it didn't have that bold red, black, bit of white color scheme, but he'd kept the name, I knew. He was talking with one of Capricorn's old teammates from Reach and had his girlfriend with. She seemed to be Gospel, an ex-member of one of the smaller religious teams. Rune sat at the opposite corner of that collection of shepherds. She'd changed her name to Scribe, updated her costume by adding a brimmed hat and a crook-topped cane that she could use to write her symbols, but it was hard for me to not see her as Rune. 2 days ago, the pair of them had been outed. Victor hadn't really been hiding it, but he'd kind of been exposed to the public years ago, and had more or less dropped off the map for 2 years after that, long enough for most people to forget. After they'd been revealed as ex-members of the neo-Nazi gang back in Brockton Bay, Victor had been open about it. He'd written a letter about his past life, his attempt to use the amnesty to be better, how he had someone close to him that inspired him to be better. He'd found God. He condemned everything about who and what he'd been, blah, blah, blah. He'd still been a guy who had a history that was violent and stark enough to have records remaining after the end of the world, who'd done what he'd done when he was a full-fledged adult. The letter had been an apology letter without an actual apology or trace of contrition. I was kind of glad in a way that the public hadn't really bought it, but his team was standing by him. Rune, by contrast, hadn't written any letter. Her silence had been damning, and I suspected that if she hadn't already been brought here to the bunker and firmly asked to stay here, they would have enforced it then. She was benched, and she had no friends for the time being, nobody to talk to her. Cracks. Our last arrivals were trickling in. Capricorn sat on a table next to me, strapping on his armor while Sveta provided a hand as needed, to hold things in place or hold straps out ready for Byron to grab them. Ashley had set aside her coat. Rain had stepped over to a storage area to switch over to a proper costume. I remained much as I was. No secret identity to protect, and I was comfortable as was. Gundeck and Solar Stair entered, with Rain among the half-dozen people who were right behind them. Gundeck was a big guy, loaded down with his weapons, but even though his power left him able and ready to carry a whole arsenal with him without buckling, he moved like a burdened man. He'd apparently promised his family he was out of the game after Gold Morning. At the same time, he was leading a double life. They'd found out in the midst of all of this. I wasn't sure how much was teacher and how much was that he'd shifted his priorities to more, I didn't want to say important things, but the ramifications of what we were doing were important. More cracks, if not an outright break. He really didn't look so hot, and I could only see his general body language and the 20% of him that his costume didn't cover up. Rain was in costume, with a silvery white hood and upper body to the costume, a glowing crack running through one of the eyes of his gunmetal mask and down to the edge near the cheek. His mechanical forearms and hands, attached at the elbow, were smaller than his ordinary hands, but still 5-fingered and dexterous, colored the same way as his mask, with finer glowing cracks running along them. The lower body of the costume didn't hug him, but wasn't quite pants either. Silvery white panels, some devices and weapons, and decorative tinker attachments contrasted the darker material. More of the decorative attachments joined the fabric to his metal boots and bridged the divide between the upper and lower half of the costume. In my opinion, he'd graduated from a thrown-together costume that didn't do anything explicitly wrong, but didn't do anything explicitly right either, to something that looked good. More came down from upstairs. The floor above us was still partially under construction, but they'd been hanging out. Egg, Engel, and Scraping were staying here to stay safe from Teacher, and were finding friends, because Engel, at the very least, was the kind of person that people were drawn to. Engel and Egg found a place in the crowd near the shepherds. They looked our way, and Engel stared at Sveta hard. Sveta, for her part, kept her eyes toward the front of the room, avoiding any interaction with the glowing, sense-scrambling Engel. The influx of people saw the crowd shift. The way the crowds were organized, each team had sort of gathered with its most familiar allies nearby. Small teams stuck to the big teams that they tended to work with, which put some of the smaller religious teams I didn't know in the shepherd's orbit. Navigators and Kings of the Hill closer to advance guard, and Foresight had not many. Augur was close to them, but not close enough for them to talk among themselves. We were close, and we exchanged hellos, so maybe Breakthrough counted. They were on the best terms with the wardens, though, which counted for something. With the people finding their places, Gundeck and Solar Stare stepped up to the front of the room, Rain joining Breakthrough, and others finding their respective teams. Some were squeezed out. Vista widened the gap to slip between people, which seemed to take some effort, and then ducked into the space between me, the wall, and a table. "Thank you for coming in," Cineral addressed the room. "Tensions with one of the border worlds demanded the attention of some of the Warden leadership, so I'll be handling this meeting today. Those of you that know me know I'm strictly business. I won't mince words. I won't give you context that doesn't matter, so pay attention." For the most part, the way the PRT, Protectorate, and Wards programs had been run had been a closed-doors thing. The public didn't tend to hear that so-and-so was a good boss or that one PRT director in one city was a stickler for routine. At best, those without boyfriends in the wards would know that one newly appointed PRT director had a history of being a politician in a Cape-heavy area, or they'd been FBI, or they'd risen up from the ranks of being a PRT squaddie or investigator. When it came to Protectorate or Wards, similar thing. Guesswork and whatever they decided to reveal. But Cineral stood out. Atlanta was something like 1,300 miles from Brockton Bay, but we'd heard about what a hard-ass Cineral was. She faced the room without flinching, with several capes, mostly Foresight, arranged in front of her, also facing us. Crystal Clear was among them, as was Effervescent. Tattletale didn't form the lineup, but she sat near the back, amid the wardens, her eyes scanning the room. "We're close," she said. "We want at least 2 more entry points, ideally 3, and with some help we're getting there. 1 day, maybe 2, then we move. We're handling that, and we're holding off some of the big dangers, like war and the machine army. Your job, each and every one of you, is to maintain and support the peace. If the best way you can do that is to stay out of everyone else's way, then do that." Ashley gave me a look over her shoulder, her head tilting with the motion. It made the projection of smoke spill down from her eyes and bounce off her shoulder. Sitting on the table, Byron tugged at his straps, fixing on the last pieces of his armor. He tugged again, then twisted around, trying to see what he was doing. They weren't the only signs of restlessness around the room. I suspected a lot of people here had hoped to hear something closer to a timeline of hours, not days. "There are 2 ongoing wars between villain factions in 2 locations," Cineral said. "The first is between Semiramis, Little Midas, and Bluestocking, Earth N. The Wardens and Foresight have discussed it, and we would like to push for a stable alliance between Bluestocking and Semiramis. For those of you who don't know, these are behind-the-scenes operators who are stepping in to fill a void after Marquis has left for Shin and Lord of Loss was arrested. Augur, you have a working relationship with Semiramis." "We do," Lark said. "You're up to date on who these individual faction leaders are and what they represent?" "We are." "Talk to Semiramis, then. See what it would take and broker a peace with Bluestocking. Offer assistance in taking down Midas." "We can try."
We need better than try. We need success. All three parties know about Teacher, and we need that handled. We want Midas arrested and at least temporarily shuttled to our prison world, and we want Bluestocking and Semiramis cooperating with each other and with us.
We'll manage it. Can we bring in others if we need help with the actual handling and takedown?
Yes. Talk to the wardens if you need help organizing that, Cineral said. She got a nod from Lark and moved on, addressing the rest of us. The second war is over the portal-racked area in the heart of the city. Those of you who are more used to working over there will recognize the names. Deda and Goner operate from a corner world much as we're operating from the bunker. Barrow is a corner world, in a manner of speaking. The lords of the pit have the villains of the pit stop under their thumb. We think the best use of resources would be to put advance guard on this.
We've already been preparing to handle it, was Mayday's response. While I have the floor, I also want to say we're taking the last steps to fold the Kings of the Hill into advance guard. If you're looking for them, it's best to go through us.
The Fox and the Hound, Foxtrot and Houndstooth, raised their hands, dangerous mischievousness and stoic seriousness, respectively. Good. Consolidation helps. We are very curious and very interested as to whether any of the other corner worlds are shielded from Teacher's eye. If possible, we'd like to talk to Barrow and to have Deda and Goner in custody for interviewing.
We'll make it happen.
If you can't, at least distract them. Shepherds, we want you at the east end of the city, Boston periphery of New Brockton. You have the numbers and organization to do it. Moonsong answered. We talked informally with Legend about it last night. I told him I had reservations and he seemed understanding. Things feel fragile right now, and if we split up too much or stop maintaining a lot of face-to-face contact, that leaves us weak. We need all bases covered for 1 day, perhaps 2. There's Cineral, in her ash-gray costume with a bird motif, feathers weaving together and crisscrossing along the length of her robe and at the edges of her mask, turned her head as some members of her front line of thinkers broke ranks. Crystal Clear had stepped away first, going to talk to Effervescent. Tattletale hopped down from her perch of a stack of chairs and joined them. Countenance, Foresight's team leader, joined them to make it a group of 4. Is there a problem? Cineral asked.
Nothing confirmed, Countenance said. We'll take some people upstairs to talk, if that's okay.
Cineral nodded, gesturing for them to go. The thinkers rounded up a few members of one of Advance Guard's tertiary groups, people I didn't recognize. After a short pause, they also gathered up 2 members of one of the Shepherd's teams. All were escorted upstairs. 1 or 2 days, Moonsong. Knock down the nails that stick up. Keep any villains from getting cocky. Keep any big incidents at bay. Moonsong looked surprisingly stressed out by the notion of having to distribute her team across several areas of the city. I'd have to ask Byron, who was staring at Moonsong, while absently adjusting his armor. The armor, I turned to look. The straps that he'd been tightening for the last forever dangled off the side of the table and down to the floor. I turned to Vista, who was smiling to herself, and I elbowed her, which set her off in a fit of soundless, suppressed laughter. Byron noticed, and then noticed the straps. He gave Vista a push on the shoulder. "Breakthrough," Cineral said. All at once we were at attention. "You're missing a member," she said. "Lookout is part of a new team now. We support her and she acts as an adjunct teammate, but officially she's part of a new kids-only team. They're on a job handling a kidnapping. We hoped to talk to her about security and protocols. We can let her know and send her your way. Good. We would like you to handle some of the rising anti-parahuman sentiment. It's been simmering for a while now, and we think it's going to boil over. Assessing our abilities and where we stand in the big picture, I'm worried we're not the best choice for that task. You may be the best we have. We would have sent Legend and some other wardens, but current events have forced us to refocus. Could I suggest that we help out the Shepherds and the Shepherds send their best front-facing capes to handle this? The Shepherds are mired in scandal that's about to get worse. I won't say more on that subject. We feel that if they get some concrete victories, this will help. You, meanwhile, have been involved in this exercise from the start. We want to keep you close to the bunker and available in case we need to act. And, like it or not, your appearance on Hardboil made you visible to the civilian side. Your voices explained things that they had wanted to know. You opened a dialogue, now use it. Her voice was hard, brooked no nonsense, and struck a tone where I felt like anything I said, one way or another, would make me look and feel like a petulant child. "Got it," I said. "Good," she said. She turned her head, then pointed across the room at Tattletale, who had apparently just come down the stairs. 3 moles, Tattletale said. The others are figuring out when and for how much, but I can tell you right now that they're new. They weren't moles before, so they didn't know much. He doesn't know anything about what we're aiming to pull yet, or he'd be acting differently." "Just the 3? "So far," Tattletale said. She grinned, even though what she'd said was chilling, not funny. It wasn't a Kenzie thing, either. She was just way too fond of her own wit sometimes. "If you try, you will be caught," Cineral addressed the assembly. "It's not worth it." Tattletale went back upstairs. Cineral paused, her eyes searching the room, as if she could see the traitors or informants in our ranks, who might tip off Teacher and spoil everything. We were out of the limelight in any event. Byron was trying to fix his straps and looking a little bewildered as he tried to figure out which parts had stretched out. Vista helped by contracting it back to its normal length, moving her hand to indicate. I bumped her elbow with mine, moving her hand closer. Byron noticed the moved hand, looked up, and moved his arm close enough that Vista could touch the straps. She fiddled for a second, pulled the straps tight, then gave his arm a pat. "Thanks," he whispered. "It was my fault anyhow," Vista whispered, before turning her full focus to Cineral. Not her full focus. Her hand reached past my coat for my side, thumbnail poking through my shirt to my stomach, fingernails at my back. A claw of revenge for forcing her hand. Entirely undeserved. If she'd embarrassed herself because I'd pushed her, I'd feel like shit and I'd deserve the revenge claw. But she hadn't. We needed the bright moments against such a grim backdrop, and we couldn't take or maintain those moments so long as we had our greater deception. A secret kept by, if I was counting right, 72 people in this building right now. Cineral continued. "Clip kids. We have a special errand for you, if you're willing and if your guardians are willing to sign off. We will pay, but we need you to take on a mission that we know will fail, because it's important that Teacher thinks we're putting up some resistance. If you'll stay after... Thank you. For the other, smaller teams, you'll be running errands for us or supporting the larger squads. One of those squads is us, because we anticipate an attack on the bunker by Teacher once he realizes what we're doing." She went on. It hardly mattered. To 1 in 3 of us, it felt like busy work, meant to bide time while the wardens figured out where they could access or crack open portals to Teacher's realm. Those in that group wanted to move now. Forget the extra portals, just send more people through the 4 or so that we had. They were restless. For many of them, the other shoe hadn't dropped yet. Every hour that Teacher was left to his own devices, their secrets and relationships all hung in the balance. To another 1 in 3 of us, I was pretty sure, it felt like a doomed proposition. That the attack on Teacher's base would be hard, and resources we were committing or suspending now would be resources we didn't have against Teacher. Or, at least, we wouldn't have at full readiness and capacity. It was necessary to keep up the act, but, That group would be the quiet ones, the ones who were chin up and shoulders square today, but who dreaded tomorrow. For many of them, secrets had already been spilled. They'd felt Teacher's hand and the associated hopelessness. And to the last group, one I subscribed to, both were true. It felt like the wardens knew the attack would be devastating. It felt like they were being safe, distracting us, preoccupying us. Not chin up, not shoulders square, not restless either, just dealing with a sinking feeling in our guts.
I was certain that 9 out of 10 of us had come to this meeting hoping to get the order, the news that we'd be attacking in a few hours. It was too hard to believe that things would be easier or better tomorrow. But we'd wait, we'd lie, and we'd confront the worst sides of ourselves, while trying to convince ourselves that we weren't playing into the asshole's plan by doing so. The worst of ourselves. I hadn't expected a crowd. "What the hell do we even do about this?" Rain asked. "Christ." The swearing was a nice touch. In figuring out how to present the best picture for our would-be attackers, we'd started talking to each other about our tendencies and habits when stressed, reminding one another or pointing out things we did that we weren't even aware of. I'd told Rain he amped up the religious swears when the stress was at its highest. We stood on a rooftop, looking down at the scene. A single street was littered with people from one intersection to the next. They weren't shoulder to shoulder, but they were close enough that people had to weave and made it about 10 steps before they had to, excuse me, their way through. Most of the focus was around a single place, a bookstore, and the building interior was packed, with employees wearing store colors beneath jackets that weren't store-branded, keeping too many people from making their way inside. The people who weren't indoors were watching through the store window. Though it was cold and the snow came down in thick wet bullets halfway between raindrop and snowflake, the crowd was more interested in watching than in seeking shelter. Large screens displayed the video feed from the inside. I'd expected signs and angry cries. Instead, they were book readers. They were silent, intently focused on what was going on. "You and Vista were getting chummy," Rain said. At first I thought he meant me. Then I saw him looking at Byron. "She pranked me good. My head wasn't anywhere near my armor, and I was thinking a clasp was broken and it kept loosening. She's pretty cool," Rain said. "You know?" "A little blunt there, Rain." "She is," Byron said. He glanced at me. "No question. If the world had more vistas, it'd be a better place." "You should talk to her more," Rain said. "Ask her out or something." "So damn blunt. You're going to scare him off." "Nah," Byron said. "I shouldn't. Wouldn't be nice. I think girl I'd want to spend the rest of my life with, and I think of Moonsong. I think attractive girl, and I think of Moonsong. I think of girls I might take home for the Christmas holiday, and I think of Moonsong taking off her coat in the entryway. It wouldn't be fair to anyone if I wasn't totally over Moon."
"Oh," Sveta said. "This is a good opportunity."
"What?" Byron asked. "For what?"
"That device Kenzie made, so whichever one of you two was stowed away could talk."
"She's working on the final touches," she said.
"Nope,"
Sveta said. She reached into her pocket, withdrawing a suspiciously phone-like container.
"Ta-da!"
"That's your phone," Ashley said, deadpan.
"It's built into the phone case, but it's not a phone. See? I turn it on, press it to Byron's arm."
Byron stuck his arm out. Sveta leaned in close to the phone, tilting her head to put her ear near it. Then she switched to a deep voice.
"Beep, boop, boop. Test, test. I'm Tristan, and after hearing Byron say all that, I might actually manage to throw up in this extra-dimensional space. It's going to make such a mess, and I'll never be able to clean it up."
Byron dropped his arm, moving it away from the phone. He blurred, shifting over to Tristan. "It works," Tristan said, in the dullest, most unsurprised, unexcited tone he could manage. "Also, after hearing Byron get mushy over Moonsong, I might throw up. Good thing I'm not in an extra-dimensional space as I do it."
"See? It's amazing," Sveta said. "Good work, Lookout."
Her phone illuminated, showing a new text, a thumbs-up icon. "In all seriousness, though, the way things are right now, don't speak for me. Don't put words in my mouth," Tristan said. There was a tone to how he said it that made Sveta take a step back.
"Sorry," she said.
Then, like that wasn't enough, but she couldn't think of what else to say, she said, "Sorry."
"Are there any boys you're gaga over?"
Ashley asked, sounding very much like the words gaga shouldn't have ever left her lips. Her expression reflected a similar sentiment. What the fuck am I going to do with boys? Tristan asked. I can't do anything. We can't act. We can't get the wardens to take us seriously. They assigned us this garbage watch the people at a bookstore job, which would be bad enough, but I've got Sveta putting words in my mouth. I said sorry. And I swear I'm going to lose my mind. Maybe you should switch out, cool down? Rain asked. It's Byron's turn anyway. Fuck him, Tristan said. Metal clicked against metal as he settled in, arms crossed, looking down over the roof's edge. Tristan was signaling, left foot planted a bit ahead of the right foot. The signal had been Rain's idea, with either arms being folded or footing being our cue to one another that we were playing a part, that we weren't really upset. Still, it was spooky to go there, to see backlash and hear friendly voices sound so unfriendly. My hands in my coat pockets, I looked down from the roof's edge. A narrow woman with short black hair shot through with gray was speaking, face displayed on the screens. I recognized her, but couldn't place the name. I was so bad with non-parahuman names. What's her name? I asked, to change the subject. Woman in the window. She wrote a book, didn't she? Rain asked. Yes, Ashley said. I read it, but I forget the name. What's the book? I asked. Deconstructing Power, Ashley said. I like deconstructing things. She made an intentional spark with her power. A flicker of shadow twice the size of the flame a lighter might have made, and loud enough I worried heads on the ground 5 floors below us might turn our way. And I like power. It was fine. Wasn't a very good deconstruction or look at power, I think. It apparently made the author popular, Byron observed. Other person on the screen, Rain said. Gary Nieves, ex-candidate for mayor, I noted. He's been a voice surrounding this general sentiment, Rain said. Paying attention, huh? I asked. Rain nodded. He turned his head slowly, glowing eyes of his mask surveying the crowd. I like paying attention to what ideas are taking hold and how. Makes me feel more secure, like I won't be blindsided by that stuff again. Speakers planted outside the bookstore that was hosting the informal presentation, dialogue, or debate had Gary Nieves's voice now, distinct from the woman's. The crowd was reacting. Little by little, step by step, they were being hyped, finding courage. What's he saying? Byron asked. I don't know, but I want to know, I answered. Let me, Sveta said. I can go incognito. She pulled off her mask, then pressed it to her stomach. Skin pulled away in strips, and then fat, muscle, and other structures were their own layers. All the organs were there, but as necessary parts were pulled away, the organs went still, shriveling, moisture sucked into other surrounding spaces. The mask was wrapped up by the strips, then drawn into her stomach. Strips then fell back into their natural order, with 1 or 2 misfires before something tidy was managed. Only a slight bump suggested the mask's presence. Then, more dramatically, she did the same with the remainder of her costume. The costume was salvaged from her damaged prosthetic body, forming armor that she wore with curling, wavy components to it, all painted either in a dramatic fashion with bright reds, yellows, and oranges, or in deep, cold greens and blues. It took her some doing to pull in the armor and wrap herself around it. There were places it protruded through the skin, but it was set deep enough inside her that when she pulled her coat out of her bag and pulled it on over everything, her silhouette was normal. Pretty cool, Byron said. It's uncomfortable. I'm going to head down. She made her way down the side of the building, strips of her being helping her down, more appearing as she needed them to seize handholds. The rain had settled in part, but the snow still came down hard. My phone rang. I put it on speaker. Woman named Reedley Darlete is talking. She's the author, Sveta reported. They're talking about the amnesty. Violent Capes getting a pass. The Drenched, Valkyrie, bunch of villain names I'm not sure I heard about. Me, Swansong said. Didn't come up, Sveta said. I'm offended by that, Swansong said. I'd be offended if I were named, but being ignored is worse. I think I'm okay with you not being named, I told her. Earn your reputation as swan song. Don't lean on what you did as damsel.
I'm both, she told me. All three. Who I was, who I am, and who I want to be.
I guess don't let one happen at the cost of the other two.
I'll do that as soon as you take your own advice, she told me archly.
Whoa, hold up, I said, my voice overlapping with Tristan's, who'd said something similar. Dial it down. Her footing was right, at least. Fuck me, though. We needed a middle ground that wasn't her ranting at people on a train and murdering teammates with words. She was so good at wearing this latent hostility that it spooked me a bit. Shitty thing is, Tristan said, I think my parents would attend a group like this. Powers fucked all our lives up. They're not exactly shaking the pom-poms, especially not for me.
Bitch at us when you don't have any parents, like Sveta,
Swansong said.
When you've killed them by your own hand, like I did. Or when you've smeared your mom's head across concrete, like Victoria did.
My blood ran cold. Ashley met my eyes, and there was nothing there. Cold, emotionless, unflinching. Not fair, I said.
Cries for fairness are the loser's prerogative. Don't be a loser, Antares.
Fuck me. I'd need to have a chat with her, because that hit a little too close to uncomfortable territory, tracing a ways back to a basketball game. Tristan spoke up. I'm not trying to one-up anyone. I'm saying it sucks. It doesn't have to suck the most to count. If Cryptid were here, he'd have a good immature joke about sucking the most, Rain observed. I miss Cryptid. How fucked up is it that I miss Cryptid? Very, I said, at the same time Swansong said,
exceedingly.
All right, Rain said, a little defeated. He was all right company sometimes. Guys, Tristan pointed down at the street below. On the monitor was a grainy gray image, like one from a security camera. The figure in it was unmistakably Ashley, Hollow Point era. Guys, Sveta said over the phone. I don't know if you see. We see, I said. But it's Swansong. They didn't mention her earlier because they're using her as one illustration of their bigger point, trying to get people upset. They're talking about her place being provided for her, about support, how she abused amnesty when others didn't get a shot. Swansong was shaking her head. We can deal with this, I said. Swansong's answer to my statement was to step off the edge of the roof. Shit. I followed her off the edge. I flew down to make up for the second or two I'd taken to process implications, then veered off as I saw her move her hands into position, one a little too close to me for comfort. I didn't want to get clipped by a lazy blast. She blasted once to break the momentum of her fall, twisted in the air, and blasted again to reorient. Her boot skidded on sidewalk covered in salt and gravel. We don't get anything by doing this, I said, as I put myself in her way. I was aware members of the crowd were watching. Behind me, the crowd parted, getting out of Swansong's way, even though she'd stopped in her tracks. Tristan was drawing out orange motes. They solidified into a pole. He slid down, controlling his descent with both feet and one hand at the pole, one hand on Rain's shoulder. The pole broke, and when it did, Rain stopped in midair. With his grip on Rain's shoulder, Tristan stopped too. Together, they stopped once more on the way to the ground, landing heavily. Sveta hung back with the crowd. Probably a good thing, because she wasn't costumed and she passed for ordinary. She could do things from that angle that the rest of us couldn't.
We don't get anything by hanging back and watching, Swansong said. Let's open a dialogue.
You need to say that last bit without flexing your hands, I murmured. I glanced down at her feet. She was putting on a show. I was really worried that the show would bleed over into reality. This really wasn't the time to play with fire. It made things more authentic, I was sure, but it was also playing with a really fucking volatile situation. Maybe you need to go, I told her, my voice low. Let the rest of us handle it.
It's about me. It's relevant to me, my reputation. They're saying I was subservient, lesser, groveling for handouts. I earned my money. You don't know me. You don't know the answers to the questions.
I know you might do something you regret here.
I don't play second fiddle, and I don't bow down or back down. At worst, I'm a partner.
Be a partner, then. Listen to what your teammate is saying. She set her jaw, knuckles cracking as she clenched her fist. Rain and Capricorn caught up with us.
I'll let you take the lead, Swansong said.
Thank you, I said.
But we have to go, she said.
The crowd had backed away, and in doing so, they'd opened a more or less clear path to the door. I looked at Tristan. Yeah, he said. We might as well engage them somehow. They'd moved on from Swansong, talking about others. We approached the door, and the voices that came from speakers while we were outside became voices from speakers inside, resonating as they bounced off of bookshelves, walls, and ceiling. I'd dealt with too many racists back in Brockton Bay to be optimistic about dealing with bigots of another stripe. I could use the minute we had here while they finished their segment on a villain from the west end of the city, and I could try to figure out what my arguments were. I didn't have any.
For those of you who don't have a vantage point to see,
Mrs. Darlete said, her voice smooth, one that made me think she'd practiced it over radio.
Swansong, who we were just talking about, has graced us with her presence.
Swansong swished her dress with one hand and swept a hand in front of her as she curtsied. Along with 3 others, Gary Nieves said, all in costume, naturally intimidating.
Naturally,
Swansong said. No, I said, that's not our intent. It's the result, isn't it? Gary asked. It is. Unfortunately, it is, I answered. If intimidating us into silence isn't the intent, then what is? Gary asked. Clarifying facts, I told him. Swansong wanted to clear her name, I think. I and my companions wanted information, though we kind of planned to wait until all was done. Although I'm worried you might have started a riot or provoked something if you'd gone on too long. Clear your name? You didn't benefit from the amnesty, Swansong?
I did, but I was on thin ice. When I killed a killer, that ice broke. I accepted my punishment.
You admitted to the charges and punishment, so I can skip my second question. Funny that you admitted to murder, and yet you're still here.
The prison is gone. I'm doing my part by cooperating and helping to permanently remove villains, Swansong answered. There's no place to put me, and they don't consider me a priority.
An admitted killer isn't a priority.
Seems not, Swansong said.
Gary, I said, if you want, we look into giving you an inside look at the process. Obviously, we can't let you talk about details, because the villains could use that, but you'd be free to agree, say the idea is flawed, say it's inhumane, even... Can it be inhumane if you aren't human? Gary Nieves asked. I think it can, I said. I'm noticing you didn't protest and say you were human, Gary pointed out. The reality was that I wasn't sure if I really could say parahumans were human, exactly. Too many structures went out the window. Humans were social animals, and parahumans were so often solitary, banding together by necessity and circumstance, but not by gravity and natural bonding like humans seemed so able to do. I think my energy is better spent on other arguments, I told him. Whatever you want to call us, we think, we feel, we have ties to loved ones. Introduce humanity to an alien race from another planet with all of those qualities, and I'd protest any cruelty or injustice turned their way. She would, Rain said. She's a natural hero. Thank you, Rain, but it's best to stay quiet, I thought, as I met his eyes and shot him a tight smile. I willed him to absorb the intensity of the thought. If they turn on you or point their fingers at you, this all gets messy. And I don't think we're that alien, I added. Putting questions of cruelty and the inhumane aside, can you really say it's fair if parahumans like Swansong get preferential treatment? If people are dying out in the cold while a girl who got lucky gets her choice of apartments? It's
a tired old falsehood, Swansong said. I'm no slave, I'm no servant. I'm not an animal with my apartment as my pen to keep me contained. They had questions. I was in a unique place to answer them. I died, I came back. I remembered things. When I dream of other me's. The labs were interested.
When the world ended, we wanted answers, Tristan said. She was getting paid to help provide them, enough to pay for an apartment. She's working for the heroes, and she's doing so with the okay of the mayor." "The mayor," Gary Nieves said. I had a bad feeling. "Do me a favor, Vince. Open up my second set of slides. Then go to slide 68, I think it was." Gary told the guy who was managing the slideshow that went with the talking heads on the screens outside. Slide 68 wasn't the mayor. It was Amy. It was cryptid as some polished, gaunt figure that was so tall that Amy's head only came to his elbow. Marquis stood off to the side. Other parahumans in fine clothing and costumes were arrayed around them. A photo. "No, wrong slide. That's Earth Shin," Gary said. "Go forward." The next slide was a digital photo of Chite leadership in their long suit jackets and straight-leg slacks, walking with sandals on in weather too wet and chilly for it. The right half of the image had a zoomed-in version of one of their arms, where skin could be seen through the cuff. The man had a vein running along the back that glowed like white-hot metal. "No, that's Earth Chite," Gary said. "Next." A candid photo. Marquis and Lord of Loss on the rooftop of the lodge. "That's Earth Nun," Gary said. "We get your point," Tristan said. "And that's outdated." Being right doesn't mean he's wrong, I thought. "Outdated? So humans are in charge now?" Gary asked. Tristan shook his head. "Good enough for my point that you say you've already grasped," Gary said. "Next." The mayor, side by side with an image of Citrine from Brockton Bay era, pre-Gold Morning. The room filled with murmurs. "Tell me again how the mayor signing off on your activities is okay. Tell me how we're supposed to be okay with secret after secret, lie after lie, cover-up after cover-up, with people wearing masks while leading double lives. Tell me how we're supposed to be okay with the fact that every single world we're in regular contact with, our world included, is under the thumb of parahumans, openly, otherwise, or currently undergoing a transfer of leadership between powers." Amy. The thought made my thoughts skip beats, turned mental connections into dead ends. Yeah, fucking thanks, Cineral. Gary had been ready, waiting for someone to take a stand or speak up to drop this. He'd planned to drop them as attention grabbers late in this specific event, or he'd been holding them in reserve for when he was challenged, quietly changing minds and turning hearts away from capes in the meantime. This was more serious than we'd been led to believe. Gary was armed with all the damning information. "You're right," Rain said. I turned his way, caught off guard. I wasn't the only one. "It's not okay. This whole dynamic is... Jesus, it's fucked." I was betting that Jesus wasn't because of my tip to him. It came from his stress, speaking in front of so many eyes. Rain looked to me, to the others for support. I nodded. Swansong didn't move, holding her head high. Tristan put a hand at Rain's shoulder. The crowd was talking among themselves, and Gary seemed to be waiting for them to drop in volume before responding, visibly forming his response. Rain didn't wait. Rain went ahead, and people shut up because they wanted to hear him. "You're absolutely, totally right," Rain said, visibly agitated with the public speaking, being in the limelight. "And we're on your side in this. More of us than you'd think. We agree with what you're saying." Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 3. There were no big television cameras to capture us, no news crews with their own setups, just the people with laptops hooked into masses of wires that seemed to weigh more than the laptops themselves, those wires threading their way beneath seats to the big screens at the back. But there were people with phones out. The thought crossed my mind that we could have Kenzie intercept anything too crippling. It was a fleeting thought, and one that sat uncomfortably in my head after it had fleeted. "You don't sound surprised," Gary Nieves said. Rain's statement had thrown us all for a loop. and whatever else he was, slimy fearmonger, a scarier kind of politician than even Citrine, a stubborn asshole, he was used to this battlefield, under the withering stares of uncountable eyes where every word mattered. I could see Rain hesitate. My own thought was on how to handle the link to Citrine, and it wasn't an easy route to take because I wasn't at peace with the choice to work with her. "It sucks," Rain said. He reached up to touch his hair or his face, and he seemed to realize, belatedly, that he still wore his mask. Rather than stumble, he jumped into his next statement as if invigorated. "All of this is scary, and what you described doesn't sound good, but we're living it. It's scary to think about capes taking over worlds, but I've seen it. I saw the woman who used to rule Earth Shin take steps to reclaim her throne, and He stopped there for just a bit longer than a fraction of a second. "We saw her die," Tristan filled in. "She tried to take over, but the wardens were watching her. Her enemies were watching her, and when she made an attempt, she was killed. Imprisonment and trial would have been nice, if I'm being honest, but no choice. She was throwing buildings around. And now others step in to fill the void. Her sister." "My sister. Amy." It was tough to hear, but I had kind of anticipated that line of attack. I felt irrationally pissed off, which was a lot because I had a right to be pissed that he was picking at my scabs. "We don't talk," I told him. "Shouldn't you? Putting aside the fact that you're family, you grew up together. You seem to be implying you've taken on the responsibility of watching and handling the dangerous ones before they get too far." "Not my team. All heroes. Even some of the villains." "How good a job can you do if you live with one for most of your life and you can't even see that she's deranged enough to dismantle human beings and put them back together wrong?" I flinched. "How good of a job can any of you capes do policing any of the others? You've missed some pretty big stuff, even among your families." "I can't speak for my teammates or the other heroes," Tristan said, "but there are others watching what's going on in Shin. Last I heard, they were keeping parahumans contained to one area and letting the rest of that world get back to its own rhythm. But what I can say," Tristan added with more vigor, bullying his way through. "Sorry to interrupt, but I wasn't done. What I can say is that people are watching out, and I think we're doing okay. To go back to the topic of her sister..." "Why?" Swansong asked. She was incensed enough to make me worry. "To poke at old wounds?" "Easy," I said. "It's my wound, and I'm not getting heated here." "Your sister, Antares, who is supposedly being watched, apparently just did to someone else what she did to you 4 years ago when she put you in the hospital. She was sick then and she's sick now, and no, I don't think anyone's watching closely enough." Ashley took a step forward before I could even process that mental image. I did a full 180-degree turn, my hand going out to almost punch her collarbone more than I put my hand out to stop her. The heel of my hand rested against bone, while my eyes dropped down, my expression tense. I was sure I was giving the crowd a good show. I turned away a bit and let my hair fall down into the way to hide my expression. "Stop," I said, my voice a whisper. "I'm sure people are looking after the situation," Tristan said. "We might not catch everything, but we don't want any of the bad stuff any more than you do. We watch because we have to. Like Precipice says, this stuff you're bringing up can be scary. Our own lives are on the line when we go out there to stop despots and monsters, and we can't afford not to keep an eye on the dangerous ones." His voice was confident, steady. I focused on it. Misinformation, I told myself, and I willed it to be true. Misinformation that Amy had done something, anything like what she'd done to me. A teacher plot aimed at making this worse. I had a feeling in my throat like I wanted to groan or to throw up. I swallowed it, doing my best to logic it away with the mantra of misinformation. Gary was saying, "Yet our current mayor, tell me, should I call her Jean or Citrine?" "Call her whatever you want," Tristan stated, which, shit, sounded combative. "Call her Jean Wynn, I think," I told Gary. I couldn't afford to let the others stumble through this with their own worst traits being highlighted. I couldn't let myself sink into my own worst mires of thought. That was what Teacher wanted. More confident, I turned his way and said, "The amnesty where we said your past crimes don't matter unless you commit more came into effect as a combination of deals we had to make to get people on our side to stop the end of the world." "The world ended," Gary said, "to stop it from being worse. So people struck deals, and to some degree, all of this was a wake-up call for an awful lot of awful people, and there was a lot of room for second chances." "We're still talking about Jean Wynne?" I had more vigor as I talked. Citrine was a safe subject. Not an easy one, but a safe one. "I'm talking about a lot of people. Mayor Wynne's power doesn't change how she leads. It doesn't influence her decisions. Am I happy about it? No. She was a member of one of the groups that had a stranglehold over my hometown. But they kept the peace, and that's better than some. If she wants to be a regular mayor, use her experience with capes to make decisions in a city where cape stuff is pretty major, I think I can make peace with that. If she's lying about who she really is, then can we trust her in anything else? I think to make that decision for yourself, you need to look at how she's done. Again, I'm not dancing with joy given past history, but I'm personally giving her a second chance, and objectively speaking, I think she's doing a good job." "It's the face she shows us. She was second in command of a crime syndicate until the leader died, at which point she assumed control. Protection rackets, pressuring politicians, sheltering and hiding villains on the run from law enforcement, kidnapping, ransom. She has murdered people. You'll jump in here to talk about amnesty, I'm sure." He let the statement hang, pausing to give me room to do just that. I didn't take the bait. Be calm, process. Think about the fact that he's a vehicle for Teacher's weaponized information and misinformation. "But we didn't get a say in that. No vote or referendum was held. None of the unpowered were counseled that I'm aware of. We weren't asked if we wanted to make this deal."
"You'd rather Scion have killed every last one of us, unpowered and powered alike?" Ashley asked. "It took every last bit of strength we had, including the assistance we had to barter for, you insipid dolt."
"Easy," I said, even as my heart rate tripled. "Damn it."
"I'll let your outburst pass without comment," Gary said. "Even if we accepted the amnesty, we have to limit it to not punishing people for crimes committed on Earth Bet. That's it. It doesn't mean we can't look at what she's doing as a politician and wonder just what it is she's doing behind the scenes, knowing how she's operated in the past. Is she making threats? Is she using her power to hold people hostage? Is she killing people who get in her way?" "Is she?" Tristan asked. "It would explain a lot of things," Gary said. "Can you clarify what those things are?" Tristan pressed. "How easy it was for her. How people never seemed to be in her way for very long. How she always seemed to have funds." I could have imagined a less seasoned politician stumbling when pressed for details. It was a thing my mom had done when I was a kid that I'd picked up and done myself until friends in early high school told me to quit it. Name one instance. It worked great to shut down arguments until someone answered and you were quibbling over whether the instance counted. My mom had been surgical with when it was applied, picking instances where she knew it would frustrate any arguments. Tristan wasn't surgical. I jumped in with, "Jean Wynne was a candidate because she invested heavily into things on this side of the portal. She planned, and that's why she's so well set up. With illicit money. I don't like it either, but in retrospect, a lot of the important buildings and infrastructure we're using now are because she thought the world might end and she planned around it, investing. She was right, and we're all better off for her planning. I'd rather she did what she did than us not have the community centers, power, trade deals, concrete, prefab building parts, and food that we have." "If she knew about the end of the world, then why didn't she stop it?" Gary asked. "Do you really think she knew about Scion and didn't stop it?" Tristan asked. He didn't wait for an answer. "At this point, you just sound like a sore loser. Things were bad with the Endbringers and other incidents. People everywhere were thinking about their options, prepping for disaster. She was just smart about it.
Thank you, Tristan. I knew what answer I might have given if I were Gary. I would have said, yes, she could have known, and she could have been calculating enough to hold her tongue. I knew enough details that I didn't think it was the truth, but it would have been a decisive attack on her character. Thing was, Tristan was good at speaking. He had a forceful and combative approach that didn't come across in his tone, but made people listen, gave him momentum, and let him drop questions any opponent would be happy to answer, and even drop in casual insults like sore loser, and then string it all together in a way that made it hard to combat. Gary couldn't answer the question with an attack on her character without being the sore loser, couldn't answer the sore loser comment without sounding like he didn't have an answer, and the audience came away with what Tristan wanted. Funny thing was, I was realizing that Gary had all the answers. He was ready. He'd probably gone through 100 mental recitations of this debate or similar debates since getting the material he'd shown from the slides. He'd already shown himself to be quick in answering the tough, accurate questions. But when Tristan came at him with his own unique approach and a less stellar argument, Gary seemed a little flat-footed. Rain had done something similar, but without the raw presentation.
You're devoting a lot of effort to defending her, Gary said.
Because you're devoting a lot of effort to attacking her, Tristan said. I followed up. Bring things back to center. Rain established our thesis, whether I love it or not. Precipice said this all sucks. He's right. The world ended. Things aren't great. This cape stuff, people taking over worlds, you're right to be upset and angry. He's right in agreeing to that. I don't think you're right that every world is taken. Not Shin, probably. Mayor Wynne has given us no indication she's using powers to rule us. She was elected.
Somehow. And she did get there using her advantages. As you said, money that came from caped villainy.
Sure, I said, probably. But as much as I don't like her or her role in what happened to my hometown, I do think she wants the same thing we all want. She wants us to get through this winter. She wants us to thrive. My team, we want the city to thrive. The best of us are getting bloody, injured, and traumatized fighting the worst of us.
The best of us, Gary answered, his voice taking on a different tone. Do you really think you're better than us?
The best capes fighting the worst capes, I told him. To balance my answer, I added, I can't think of any non-capes I really dislike, let alone qualify as the worst, and I can think of a lot I love.
And here I hoped I was getting a refreshing bit of honesty from you all, Gary said. Too bad. It's interesting, though. The best.
Fuck me, he was really seizing on that. I think the sorts of people who have fought Endbringers a dozen times, dedicating their lives to helping others, they deserve the title of hero or of best, just as much as any soldier who fights for our country, Bet or Gimel, I told Gary. I took a page from Tristan's book. The therapists who kept them sane through it, patrol leaders, lawyers. I know them and I consider them among the best too. PRT directors who keep an eye out for those who need help, Ashley said.
Friends,
Rain said, barely audible, certainly not audible to Gary.
The people you've listed off are all cape-related, Gary said.
It's the life I've lived, I answered. I was a cape from the beginning.
And it consumes everything, Gary said.
He stared at me, his eyes level, not even wavering.
I'm here because I don't want it to consume us.
His arm swept around to incorporate the crowd. Rain had his thesis. This was Gary's. Rain shifted position, like he was about to speak and then stopped. Maybe nervousness. I tried to fill in for him. We don't want it either. And believe me, we've seen and survived some of the worst of what's out there.
Don't be ridiculous, Gary said.
I've pulled an actual human baby out of my throat after someone tried to implant it in there. I've seen people cut into fist-sized cubes and have to live through it. Some of my teammates got similar treatment. Rain touched my arm, and I thought at first it was support or solidarity. Then I felt the fingers of the small arm that gripped me down by the elbow tighten.
I grew up with the bad, all-consuming stuff, too, Rain said. The isolated, scary stuff is bad. But there's good stuff, too. Good people. People who are trying to help and fighting on the exact same side for the same things you're fighting for. I don't think that's ridiculous.
Right, we're not trying to scare them. That's why he stopped me.
I said you're being ridiculous because you talk about surviving the worst when you represent it, Gary said.
What the fuck, Gary?
I've researched the various teams. I know who you are, though it took some reminding. You had an attempted murder charge for apparent fratricide while they were trying to figure out how to charge killing someone you share a body with. You were fallen and were directly complicit in the mall fire that killed over 12 people.
Each statement was punctuated by a shift in the tone of things, reactions from the room. I could hear his voice echoing, a half-second late as the speakers outside carried it to the crowd beyond.
Your own mother just went to Earth Shin for medical care because you struck her so hard you took part of her head off and damaged her spine.
I dropped my eyes to the ground. Gary apparently knew the fucking particulars better than I did. Fuck. I wanted to retort, but the mental picture took my breath away. I'd left the hospital wanting to keep anyone from ever having the same kind of fate I had. And then I'd hurt my mom that badly. And they'd taken her to Amy, who had allegedly done something. I didn't want to connect those dots.
And you were Slaughterhouse 9, Gary finished, his capstone.
So stupid, Ashley told him. I reached out, my hand on her shoulder. She looked at me, and her eyes, white from corner to corner, black wisps of smoke curling out from the edges of the eyelids, exaggerating black eyelashes. Her eyes were empty, blank. We should go, I said. She batted my hand away from her shoulder. Stupid, small man, Ashley said. She took steps forward, and I flew a bit to keep more or less in front of her. I was ready to tackle her to the ground. My wariness and tension seemed to be reason enough for Gary to back up. I spared a glance, and saw Sveta was pushing past the crowd that was standing around the rows and columns of chairs. Ashley took advantage of that glance to step around me. I didn't spare another look for Rain and Tristan. You have all of these facts, but you know so little, she told him, making each of the last 3 words its own punctuated statement unto itself, accusatory, hissed, and pejorative in that order. People were standing from their seats, backing up. Swan song, I said, my voice stern. I used my aura, the radius just wide enough to catch her and none of the audience. She snapped her head around. No. Yes. Ashley, I said, shifting my tone. I spoke to her more as a friend. Please. I noticed blue motes. Not many, but some. Byron was using his power, keeping it ready. A blast of water in case she lunged for Gary? I hoped it wouldn't come to that, because it implied I wouldn't be in a position to tackle her out of the air. She reached out in my direction, and it wasn't a warning or a threat of a blast aimed at annihilating me, just a hand extended, relaxed. I grabbed it, and I felt her shift her grip, her fingers interlacing with mine. She half turned, reached for the wrist of the hand I held, and undid something before twisting it, partially using my grip to help the twist. When she pulled her hand free of mine, the movement was ginger, gentle, and careful to keep everything from elbow to fingertip pointing up. It required my cooperation to let go of her fingers, and I gave it. Her fingers were stiff in their movements and slow as she touched the other wrist. She didn't keep her left hand upright and instead let her arm swing down. The swinging motion, coupled with the hand being unattached, saw it sliding out, flying in Gary's general direction. Pale and slender, each nail was done up in black and white polish. It hit the ground like a lead weight, landing halfway between herself and Gary. Fingers twitched as they curled up like the legs of a dead spider. Nail polish splintered off. Her other arm didn't swing down, but simply lowered. I saw the hand slide free, striking the ground near her foot. The pipe that extended out from the bottom end of the wrist stuck up for a moment before it toppled and hit the ground with a sharper sound.
"They took my hands,"
Ashley said, staring at Gary, extending her arms partially up and out. The stumps were capped with metal discs with circular holes in the center for the hands to slide into, slick with blood and lubricating oil in equal measure.
"They held me at knife point when they made me join. They took my hands. They took my ability to speak, and they made me act like one of them. I wasn't an angel before, but the fact they had to make me says I wasn't really Slaughterhouse 9.
I relaxed, dropping the 6 inches to the ground. With that, the tension of others in the room began to dwindle. 1 or 2 people sat. Others remained standing but didn't look ready to bolt.
"Wherever you're getting your information, you're not getting the full picture," Ashley said. "You're attacking us for things that are far more complicated and unpleasant for us than you're aware. I hope so, in any event, because if you aren't ignorant, you're malignant."
I bent down, picking up the hand by Ashley's foot. When I looked up, Gary was bending down to pick up her other hand. Rain's voice was low and quiet.
"Be gentle with it. I know she dropped it to make a point or something, but if you actively tamper with it or touch the sensors near the metal bone, it might muck with the settings."
"I'm not a brute," Gary said. He weighed it in his hand, and he seemed surprised at how heavy it was. "I'm not the bad guy here." I wondered if the implication was, "But you are." "My brother isn't a villain either," Byron said. Right, they'd changed to have water available. The moats were gone. "He was a scared teenager, and I've forgiven him for what he did to me. I feel like that's where things should end. From my experience with the law, there's a reason victims can't rescind charges. It's up to the prosecution because you need that objective observation and involvement. Victims can testify, though," Byron said. "If there's a jury, victims can make their statements. If he's on trial, this is my statement." "You're not on trial," Gary said. "Aren't we?" Rain asked. "Aren't we always? We're being judged and condemned every damn day we're out there. I was damned for being powerless before I got my powers, and damned for being broken after I got them. Family judges us, friends judge us, and it's usually harsh judgments. You're being judged and assessed by your audience, Mr. Nieves. They're always doing it. That's just how people work." "I don't think you capes are on trial nearly enough, considering the damage you can do." "I agree," Rain said. "It took too long for the fallen to be stopped. I saw a lot of people get hurt. I'd have liked to see more justice during that period of time." The conversation and its tone had shifted. We'd moved forward, around Ashley, and Gary had stepped forward to pick up the hand. There was an audience, but our tone and our volume was more conversational now. I spoke up, matching my tone to the conversation despite my anger and anxiety. "I want to get to a place where there is more justice, where the courts are equipped and able to act against parahumans that cross the line." "Even if those parahumans smash their own mothers' heads into a wall?" "Even," I said. I didn't flinch. I stared him down instead. "It was a miscommunication, me not telling her enough about my power, maybe a bit on her for not letting me be in a position to tell her. That sounds a lot shittier to say than I think it was." "It's complicated," Rain said, his old catchphrase. Ashley wasn't asking for her hand back, and she wasn't lifting her arm up to indicate for Gary to give the hand back. I felt like it would be forcing the issue to take the hand I held in my own, cold and otherwise human, like the chunks of the navigators had been, and give it to her. She wanted him to offer, and he wanted... I wasn't sure. "I've seen so many people die," Gary said. "If we don't take a harder line now, then I'm going to see more die." "A lot of us were there, face to face against Scion," Byron said. "We saw deaths firsthand. We were there for outright warfare against the Fallen. Dozens died. I don't want to one-up you, sir, but I think we've seen more die than you have, and it doesn't hurt any less." Byron shifted back to Tristan. Gary looked wary about the blurs, as every small difference in detail between the two brothers was bridged by a brushstroke smear of shadow before consolidating in the new form.
I think we want everything you want, Rain said. But we can't be debating you or defending ourselves against allegations while we work toward that end result.
Vastly, painfully simplified allegations, Tristan said.
Well, if you wanted to derail my speech and the promotion of Mrs. Darleet's book, I think you succeeded.
No, I said, and my voice was harder. Swansong just laid herself bare, showed you her disability. You're holding the evidence in your hand as we speak.
You used me for ammunition, Ashley said. I get to say something back. Isn't that how a trial goes? If I don't get to, it's something else entirely, and you might as well have the common decency and feeble trace of courage to follow through and either hang me or burn me at the stake. Let me go out in a dramatic way, but don't you dare misrepresent me.
I'm not going to lynch you. You're being ridiculous. We're asking questions.
Ashley answered.
Without us here to answer them. When we do answer them, we're accused of derailing. The difference between us, Gary, is that you have a kind of power here, and you haven't even tried to be just, kind, or fair. But in my experience with Breakthrough, I've seen that no matter how rocky the road gets, and it's rocky right now, it feels like we're losing or we've lost. We still try.
Gary still held Ashley's hand, and he seemed lost in thought for a minute. No retort, no response. Then he looked at the base of the hand, where what Rain had called the pole stuck out, to be threaded into the hole in the stump and root in the forearm. He looked at Ashley's arm, and he seemed to realize how weird it was that he was holding a girl's dismembered hand. He extended his hand, holding the hand by the wrist. Ashley put her arm out, hole pointed at him, and he had to turn the hand 90 degrees to stick the pole out and put it into the hole. There was a faint sound like something sliding into a sheath. Ashley pushed out to help the final connection pop, then twisted her arm around to rotate the hand before something caught.
Thank you,
she said. She flexed her hand, forming a fist, then moved the fingers. She turned to Rain.
Feels wrong.
You threw your hand down like someone throws down a gauntlet in a duel. It's going to screw up the fine-tuning.
Guys, Tristan said. Gary glowered. You might have really hurt relations with Shin or Chait, I said. I don't know what happens to the mayor, but if this leads to her being ejected or removed, I think it hurts all of us.
We can disagree on that.
We'll see how it goes. In the meantime, if you need help with something else, if you have questions or if you want to meet us halfway, you can contact us. I think there are better ways to use the listening ears you have. If you get tired of tearing things down with no plan to build them back up, I have ideas about how you could educate and inform people, or broaden what we have in the way of the patrol that lets people have more involvement.
Something else, he said. In other words, you think I need help with what I said about the mayor, Chait, or Shin, but you won't give it.
I thought about it. That had kind of been my intended implication. There were so many toes to step on. Territory I didn't want to get into. Like my sister. If it does turn out that's the case, reach out. We'll see what we can do. Mr. Nieves didn't nod or shake his head. He turned to the table where the 2.5 pounds of laptop and 20 pounds of cabling were, motioning for them to wrap things up. I heard the blip of the speakers being disconnected as wires were undone. And that somehow felt like the end of the conversation. I backed away. Ashley turned. I spotted Sveta in the crowd, looking relieved. That was it.
Want a book?
Mrs. Darleet asked as we went to go. When everyone had backed up, she'd stepped away from her podium and into the edges of the crowd. Now she was back at it.
Read it, Ashley said. I was talking to my team about it earlier. That's great, the woman said.
Probably a publicity stunt, or a chance to make us look bad when we refused, or pure irony. I didn't have a read on her, but whatever. I held out my hand, took the book, thanking her. People would interpret our taking the book however they wanted. The crowd got out of our way. We left it behind, and I hoped that even if we hadn't diffused it all, we'd at least raised questions or broken their stride. I hoped the video wouldn't look as bad as I worried it would. He played dirty, Tristan said.
bringing up the shit he did. Swansong called him small. He kind of is. He's using the only tools he has to try to affect change. I remember what it was like being unpowered in a powered family, how little it felt like anything I did mattered. Pretty generous of you, Tristan said. Sveta exited the building, making her way through the crowd and crossing the street. I don't know, I said. Sveta joined us.
I think you're going too easy on him, offering help, bending the knee, Ashley said.
Rain answered her. We're on the same side. We want the same things. It's a minor difference, I guess, but an important one. A distinction, I supplied the word. That.
What distinction?
Ashley asked. He's anti-parahuman, except my experience says he wouldn't call himself that. He'd say something like, I'm aware of how dangerous parahumans are, and he'd have some stats to back it up. Thing is, so are we. We're very aware of the threat posed. We're more aware. The distinction is that he's focused on the overall threat. We're focused on specific threats, the worst of them. Ashley stared into the silvery white lenses of Rain's mask. It'd be nice to work together or whatever when it comes to dealing with the worst capes. Focus energies, I said. Exactly, Rain said. There's overlap, common interest. We all want certain capes that are abusing their powers, abusing the system, and abusing others gone. Maybe we can loop Gary into that, get him on board.
It's not that easy to change someone's mind, Ashley said.
I know it's not, believe me. I've dealt with my share of bigots, but I think there's a chance, Rain said. It's not simple, I agreed. I still had anxiety and dark thoughts pushing in at the edges from what had been brought up. I wanted to move, to act, to go punch bad guys, just to keep that stuff at the edges from creeping in enough to matter. Move fast enough, and that kind of thinking would have to cling on for dear life. It's complicated, Rain said. It's the kind of complicated I've been wrestling with from the beginning. Speaking of complicated, I said, Ashley, you're backsliding, Tristan said. That was bad.
I thought I made a good point.
You're backsliding.
We're all backsliding if you haven't noticed.
I know you, Sveta jumped in, joining the conversation. You were on the edge. You could have blasted him.
I could blast anyone. I could blast you right here and right now, but I don't because I don't want to. I didn't blast him because he's a goblin of a man without even a single testicular smudge's worth of manliness who attacks people behind their backs. He's not worth it. Does he redeem himself somewhat by giving me my hand back and listening to us a little? A tad.
You thought about blasting him and you held back, Sveta said.
I held back, Ashley said.
We need to discuss this. This pattern of behavior isn't good, I said.
A pattern where I hold back?
A pattern where you need to hold back, Sveta said.
This is me. This is who I am.
What was? I felt like I'd gotten to know her, that she'd let her guard down, dropped aspects of the self-imposed image she'd built up around herself and become more comfortable. I'd liked the Ashley I'd gotten to know. Now, I wasn't even sure about any of it. People who broke down tended to reveal raw and vulnerable parts of themselves, and I'd thought that in the past events where Ashley's facade had cracked, I'd seen glimmers of the Ashley who cared deeply about Kenzie and who could care deeply about others, the Swan Song. Now I felt like the Swan Song facade was cracking under the strain of keeping up the act here, and it was revealing a damsel beneath. White with black beneath the surface, or black with white beneath the surface. Just endless beneath the surfaces, always with a few limited constraints. There had been vulnerability there, though. Showing the missing hands in front of the watching eyes, declaring she wasn't Slaughterhouse. Still, there was something I'd call darkness. Do you need to hang back? Take a break while we look after other stuff?
No,
Ashley said, sounding offended. I was frustrated, and with how Ashley tended to ramp up when she got agitated, and the way my own frustration seemed to mirror that right now, I backed off, letting Sveta take over. My phone was ringing anyway. I pulled it out and I checked the screen, and then I went very still. What's wrong? It had been Rain who noticed. Teacher attack?
I don't think so, I answered.
What then?
Someone caught some of what Gary was saying when he named names. It got out to Earth Shin. They want to meet.
I didn't want to do this. I was happier telling myself Gary had been wrong than I was putting myself in a position to know one way or the other. Knowing that she did what he'd alleged, or that she didn't and that I had to wrestle with the word innocent linked to her name.
Family they?
Sveta asked.
Family they.
Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 4. Cue the damage control, theirs and ours. Theirs was the Warden's, a series of terse messages telling us to wait at a set location. I sent them messages and mentioned the texts from Shin, which got us a reply with only a repeated, "Wait there." Ours was an 11-year-old girl. As much as I would have liked to have the backup and convenience of Kenzie arriving first, a part of me was secretly glad that the Warden's response time would be better than that of an 11-year-old who needed to ask around for a ride. It took us 5 minutes to get to the building specified, a storefront that was available for lease, that was more than a little too close to the mess of the portals in the city's heart to find anyone willing to invest. The key to get in was inside a mini safe attached to the door. The Wardens supplied the 4-digit code. It got us out of the cold and it gave us some privacy. Natalie arrived with the Wardens. A part of me wondered if they'd sent recognizable faces because Breakthrough had achieved the special status of needing specialized, practiced handling. I felt okay with how that had gone, all considered. But okay was a far cry from perfect, and I felt like we needed a lot of perfects to get things back on track. I was tense, even considering the positive emotions of seeing Vista, Gollum, and Miss Militia. The Wardens settled in a short distance away, while Natalie hustled across the divide to our side. I put my arm on her shoulder and murmured, "Thanks for coming."
"They called, said it'd help,"
Natalie said. She was wearing her puffy jacket, and her hair, which was normally cut in a pixie style and kept combed very close to her head, was even more close to her head with the moisture of the wet snow.
"Okay,"
I said, my eye turning toward Miss Militia. Vista had a heavy scarf draped over the parts of her costume with exposed skin, and wore what looked like a very thin jacket for the cold weather. The visor hid the details of her eyes, but showed light and shadow, and the heavy eyeliner was still a thing, apparently. Miss Militia wore her outfit in her red, white, and blue, form-fitting and color-swapped version of military fatigues, a flag scarf covering her lower face, and something between a hood and a scarf covering her head. When she pushed her hood back, snow fell to the plain, unadorned floor of the store. Gollum, I saw, had removed or hidden away the kind of silly-looking fans or fins that were part of his costume, a series of different common materials. Nice-looking armor that was obsidian black with hands and arms etched in it in a way that only showed in the right light. Each panel was trimmed in silver. He wore a serious-looking mask. Vista and Miss Militia wore armbands. Gollum had the emblem marked out on one bicep.
"It's good to see you, Victoria,"
Miss Militia said.
"Long time."
"Long time," I said.
"Wish it was under better circumstances."
"I'm glad you're doing as well as you are," she told me. She turned her head. "You too, Tress." The comment to Tress sounded like it had come from further away. Ever since my run-in with Engel had... I wasn't even sure how to put it. I hadn't been at rock bottom, only for something to reach up from below and drag me further down. But I'd been reminded what that something reaching up had felt like, and that had shaken things loose. I'd remembered small details that had previously been hidden away under the cloak of altered memories, and slivers and fragments of those memories kept coming up to the surface. Now one loomed, like a threatening person in my peripheral vision. I ignored it. "Have you talked to the mayor?" Miss Militia asked. "No," I told her. "Should we?" "We tried, and her phone line is busy. We sent someone over to have a chat with her." She met my eyes. That vague shadow loomed closer, and I looked away. "I have no idea if we did the right thing," I said. "It didn't feel right defending her." "In terms of maintaining the peace overall, it may have been best," Miss Militia said. "But people like her have a way of making others make those compromises on their behalf. Be careful." I couldn't quite bring myself to meet her eyes again, which annoyed me. I wanted to sound confident, and I wasn't confident, but it was for completely different reasons than she was likely to expect. It wasn't like Sveta, where she got stuff in dreams and then digested it over the course of the day. It was more a haunting, incoherent edge to thoughts, where I started thinking about negative things and got into vaguer territory where I couldn't place faces or line up events, but where the negative emotion was ooze thick. Miss Militia had been there.
"Miss Militia was kind enough to explain things while we walked over," Natalie said. "I'm not sure what my role is in this. It's not criminal law, and criminal law has kind of ceased to apply to supervillains, as far as I can tell."
"It applies," Gollum said. "But it applies in a narrow window between the threats and chronic offenders we have to take severe action against, and the moderate to minor offenders who get off with slaps on the wrist because the courts don't have the resources to process them."
"But this isn't that," Natalie said. "You want me to be a secretary."
"No, not a secretary. An ambassador," Miss Militia answered. To the rest of us, she explained. "Earth Shin was mentioned, and if we are dealing with Earth Shin, then we've found it helps to have non-parahumans as intermediaries. This is the world that Goddess ruled for several years. She divided it into fiefs and gave control of those fiefs to people with powers. A good number abused the power they had."
"Abused how?"
Sveta asked.
"In just about any way you could imagine. They accepted the reintroduction of parahumans as purely passive, hands-off involvement with stipulations. The parahumans would keep to themselves, but they'd act to protect Shin in the event of any disasters or invasion. In exchange, they would be free to settle the Alleghenian Ridge."
"I have no idea what that is," Rain said.
"Landmass cutting diagonally through their Atlantic Ocean," Sveta said. "It allowed earlier settling of their North America."
"They're spooked," Miss Militia said. "They saw video of your debate with Mr. Nieves, and they're very agitated by what was mentioned about your sister." That horrible feeling pressed in.
"Is there a way you'd prefer me to refer to her? Her old Cape name? Her old name? Her name that she goes by when with her father?"
"It doesn't matter," I said, "but thanks for the option."
Amelia Claire Levere negotiated the peace but neglected to mention any problems or issues in controlling her power. She was presented as a healer in good standing who played a role in averting the end of all worlds. Now they've heard other stories, they're asking questions. Your parents got in touch with you?"
"Yeah," I said. "My dad did. He wants me to smooth things over, and he said there's a good amount of evidence that this could blow up. Ties back to the job you assigned us, keeping tabs on the anti-parahumans. You mentioned this, but text only conveys so much. It extends to Shin?" "To Shin and back. I only got so much info myself, but it sounds like certain factions in Shin are pretty angry at Capes, which is understandable. You don't tend to feel warm and fuzzy about people who take over your world."
"Understandable," Miss Militia echoed.
"But they're violent, and my dad thinks they're getting information and other stuff from us,
and our more dangerous anti-parahuman types are getting resources and manpower from them.
How bad is this? Tristan asked.
Miss Militia answered, with mutual control over the portal and cooperation with 3 of the 5 major governments in Shin, we don't think there's been too much damage, exchange of weapons or manpower. There are strict rules about passage through. Vaccines, diet prior to passage through, allowed gifts, ID...
Diet prior? Tristan asked.
They don't want seeds or other contaminants from foreign worlds getting crapped out, taking root and becoming invasive, Sveta said. You go to the bathroom in a bag and bring the bag with you until you go home, or they can dispose of it in a careful way.
Oh no, Tristan said. Please tell me this isn't a thing.
Or you don't eat for a certain number of hours prior and flush your system, Miss Militia said.
Tristan said.
He looked at me and I nodded. Best option is to keep your visits short, Vista said.
Thank you for saying the first sane thing. Short visits are doable, Tristan said.
Miss Militia looked over us as she talked. I talked it over with Warden leadership, and we're looking to bring Breakthrough over for a short duration stay. Vista, Gollum, and myself would be joining you. Natalie's presence will help temper their fears. To make apologies for my sister, I said, like we were just talking about people forcing us to compromise on their behalf. That's true, Miss Militia said. Right now, what I want are solutions. Not mitigating the damage, coping, making do, and just trying to get through today and reach tomorrow. I want lasting answers. We've got Teacher looking over our shoulders, and I'm still holding out hope that we can find a way to deal with him, because the constant meetings that go nowhere are wearing on everyone's sanity. But I also want to deal with the criminals. I want to deal with the other worlds. I want to get out ahead of what happened to Dauntless and to the Broken Triggers. Can you tell me that this is that? A permanent or long-term solution? My sister, I said. Nieves said she was still unbalanced. Cryptid kept secrets that have me pretty nervous about what he's up to now. They're surrounded by parahumans that they have some measure of control over. I want you to tell me that this situation isn't a fragile one, that if there's a fix today, it won't break tomorrow. I can't tell you that, Miss Militia said. She'd always been straight with us. I'd run into her a lot while patrolling, given our schedules. I'd run into her more when I was part of the wards for that brief span of time. I could only nod, absorbing that. Are you saying it is fragile? Sveta asked. Or... I don't know, Miss Militia said. I don't know how fragile or secure she is because I don't know her. I don't have a good read on Amelia Levere. I've been over there interacting with their leadership for months, but that hasn't extended to any interactions with Amelia.
What about Cryptid?
Rain asked. Some, very brief. I'm not saying I'll say no, or that I'll tell my team to say no, I said carefully. But if our actions here aren't going to fix things, is there a possibility we can look into other answers? Answers that don't leave this as a fragile mess to handle tomorrow? More long-term answers to my sister or Cryptid or anything else? I shifted my footing. The signal I was talking about, Teacher. The operation to infiltrate his base of operations. I didn't want Amy and the Shin situation hanging over our heads. You're thinking of the prison. I'm thinking of anything. If you trust me enough to have us get involved, then I want to know you trust me enough to listen if I say that I know her and she's too dangerous to be left alone. The door of the store opened. Ashley stepped away from our group to go greet Kenzie as she pulled her helmet off. Kenzie hugged her friend as soon as her arms were free. The wardens have been debating the subject ever since Goddess attacked the prison and Amelia Levere went to Shin. We've been on the fence, and depending on how this goes, we may find ourselves unilaterally on one side or the other. If you have an opinion on the matter, it will be taken under serious consideration." I nodded. "Then I'm fine with this if my team is."
"I'm a little worried about you talking about permanent solutions for dealing with a sibling," Tristan spoke up from behind me, prompting me to turn around.
"I'm not thinking of that kind of permanent," I said, "and it'd be a group decision."
"Still sounds uncomfortable."
"Yeah," I said. "I'm always up for new places," Sveta said, "and anything that unites the different worlds. Exploring what was out there was the happiest I've ever been, and I want that happiness for everyone. I think this makes a lot of sense to do, especially if we can find out more about what the anti-para-humans as a whole are doing."
"And Chris. He feels like he's our responsibility," Rain said, bringing up the elephant in the room.
"He's his own responsibility," Ashley said. "But we should check on him, right?" Kenzie asked, gripping Ashley's sleeve. "Yeah."
"I agree we should get what info we can on the anti-para-humans," Tristan said. "Deal with Victoria's family stuff, check on Cryptid. I'm just worried this is going to blow up."
He blurred.
"Yeah," was Byron's contribution to things.
"Do you have other obligations?" Miss Militia asked.
"I'm done my obligations for the day," Kenzie said. "Found the kidnapped kid, told the authorities, gave them all the info, camera feeds showing where the crooks were and where the kid was. They let us in on the raid. Aiden didn't get to do much, and Darlene just hung back, but Candy messed up one guy so bad, I don't think the cops minded."
"Concerning," Byron said.
"It's fine."
"No other obligations," I told Miss Militia. I shifted my feet again. I saw her nod to herself. "Have you had all your shots?" she asked.
"Shots?"
Tristan asked. "For going between worlds," I said. "I got some while with the patrol."
"I got them when out with Weld, for all it mattered. I rarely got sick before."
"If you don't have them, we have a single shot we can give you that will boost your immune system for a while," Miss Militia said. "The doctors debate its effectiveness, but it can't hurt."
"Can't hurt," Tristan said, chuckling a bit. "But that's good to know. I can deal with one needle."
I wondered if I should let him entertain his delusion. Instead, I decided to give him advance warning just so he wouldn't be upset or bothered. I told him, "The kids in the patrol block would get told to get their shots. You're going to be expected to go to populated worlds with their own diseases. Gotta do it if you want to do this seriously." Then some wouldn't, thinking getting one needle once in a while was better than getting 10 over the course of a couple months.
"Isn't it?"
Tristan asked. "It's a huge needle, and it feels like getting kicked by a horse after."
He chuckled. "Great. That's hilarious. Poor kids. Poor us not knowing we should prep for this kind of thing."
I'd figure something out for Tristan, but that would happen at the portal. We stepped outside, and Miss Militia locked up the store while Vista did her thing, lowering the roof of a derelict building toward the ground. I could hear the groan and pop of the construction material, and saw Kenzie and Natalie both looking anxious.
"I should fix my coat so my power doesn't run into itself," Vista said. "Sorry to disturb the illusion."
Her jacket went from being thin and compact to expanding out, heavy and thick, covering just a bit more of her upper body as a full-fledged coat. While small, it would have the same effective insulating properties, I was pretty sure. We stepped up onto the roof. "What do we need to know about Shin?" I asked. "Etiquette, rules, standards." Miss Militia explained. "Be non-threatening. One hand behind your back while you shake hands, but keep it open, not clenched. Outside of that, I don't think it's too difficult. They either know our customs and speak our language, due to Goddess's enforcement of English as a universal language, or they speak their own language and the translators know us and will adapt." "Universal language?" Sveta asked. "Ew." "It's convenient, if nothing else. Divergence was ages ago, but the world progressed along fairly similar tracks. They had a very war-torn past that leaves them conflict-averse. Wars in their approximation of Europe saw multiple groups fleeing across what our side has termed the Alleghenian Ridge. To them it's the spine or the bridge in various dialects. Many groups fled, then either conflicted with or mingled with previous refugees and settlers at the end of the long journey. The coalition of nations that resulted is going to be who we're spending the most time talking to, if we talk to any Shin governments. The roof was gradually returning to its normal height. Vista had trouble manipulating terrain that was occupied, so she was just leaving it to revert. She pulled out her phone and punched in some things. I knew from experience that she was making sure air traffic controllers knew which areas were no-go. We were covering some ground. "They like Miss Militia," Gollum said, while Vista fiddled and the building we were on returned to its normal height. "They appreciate the wields a big stick and walks softly approach," Miss Militia said. "I wield a very, very big series of sticks, and I try to be gentle, and that seems to be something they respond to." Vista began to distort space across the rooftops, closing the distance between us and our destination. "Do we need to worry about Teacher here?" I asked. "It's a consideration, but it may always going to be a consideration," Miss Militia said, and her voice took on a darker tone. "I want to think we'll find a way," Rain said. "I've spent too many years under the thumb of people who wanted control." "That may be something to bring up in conversation. Try not to volunteer or force information. They'll have questions about what came up. They may have questions about the lady in blue, too, but don't bring her up. Be human." "The wardens that have been dealing with them have been taking off their masks," Gollum said. "But we're hearing about this sketchy underbelly of Shin where they have the rabid anti-parahumans, and now those people are talking to people in our world. They may end up getting descriptions or photos there, then using them against us here." "It's up to you," Miss Militia said. Vista was working to close the distance for us. With the way the sky was distorting and pinching together, the station was visible and looming closer. The world warped in a rough donut shape around the clear picture of the destination. Fuck. A part of me had hoped that there'd be a long train ride or car trip, that I could get my head sorted out and come to grips with what we were doing, that I'd be seeing Cryptid, my mom and dad, my sister, that I might be seeing Amy sick. Again, that sliver of a memory. Not anything coherent, but a vivid and complex tapestry of feelings without anything to map to. Like how Miss Militia staring into my eyes made me think of a scene where I was still in that abandoned house, partially covered with a sheet while the Protectorate tried to figure out what to do. Feeling vulnerable, wounded, scared, and hearing Amy's voice in the background. Thinking of seeing Amy sick and lost in her own head felt like its own similar thing, but I didn't want to dwell in that memory. At least the memory of Miss Militia could be excused away as her being compassionate in her own stoic way, meeting my eyes when my own mother couldn't. I wasn't ready for this, and we were being thrust headlong into it. I turned my thoughts elsewhere. Got to deal with the anti-parahumans so we can act against Teacher without things burning down in the meantime. Or this is their busy work while they procrastinate. I don't know. We've got a looming mission, and I don't feel like we're getting more ready for it.
"I built your thing, Capricorn."
Some eyes turned to Kenzie.
"The camera that should show the hidden twin in real time."
"Just like that," Byron said. "I thought it would be weeks or months."
"It's kind of been weeks, but I didn't have the scans and stuff I needed to puzzle it out."
"Yeah," Byron said. He paused, then added, "Thank you. I don't really have words."
"You don't need words. I'm happy if you're happy. Maybe mess up my hair or punch me in the shoulder or give me a hug, I don't know. You know, after, if it works."
"No," Swansong said.
"No?"
Kenzie asked.
"Huh?" Only if you can say you didn't work yourself to the bone and stay up nights. I didn't. I really didn't. Good. I was working on other stuff.
Ashley grabbed Kenzie's ear, giving it a mock shake. Kenzie laughed, her head ducked down where I couldn't see any smile or lack thereof. Ashley was smiling a bit, which told me it was probably fine. I'm not much of a hugger, or a hair messer-upper, or an arm puncher, Byron said.
It's okay, that's...
Byron reached out with one arm to pull Kenzie against his side, giving her a bit of a squeeze. Her head bonked against Byron's armor. Thank you. Whether it works or not, I appreciate it.
Yep. Not much of a hugger, huh?
Vista asked. Special moments and people, I guess, he said.
That's fair,
Vista said. Kenzie bounced a bit with her excitement as Byron ended the hug.
It didn't really take that much. It was something I did 80% of the work for a while ago while I was trying to figure out how to do it. Then I got info when Cahoot's power worked on the Capricorn brothers in a funny way, and I scanned the data from that. Not positive on the voice, but we'll try it out, yeah?
Cahoot, I said.
Like saying you're in cahoots with someone. It's Darlene. It was Chicken Little's idea.
You need to stop letting them name things.
I thought it was okay. And Darlene sorta likes it because Chicken Little came up with it.
It doesn't suit her at all.
But it really doesn't,
Ashley added.
Don't do that to the poor girl,
Sveta said.
But...
Cahoot makes me think of a guy, Gollum said.
That's sexist,
Kenzie said. And someone wearing those masks that were really common in the late 90s, where they were smiley faces or Cyrano masks or other wacky, leering faces for masks, Gollum said. Absolutely, I said. The Crowley Fallen wore those masks even after they fell out of style, Rain said. I could see it working, Gollum said, in a tone like he'd seen how upset Kenzie was and was trying to pacify. She responded positively to it. But no, not Cahoot. You have pictures of her on your phone. Show him, I told Kenzie. You keep track of what she has on her phone? Gollum asked. No, I'm betting she has pictures of everyone on her phone.
Not everyone,
Kenzie said, before pulling off a glove with her teeth so she could manipulate her phone. Her mouth obstructed. She muttered around the glove.
Most people.
She showed Gollum a picture of Darlene. Oh, no, absolutely not. She turned to Vista, who was already shaking her head. In vain, she turned to Miss Militia. A girl that pays that much attention to costume.
These are everyday clothes. She likes the kind of fashion that's expensive and timeless, like pretty dresses you could see a girl wearing today or 20 or 30 or 50 years ago.
Don't call her Cahoot,
Miss Militia said.
I can't think of a name less fitting.
Other options were like hookup, right? That...
No, Vista said. We already vetoed that.
But Candy liked it and...
Kenzie saw the heads shaking, the looks of disapproval.
Intertwine?
I'm guessing that's another Candy nickname, Tristan said.
Yeah. No go? Syndicate? That came up.
A little overdone and a lot villain-sounding, I said. I like that one, Ashley said. The landscape in front of us continued to pinch together, the donut getting bigger, but the picture got bigger too. Vista lowered us down through the picture of the destination to the street level, stretching things out so the ramp-like extension of the rooftop didn't get in the way of traffic. Cars still slowed, wary, and we hurried to cross so we wouldn't be interfering with their routes. Lookout pulled her helmet back on before we got too close to the people on the ground, putting us at the foot of the station. The station had American and other Gimel flags flying from poles along the left side. To the right were standards, flags that draped down, each with its own iconography, colors, and shapes at the end, whether it was two triangular tails or something rounded off. I'd actually seen some of the images on clothing, and I hadn't mentally connected to them being anything like flags. I'd figured it was from a game. Vista fixed her coat, compacting it and adjusting the fit while we filed indoors. The interior was red and black checkered floor, and elaborate wooden fixtures that looked much like a bank's setup, with people behind terminals. The place was desolate, with 10 staff members standing by and waiting for work while there was nobody in the terminal. They looked at us with interest and wariness. Everyone had a name tag, and the tags came in yellows and red. We had paperwork to do, and Sveta and I were processed quickly because we'd been regular travelers through the portals. For the others, there were forms to be filled out, white pen on red paper, and then they had to sit and wait for their shots. Those shots would boost their immune systems and help them endure any disease or communicable illnesses, but they'd also kick any allergies into overdrive. It was like a horse kicking you in the arm and giving you a light cold at a minimum. Still, it was better than dying.
"How do you want to do this?"
Sveta asked. She hung out beside me with Vista and Gollum hanging nearby. Miss Militia was talking to people who looked like administrators.
"I have no fucking idea. A lot depends on how she is." "What about your parents?" "My dad messaging me was the most I've really heard from them, and it was all business. I think they're mad." "I have your back." "Thank you, but go easy. As nice as it would be, we don't want to scare the locals. This is about making a positive impression and reassuring." "I'm worried about you," Sveta said. "I handled things when Nieves brought her up. I can hold it together while we're there. She probably wants to play nice, maintain good relationships with Shin. If it gets ugly, I walk away." "All right. Can we have a signal in case I need to nudge you to walk away?" "Touch your left ear?" "My left ear. That's the signal that you need to back off or check yourself?" I nodded. "All right, thanks."
Costumes were awkward to put on and take off at the best of times, and getting the necessary shots meant pulling off the upper body of costumes. Byron had to unstrap his armor around his arm, get the shot, and then switch to Tristan. Kenzie and Rain had to unzip and pull an arm free of their sleeves. Ashley had to remove her coat, which wasn't so bad. I nudged Vista.
"Do me a favor?" "Sure." "Shrink those huge needles down for my teammates."
Vista smiled.
"This is for Tristan, right?" "I think everyone would appreciate it." "He got super talkative and chuckly when the subject of needles came up."
"Go," I said. I was sitting on a railing, and I twisted around, sticking the toe of my boot into her ass cheek to prod her forward. She went. "Looks like Precipice and Swansong are getting expedited," Gollum observed.
"I'm betting they got a bunch of booster shots before going to prison."
"I wanted to ask," Gollum said. "Precipice was fallen before?"
"Yep, open secret," Sveta answered.
"You think he'd mind talking about that kind of stuff?" I exchanged looks with Sveta.
"Can't say for sure," Sveta answered. "But I think he could use a friend who gets it."
"That's it, isn't it? Getting it? Cuff's the best, but I can talk about stuff and I feel more lonely than before I brought it up."
"Tell her," Sveta said. "Communicate that. Don't freeze her out."
"I'm not. That's not it. She can be understanding if I'm really clear or even if I'm really blunt about, hey, this is a big deal to me, right? But it takes work and reminders that, this thing wholly outside of her experience is a thing that's pretty profound to me. Sometimes you don't want to constantly put in that work, and you want to get straight to figuring it out."
"Yeah,"
Sveta said. She sighed heavily.
"They're bringing out the stethoscope for Kenzie. Deep breaths," I said.
"What does that mean?" Gollum asked.
"I'm guessing all the wardens who have been through this process were in pretty good shape."
"Kinda gotta be."
"They're worried about allergens, allergic reactions, lung capacity, and other issues, which means that if they're not sure she can handle it, she gets filtered air."
"Oh," Gollum said. "Someone did mention that." Sure enough, they brought out the little tank with the plastic tube stretching up to the face. Kenzie would get the tubes up her nose, and she'd get the spiel about how to breathe and what to watch out for.
She's going to die if she gets talking and can't breathe through her mouth,
Sveta said. Being unkind isn't like you, Sveta.
I'm not trying to be mean or bully her. It's a real concern.
Everyone wrapped up. Needles done. Kenzie got her air filter and nose tube, and with Swansong's help, fixed the filter to her belt. She then fiddled with her phone, and the nose tubes were filtered away, hidden by the projection.
Don't suppose you could hide our identities? Rain asked.
I would if I could, but I didn't bring complicated projection boxes or anything today. Shuttling things back and forth is such a pain.
It's no big deal, Rain told Kenzie.
You know what's a big deal? The air that comes through the filter is super cold,
Kenzie said, with a hint of nasality.
I'm getting brain freeze just by breathing.
It's about to get colder, Miss Militia said. Ready? No, I wasn't. I didn't want to face anyone on that side of the portal. Earth Shin. But we went. I didn't voice my protests. The station was a nice one, with crenellated pillars and every wall having some kind of decoration or mural. Earth Shin had constructed it, and that should have been a prelude. We passed through, and we found ourselves in the other side of the station, and from there, walked past desks where we showed our paperwork, permits, and records of our shots. They also had guards on their side, men and women with guns draped in cloth, to the extent the weapons looked more decorative than functional. Each had what looked like a praying mantis limb folded up over one shoulder, steel and gleaming, and a narrow blade that attached to their right legs, like a rapier without a handle. When we left, guards followed us, 2 of them for every one of us. Into Shin. Once Goddess's Earth, now Amy's. The temperature was easily 10 or 12 degrees lower than it had been in the megalopolis, and the sky was filled with snowdrifts. It didn't take away from what was a pretty amazing view. Skyscrapers, but modified, augmented, and decorated. The warden's old headquarters had included a giant statue as part of it, but it was the norm here. A skyscraper with a castle built into one face of it. A tower was crowned with statuary of what might have been a hawk. Red was a dominant color.
How advanced are they?
Kenzie asked, her voice still nasal.
They lunged ahead of our Earth a long time ago, but they also had 2 near-extinction events that slowed them down. That's not counting Gold Morning. Let's walk and get out of the cold. The meeting hall is this way.
It was only a few minutes of walking to get there. Vista didn't use her power. 5 standards hung over the entrance. When we entered, there were 5 groups. I saw the flicker of Miss Militia's weapon, going from sword to nebulous blur to the sword again. A signal? I hadn't expected warmth. I didn't get it, but I didn't get it to such a surprising degree that it left me a bit off guard. Yes, these were people who had been conquered by parahumans once, but they were also people who had invited us. The atmosphere was cold. 2 of the 5 groups had styles that resembled our own back in the megalopolis. Outfits that resembled suits with simple braids instead of ties, braids for belts, the ends left dangling. I liked it more than what we had back home. It was similar enough to home, though, that I had to wonder if Goddess had had any influence or any culture had leaked through. This world had been her plaything. The other 3 groups favored clothing that flowed more. I could see where a history rooted in some distant commonalities and practical sense had led to some things occurring over here that coincided with what we had back home. One of those 3 groups seemed to like clothes that made them look very boxy, with an almost straight line from armpit to ankle for tunic and pants. The other 2 wore clothes that wrapped around them. Miss Militia lowered her hood, which was the cue for those of us that had been wearing helmets and hoods in the blistering cold outside to remove our headgear to expose faces. I fixed my hood, draping the front portion around my shoulders, and checked over the others, making sure they were okay. When I looked up, I saw my mother, intact, leaning on my dad. They were in the company of Marquis and one of Marquis's underlings. Spruce, I was pretty sure. Following behind, my sister was in the company of Chris, who had done his best to grow up early and hadn't quite hit the mark. He was distorted, his torso stretched out, his arms stretched down, legs roughly the right proportions, but there was an uncanny issue in there, a rounding error in calculations, or the sum total not adding up to parts. His hair had grown in rather long, considering it hadn't been that long since he'd left, and he still slouched despite being tall. No transformation here, just riding the side effects of past transformations. He barely reacted as he saw us. But my sister, Amy, her reaction mirrored mine, stopping in her tracks, quiet horror or unease, then resumed motion. She looked away before I did, but I did look away too. The tension was palpable, and I wasn't sure it had anything to do with us. If Gary Nieves could see how Chris and Amy were right now, or if he could see how my parents were, he'd be quickly disabused of any notion they were in charge. To look at them, they looked like they expected the guillotine. Chris seemed most at ease, but he was still tense, muscles on his lanky limbs taut. "Something's up," Tristan said, quiet.
"Feels way more hostile than the last few times I came," Vista added. "They were 3-2 in favor of working with us, and one of the 3 got replaced," Miss Militia said.
"Why?" Tristan asked.
"I don't know," Miss Militia said under her breath. "But be ready to use your powers, and tell the others to be ready for the same. Non-lethal, if you can help it."
Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 5. Miss Militia stood straight, one hand behind her back, the other extended forward like she was going to shake their hands. They couldn't, though, because we were all arranged in a loose circle that put the nearest members of Shin's government about 4 long strides from Miss Militia's position on the floor.
"Miss Militia, Warden, if I may?"
Her words were followed by an echo, the translators speaking in muted tones to respective groups. Only 2 groups had translators, it seemed.
"Lewis Founders, I think you might,"
one of the men with braided ties answered, his English without even an accent.
"I'll wait for my colleagues to reply."
I recognized Lewis. His skin was black, his clothes fine, and his expression a constant kind of warm that might have been politician fake. Many sat at chairs with tables built into them, making me think of students' desks in a high school. Difference was that cloth draped from the arm that held the table up and surrounded the legs like a skirt, and the makeup of chair and desk both were ornate, almost throne-like. At the foot of maybe 4 or 5 of the thrones, and there were maybe 15 in total, I could see young men, 14 or 15, sitting on cushions or mats, writing constantly. I hadn't expected the gap in culture to be something so oppressive. I was put in mind of attending a mosque service, having little idea of the process and trying not to embarrass myself or disturb the regular attendees. The difference was that barely anything was happening, nothing specific was expected of me, and yet we were so much further from the familiar. Except for Lewis, who seemed uncannily ordinary. I could remember seeing him back when we'd first met Goddess holding her umbrella. And underlying it all was Miss Militia's warning. that we might need to use our powers. Guards and soldiers in various colors were arranged around the room, and a pretty good number were arranged right behind us, weapons put away, but still a lot of people with guns and short spears. The others seemed to come to their consensus. Lewis said something in another language, and then smiled. "You may." Miss Militia moved her hand, holding it so both hands were clasped behind her.
"I come bearing reassurances. For their role in stopping the Blue Empress, you afforded Amelia Claire Levere and Chris Ellman some privileges and assurances. Today, I've brought the other members of that group that played a role in stopping her. They played a lesser role, yes, but they ask for nothing but goodwill. We have a Natalie Madison, unpowered, to speak for them."
"Saying they played a role may be overstating it," Chris said. His voice was surprisingly deep. A man's voice, and I'd even suspect it was deeper than average.
"Don't make this harder,"
Amy rebuked him, while interrupting my observation. How could I have missed the sound of her voice and find it so deeply unsettling at the same time? The translators repeated even those lines. A short statement, like a rock thrown into a pond in a cave, and the resounding, distorted echo. A response, another series of voices filling the room. My heart was beating with a speed that surprised me. Lewis conferred with others in the other language before saying, "Would Natalie Madison be willing to step into another room? My colleagues feel it would allow her to share her truth, and we could see how the stories line up." Natalie, nervous, looked to Miss Militia for input, then said,
"If necessary."
One of the people who had been translating and one of the people from the boxy-robed group stepped away. I liked Natalie. In the paranoia of the moment and the tension of this scene, I had to wonder how much I trusted her interpretation of events. "Not all my colleagues agree that the Leveres and Ellman should have received any favors," Lewis said.
"They don't ask for much. Goodwill."
"Will is easy, good is free. Yet goodwill can be the hardest thing to give," he said.
"Winter climate affords bridges,"
Miss Militia said.
"Is it winter? Ignore the weather." "It's chilly in here," she told him.
Lewis laughed. After the back and forth, it was the only sound without its echo of translation. Fuck me. They were speaking English, and I wasn't sure I understood what they were saying. Others from Shin seemed to. A few smiles.
"Yosef, Lone Sands. I like you, militia,"
one of the men in flowing clothes said. A woman I presumed was his wife was dressed in patching colors, her clothes wrapped around her. He did have an accent.
"I like you too, Yosef. I would also like assurances of my own to start," Miss Militia said.
There was a pause, a distortion in the echo of translators speaking. Something wrong? I tensed.
"You confused the translators," Lewis said. "I like this, I would like that, but hard connection to draw while maintaining the small poetry. Let me—"
He said a single word. With that, the translation finished uninterrupted. I didn't feel more relieved. It created a sensation like they had more power, because they controlled the language. Miss Militia was as unflinching as she ever was.
"What assurances?" Yosef asked.
"I would like to know why governments have changed from this morning. The coalition is gone."
"They were made to abstain, just in case," Lewis said. "We're deciding what to do about you, about them," he indicated us, breakthrough, "and about them." My mom, Dad, Amy, Chris, Marquis, and Marquis's underling. What to do? My thoughts were caught between wondering what they even could do and what they were capable of. Did they think they could mass execute us, or were they coming in from another angle?
"Can we make an appeal?"
"Wouldn't an appeal eat its own tail?"
"What's the tail?"
"Some would say you're too dangerous to even talk to. Some of you can change minds with a word, or kill with a whistle from wet lips.
You have teeth, but I would get within arm's reach of you without worrying about my throat.
Don't be deceptive. It's not like you, Lewis said, and his tone had cooled. Every last one of you have bigger teeth.
I know you, Lewis. I know Yosef, and I know the rest of you who haven't yet joined this conversation. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have threats of your own.
Right now, we're supplying enough food to feed 2 million of your people, and we'll continue doing so throughout the winter. Amy Dallin pledged assistance and cooperation to increase that amount to 5 million, possibly to 10. That's food, shelter, clothing, chemicals, industry. All deals end now. With her, with you. You get nothing, and millions may die. I'm sorry. My own surprise at the statement was redoubled when I saw movement in the periphery of my vision, looked, and saw it was Amy hanging her head. Chris said something to Amy. From what I could catch, it was an "I told you so." Vista might have looked agitated because Miss Militia put a hand out.
We negotiate from that point forward, Miss Militia said.
Can we? Do we? Lewis asked.
No, and we don't,
Yosef said.
Yes, we do, Miss Militia said.
My breath was hard to regulate as I went from considering the implications of even just Amy's apparent deal falling through, which I knew people had been planning around, went to considering outright cancellation of any deal whatsoever, and then realized this was just maneuvering. Well, just. It was a lot of weight to be throwing around. Threatening to scrap the deal as a show of power and an indication of what was at stake. Attacking us directly wasn't the only tool in their toolbox. Miss Militia found her footing. Her appeal was as emotional as I'd ever heard her be.
You know me. You like me. You know I've never wronged you. These young people deserve your goodwill. They did right by you. I believe you were at least partially in their thoughts when they took the actions they did.
We were debating about them earlier among ourselves. If I may, Lewis asked. He made a beckoning gesture. We'll talk to them, and we'll see if a revisit of our deal is a discussion worth having.
Antares?
Miss Militia started reaching back for my shoulder. For now, we would rather talk to Swansong. She made a dramatic gesture and got our attention. They planned this. They knew they'd do this before we stepped into this room. I met Ashley's eyes, and I tried to read if there was something black still residing there. Please be good. Please be your best self. Miss Militia made a small motion with her hand for Swansong to approach. At the same time, she held up her other hand to tell us to stay. If you would step back, Militia, Yosef asked.
I would like to stay by her side and counsel her and anyone else. She doesn't know the small customs.
We'll forgive any small breaches.
In your minds, maybe, but not in your hearts. This is best for everyone.
I agree, Lewis said. Conceded. Stay, Yosef added. What I was getting now was that this was a formalized debate, in a sense. The floor was a subtle thing, with everyone gathered in a circle and then people stepping forward as they had permission to engage. Lewis had had to ask, but Yosef hadn't, because he was powerful or because he'd stated something everyone could agree with, which left me to assume that taking stances everyone could agree with would be important, or you'd get challenged, maybe even ejected. It also left me to wonder if it was possible to step even closer to the middle. Was there a progression, a series of levels of authority? Did other movements matter? Ashley stepped up, holding her hands much like Miss Militia did, clasped behind her back. Her chin was more raised.
Thank you. We start by introducing ourselves before any statements, Miss Militia said. Name first.
Swansong,
Ashley said.
Ashley Stillins. Breakthrough.
I'm Louis. That's the name the Blue Empress gave me, Louis said. My true name is Emile. I was young when I worked for her as a servant. I made it a goal to learn her tongue from her, and when she tired of my presence, from her subordinate powers, who she tried to keep near. Now I'm someone who speaks for those who were most affected. Custom. Miss Melicia's voice was quiet, joining the murmur of translators as she advised Ashley, is if you overshare, you invite others to do the same.
Who overshared?
You did. You gave your full name. It may be rude not to engage in the back and forth, but it also tends to turn debates into something self-aggrandizing or about gathering the information to tear others down.
Oh, great. It had to be Ashley who was front and center for that particular lesson.
Perfect, Ashley said. That's fine.
Mirror him. Match what's being talked about. If he shares about his work, you talk about yours. If he talks about war stories, you talk about yours. Questions are too pointed and rude unless you have a good relationship. Then you expand and invite them to mirror or compare themselves to you. Or you wind down the personal side of the conversation.
Wind down how? I asked, my voice quiet.
Compliments are a good way of winding down the thread of discussion and getting back on topic, Miss Militia said, to all of us, then to Ashley. I suggest complimenting. It'll help ease tensions.
Ashley looked a bit annoyed, but she addressed Louis.
I don't speak for anyone but myself, though I once considered myself one of the leaders for my team. I still do, in a way, but only for certain things that need my skill set. I respect the work ethic and the approach you talk about, the planning.
It wasn't easy. I think if I did not have the scars I have now, the other people in this room wouldn't trust me, Louis said. My family was ravaged. There were people with powers who were free to be their worst selves, and one of them chose my siblings as a target. Now she does not speak.
If you saw the video of us talking to Nieves, you know I was ravaged myself, she said. They took my voice, too.
My parents grieve constantly.
My parents...
Ashley paused. She'd mirrored and realized the trap late.
I killed them. It was an accident.
With your power? Louis asked. Miss Militia had said a question was supposed to be pointed, incisive. Was that an end to civility? The back and forth just a way to maneuver the other person into a point where they could be attacked?
Yes, with my power.
Powers are dangerous, unpredictable.
They can be,
Ashley said. She floundered. I could see tension in her neck and shoulders as she stood there, effectively skewered after having been invited to share something personal. Was that a trap? If she hadn't shared enough, would they paint her as deceptive? I wanted to fault Miss Militia for throwing us in the deep end of this pool, but I was pretty sure she hadn't expected this to be this, and I got that there wasn't a great way to fill a bunch of kids in on what looked to be a very subtle and complex form of debate. There were probably a lot of sub-rules and points of decorum. She'd committed us to their custom by advising us, at least to a small degree, but she had to think that doing the alternative would hurt more. Yosef was a soldier, Louis said. He saw a lot of that ugliness. I earned some prestige, the other diplomat said. We don't see much war. We've seen its price. But when she arrived, some of us fought back. She beheaded us again and again, until we had no leadership to speak of. We thought it was a victory if it took 30 of us to kill one of their kind. I killed one, a girl younger than her, he indicated Kenzie. But with the losses we incurred, it was not a victorious day. It was only a personal victory, and a release for me to put my shoe heel to her head until she died, after all I had lost. Sveta put her hands to her mouth. The poor child, Miss Militia said. She was enraptured by the Blue Empress. She was what she was, Yosef said to Miss Militia. To Ashley he said, "That is why I stand here with the station I have, talking to you. I killed one, and I played a part in killing another."
Ashley answered, "I stand where I do now, not because of what I did, but because I put distance between that self of mine. I tried to gather a small army of thugs beneath me and claim a share of city for myself."
"That would be your slaughterhouse, then," Yosef said, and I was 90% sure he knew it wasn't as he jumped to his conclusion.
"No," Ashley said.
"A violent word, slaughterhouse," Yosef said. So this was the rebuke. If someone tried to be slippery or dodge a topic and got called on it. I wondered about the extent to which it mattered. Was there a point system? Were there cultural attitudes the sort to call out this sort of thing? The statement was an invitation, a question without being a question, demanding elaboration.
"They were a band of killers. If the Blue Empress's worst were monsters, then I'm sure they were similar to the slaughterhouse."
"A roving band of killers," Miss Militia said. "They suffered losses in the city I was protecting and went recruiting to replace their own. The prospective recruits who didn't cooperate were made to cooperate, Swansong included." "Thank you for the clarification," Lewis said. It almost sounded like that was another rebuke, not a pleasantry.
"I was thrown into battle against one of Miss Militia's colleagues. He killed me. I was brought back from death, thrown into more danger. The hardest head could be softened by that much dying."
Chris spoke up. "You say that, but there's another you out there who got harder, not softer. You reveled in those days you spent with the slaughterhouse, and she still does."
"What are you doing?" Ashley asked him.
"Commenting."
He sounded like some blend of irreverent and resentful as he made his comments. It jarred with how everything else seemed to be an ongoing dance. I could see tension and betrayal across my team. Kenzie smiled. Even Vista looked bothered. "You reveled," Lewis said.
"Not quite that."
"It's good," Lewis said. He smiled. "We're always hungry to get insights about how your kind think and operate. We study you voraciously, even now that we aren't being ordered to. We compile records, we send ambassadors to talk to your experts, and we pay them. But a simple, brief explanation helps. You reveled."
"A simple, brief explanation from him is going to be misleading."
"So we can't trust them. You're here to warn us, not to reassure?"
Ashley clenched one of her hands. This is a charade. A dangerous charade, where the lives of millions who were counting on food and shelter might not get that.
"Why do your kind want things like kingdoms, island chains, or pieces of cities?" Yosef asked.
"Do you know how we get our powers?" Ashley asked.
"We know, as well as you do, I think."
Right. Goddess had mentioned they'd studied powers at her behest, with labs that rivaled Bet's own, just with a hell of a lot more focus and motivation, and probably a few more eureka moments. Probably a little less massaging of data or focus on what was more palatable.
"We come from places of powerlessness. Hold someone down at the floor of a lake and they fight to come up for air, but the fight doesn't stop there. We put distance between ourselves and the water."
Lewis smiled.
"She told you we like our proverbs."
"She didn't."
"We do like them. You were powerless once, and now you want power. You need it, I dare say."
"I dare say it depends on the person,"
Ashley said, defensive.
"Dare say," Lewis said,
and he winked at Ashley.
"The little prizes you learn when you pick up a tongue." "Will you chatter, or will you step back, Lewis?" Yosef asked. "I'll make an offer, let her answer, then gauge if others are willing to sign the deal," Lewis said.
He was lively, shifting his footing, his eyes bright.
"Swansong, we do not like things being hidden from us, and we feel Chris Ellman and Amy Dallin Levere hid things from us. We would punish them, moderate them. Do you like them?"
One betrayed me, one betrayed my friend, but a truce could be made.
Not really helping to smooth things over, I thought. But I wasn't sure being dishonest would have been better. Being diplomatic and choosing words more carefully would help. That might be ideal, Lewis said. We could give you a share of what we've agreed to give them. Islands, people if those people are willing to live under you, and some people do want that security. There is a servant class that is cloned, smart enough to obey orders, too stunted to have an identity or personality beyond the surface level. We don't know what to do with them. We could give you some. Chris Ellman would feel their absence, and you could barter with him for what else you needed. Chris could be heard chuckling. Assholes. The epithet was translated in a selection of languages from beside or behind every other group, including the guards behind us. Lewis could speak our language, but people in his entourage couldn't. The word was spoken, brief, and the tenor of things changed slightly. Him being here and giving so little of a shit in a formal setting wasn't making things better. And because I looked his way, I could see Amy's face, pale enough the freckles stood out. I was reminded of Presley on the train, looking at me in my peripheral vision, except this time the reason for my skin crawling was real. If I could, Miss Militia started. Miss Militia, Lewis interrupted, with unusual gravity. This is an offer between me and her. We don't need custom. She needs counsel. Your counsel would slap me in the face. We would thank you for bringing the guests here, and we would escort you out so we could talk to our guests. There's no need, Miss Militia said. I saw the weapon at her hip flash green-black, as if it almost changed forms. Okay? Shit.
This feels too generous,
Ashley said, her head turning. We believe in making debts right. As Miss Militia said at the outset, she asked for goodwill, but this would be goodwill and solving a problem in one fell stroke. It would also itch at my curiosity. Would this satisfy the part of you that went to a city and collected thugs to take a part of it? Ashley...
I think so, but I'd miss my team.
It would be yours to share, or for one of you to take with the agreement of the others, Lewis said. It's too biased an offer. There's a catch or a trap here. You saved our world. You get something. Good acts are rewarded.
And we sign deals of cooperation that keep us out of your way? Thank you. It's a kind offer, but no.
You should take the offer, Ashley, Chris said. No, Ashley said, more hostile now. Lewis spread his arms. That's fine. We'll figure something else out. Thank you, Ashley Stillins, Swan Song. Was that an official dismissal? We announced ourselves with our names, and we were asked to leave with the same, like a parent rebuking a child with their full name? Either way, Ashley backed off. Kenzie put an arm around Ashley's waist. You're maneuvering aggressively, if you don't mind my saying so, Miss Militia said. These are aggressive times, Yosef said. We thought we had an ally we could work with, and now we hear she's unreliable. She did something in the past, and she's done it again. If I may, Amy started. You may not, Lewis said. Again that light in the eyes, the intensity, like someone riding a high. Lewis was supposedly on our side, but he'd been close to Goddess, acting as a bodyguard or accompaniment. There'd been a hint that he had powers by the way he'd held himself, and now he was aggressively maneuvering, as Miss Militia had put it. You chose to speak to Swan Song, Miss Militia said. I would suggest you speak to the others. No need, Yosef said. Amy Dallin Levere made her attempt at explaining herself to us before you arrived. She failed. We spoke to Swan Song because she had the potential to be the worst of you. Ashley rankled visibly at that. We will speak to you because you're the best of them, Lewis added. Then tell me, we were talking trade. You wanted to ask some questions of breakthrough and get some perspective before moving forward. We did.
They have our goodwill.
Then can we talk about trade?
We can. I'll start with the term you'll find most objectionable. Whatever we agree on, the people we send to you with supplies, materials, or anything else will stay in Gimel.
Stay. As residents?
As residents. It should only be a team of 5 or 10 per shipment. We only have so many that can comfortably speak your language. You get far more in the way of housing than you'd see occupied, more in food than they could ever eat.
Chris spoke, his voice low.
They want to send you people who will keep an eye on parahumans, keep them in their sights.
He mimed, picking up and holding a gun.
That's insane, Miss Militia said.
Parahumans unchecked is insane, Yosef replied. We desire a measure of security. If you're good and just, you have nothing to fear.
This is why the coalition is gone? Miss Militia asked.
Lewis answered.
It is. They felt they had no room to speak here, so they abstained at our request, in exchange for some room on a trade deal we're working on. Internal, nothing to do with you.
If I may, Miss Militia said,
this is more formal and more serious than I expected.
Could I excuse my guests and speak with you in private? I want to bring up things you have shared with me in private.
There was some discussion, much of it in a language that wasn't translated back to us. Miss Militia turned around and she smiled. I hadn't seen her face in some time, not since my stint in the wards. She looked about as stressed now as she had then, but she looked more tired now. I didn't miss her gaze slipping from me to Sveta and then to the guards behind us.
They may take a recess and rejoin us if they desire, Lewis said.
Go, Miss Militia told us. Be careful.
Again, that flicker of a glance at the guards. Be careful. Guards escorted us from the room. What we'd seen was preliminary, a setting of the stakes, a testing of the guests by challenging a volatile member and making an offer, probably a trap, and then the real terms, what they wanted. I left that scene behind as Miss Militia stood alone against 5 nations. This was where she had been and what she'd been working on. The guards that followed us into the adjacent room blocked my view of her. Be careful, she'd said. She'd said it in a way that made me think trouble was imminent. I didn't want to do this, to have this conversation. The room we entered was like a greenhouse patio, with tables and chairs set against the wall. Snow was piled against the glass. It was warm. I could see Miss Militia if I looked past the guard and through the window into the meeting space. As the guard moved, though, my vision obscured. Tristan was keeping an eye on the window, too. He looked at me, then back to the window. Yeah, we were on the same page. I so didn't want to do this. Amy sat on a table. My mom sat on a chair beside her, my dad beside her. Marquis was a distance away, closer to Chris. A good 15 feet separated us from them. A gulf.
Hi, Chris,
Rain said.
Hi,
was the deep-voiced answer.
Missed you, believe it or not. I don't miss you, sorry.
I couldn't ignore Amy's face looking at me from the sidelines, silent, staring, the hands tattooed with my metaphorical blood.
You put on some weight,
Kenzie said, still smiling.
Puberty and changer powers, you know. It's a thing,
Chris answered. Changer. He still pretended. Yeah, I said. She'd moved when I talked, like she was stirred out of a daze. I avoided looking.
Same for case 53s. The mutations tend to get worse,
Sveta said.
Yeah, but your new body isn't from that, is it? Otherwise, Weld would be in big trouble.
Sveta looked away at the mention of Weld.
You stepped up your game, huh? Chris asked. Better body?
Yeah,
Sveta said. She smiled.
I'm pretty happy with it.
It's okay. You could have gone with a supermodel body and you went with that.
Fuck you,
Sveta said.
You're better than that, Chris.
Am I? He asked. Why would you think that? Name one thing I've done that's better.
You were our friend.
Sorry, but that doesn't count for anything. I used you, that's all. No hard feelings. Some hard feelings, Tristan said. Chris snorted. We need to instill you with some manners, Marquis said. How long have you tried? Chris asked. If I try for just a short while longer, I may strike on a success.
Ever the optimist,
Amy said, her voice pitched funny, nervous. Tristan didn't take his eyes off the window. I looked. Miss Militia was standing in the center of the room now. I wished I knew the context. Natalie had rejoined her, but looked so intimidated I wasn't sure what she could add. I worried by the look on her face that she had detracted more than she'd added. This wasn't her world, it wasn't her fight, and we'd pulled her into it. Guards stared me down as I looked past them. I didn't flinch, turning back to break through. The others. This warm space was crowded despite the unoccupied swath of patio between the two factions. The guards were arranged in 2 rows of 5 by the door, hands on their weapons. Yosef had talked so casually about killing a parahuman child. Would he do something? I had my aura. I could hit the glass above us and bring snow and glass down on their heads. I wasn't sure it was enough. A face loomed in my peripheral vision. I was worried I was going to lose it if I didn't distract myself.
Mom, are you okay?
Better, was her response.
I sent you messages. I got them, she said.
I read them to her, my dad said. We couldn't reply. Nothing nefarious, just difficult.
I looked at him. I glanced at Amy. It was a punch in the gut. I hated having feelings that had nowhere to go, and with no air in this hotbox of a room, with everything on the line, things were worse.
Are you going to fully recover? I asked.
Yes, my mom said.
Mark and Amy are looking after me. We're moving slowly, but we will get there. We're being treated well. You're moving slowly because dear daughter fucked up and now you're both scared. What did you do, Amy? Sveta asked. It's being handled. What happened? It's handled.
Leave it, Rain said. It's not worth it. Even if it's not handled, there's nothing we can do.
It's eating me alive to imagine what happened, and I can only imagine what it's like for Victoria. The unknown is worse.
And it's all we get. Accept the things we can't change, Rain said.
It's handled,
Amy said, repeating words that would echo in my head for weeks now. I couldn't. I could have swung a punch if there was someone in range. I almost punched the glass. That would have been dramatic. Instead, I turned and I saw Sveta. Ashley stood beside her. I couldn't breathe, so I started simpler. I couldn't not have a heartbeat, and the heart gave my lungs oxygen. I couldn't not be feeling the humid warmth of the air in this room, see the blue hue of snow piled up against the glass, with parts left snow-free for sun to shine through. I couldn't not hear the muffled echo of translators speaking in their crisp foreign tongues. I wanted to say I couldn't not stand up straight, stay centered with my own sense of balance, but the reality was that I could see a world where I toppled, bowled over by the sheer unpleasantness of all of this. Nobody was talking. There was so much to say, and there was only silence and tension. Bitterness. I reached out for the exterior window, touching glass that had snow on the far side. I traced a finger along and drew in the moisture. A circle. I blotted out the interior. The cold moisture and the touch helped ground me. I had wanted to come because I had to face my demons, like Sveta had faced hers, like Ashley had done when she threw down the gauntlet for Gary Nieves. In my desire to be anywhere else, I looked at the window. No escalation, no changes. I wanted to see, to hear, to... Instinct told me to look at Kenzie. Her head bobbed slightly like she was listening to music, but it wasn't music. I could time the motions to the cadence and rhythm of speech in the other room. I put my hand on her head to stop the bobbing. The motion made my injury twinge. Her hair pressed close to the scalp by a hairband, left open and hanging free at the back of her head. She wore a hairpin as part of the hairband. That was a club from the deck of cards. I wanted to ask why. I didn't want to try to speak and fail. Kenzie moved her head, my hand still atop it, and leaned against my side. With the way the discussion was going in the other room, I wasn't sure we'd be invited in to talk trade deals or testify on my family's behalf. I was worried. I was avoiding breathing more often than I breathed, holding my breath like I was trying to minimize exposure to poison gas. Or pathogens. The thought lurched into my mind and made me 10 different kinds of scared, my mouth drying up, my hand moving involuntarily, streaking against the glass, collecting moisture and cold in the webbing between index finger and thumb. My other hand rested on Kenzie's head still, moved suddenly and made her look up. "Sorry." She shook her head and smiled. I leaned my head forward to rest forehead against glass. Sveta moved, putting herself between me and Kenzie and my family, her back to that same glass. Tristan watched the other room, arms folded, and in doing so he faced down the guards. Rain was caught between watching them and watching Chris. Ashley was more focused on Carol, my dad, and Marquis, with Amy a distant fourth. Amy. I'd wanted to face my demon, and I'd put myself in a glass cell with it. "You don't have to move. I'll go back to where I was standing." "I'm stiff, that's all." Marquis's statement, my mother's response. With some unsure movements, a shuffling footstep or two, she crossed the distance. Sveta looked back at me to double-check, and I pulled my head away from the coolness of the window, wiped the moisture from my forehead, and nodded. Sveta let my mom past, taking Kenzie with her. Tristan watched. Kenzie listened in. My mom stood beside me. The guards to my right. My mom pulled me into a hug. I let her, answered it. I squeezed her tight. I hadn't hugged her since... Had it been the barbecue? Disturbing, somehow. All of this was. We broke the hug. My mom touched the window for balance. "I'm sorry," I told her. "I really am. It was bad strategy. It was unkind when you were going out of your way to help. My power is..." Amy told me. Her interpretation. The words I'd had died. She turned away, looking out past the glass at the storm-swept landscape of foreign buildings. Towers extending up from one of a building's 4 faces. Another squat building had no 3rd and 4th floor, a stone figure curled up within, holding the 5th floor up. My mom drew a circle in the window, then drew her own icon within it, using a long fingernail for the details. "I'm sorry," I said again. "Me too," she said. She drew another symbol. Fingerprints formed the sizing templates and individual segments of my dad's grenade shape, and she used her nail to create corners. She was apologizing for... "She's not well," my mom said, quiet, wiping away the image where it wasn't perfect. She breathed on it to restore some life to the canvas. In the background, Rain was talking to Chris again. The words rocked me, stole away all rational and ordered thought. My mom ignored the impact of it, continuing to draw on the window. I looked. I fixed my gaze on Amy, and I studied, pulling from memories of 4 years ago, memories of 2 years ago, when she'd come to Victoria the wretch, stole away all emotions, false and otherwise, and made her offers, gave me her warnings. She looked back, locking eyes with me. The discomfort of me being present, her own shame, and the awkwardness of being between my dad and Marquis, with Chris and Rain's chatter in the background set aside. I couldn't see it. I 100% believed it, but I couldn't see it. I looked away. A part of me desperately wanted to. That part of me wanted to see the illness, see a sign that would warn me, and in equal measure it would condemn me for not seeing it back then. A part of me wanted this, wanted to not see, because it absolved past me to some degree. "What tea?" Ashley asked, part of an ongoing conversation I'd tuned out. "Believe it or not, I'm not much of a snob," Marquis answered her. "At this point, I'll drink what I can find." "You've lost standing in my eyes, Marquis." "Deservedly so.
In my defense, the world did end, and I'm a long way from home.
Even so.
Yes, even so. Kenzie wasn't acting alarmed. Tristan still watched, still kept his back to Chris, his arms folded. The guards remained hostile. The people in the other room were still arguing that their anti-parahuman soldiers should get freedom to act, or they'd cut off support we desperately needed. All of this, the talk with Nieves, a pretext, I was guessing. An excuse. I felt like I was dealing with frying pans and fires. A suffocating room, the fate of millions, tensions between old friends. My mom and my guilt there. I turned my eyes back to my mom's work. Letters. "We need help," she'd written. She started the next word, a vertical line. A guard moved from his spot. Casually, my mom wiped the message away. She met my eyes for a moment, then focused her gaze intently on the snowstorm outside. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 6. Breaking from their ranks to some degree, a handful of the soldiers found positions where they leaned against walls or sat on tables. The one who had interrupted my mother in the middle of writing her plea for help was the one I was most mindful of, because he was being so very mindful of his gun. Mindful in the sense that there was a kind of forced casualness that he wasn't selling. He put his cloth-wrapped gun down, and when Kenzie moved closer to him to poke at one of Rain's little arms, his hand was too quick to reach for the weapon again. Help, I thought. My mother stared out the window, and if she was tense, it was hard to tell because she had a natural rigidity to her posture. There was only quiet chatter, careful conversation forays into that dangerous space between Breakthrough and Shin's parahumans. So often there was a measured reaching out, a safe topic broached, and the conversation would continue until Chris said something or someone said something a little too biting. Marquis wishing he had a cup of tea leading its way to Ashley rebuking him for not being discerning enough. Then silence. A minute where Marquis only talked to Spruce, who was back in the far corner. Where Gollum approached Rain, Vista had her visor off and hopped up onto a table to sit on it, close enough to Ashley that when they had a murmured exchange of words, she could reach up and stick her finger into the black smoke eyeliner that was projected around Ashley's eyes. Ashley didn't flinch. A minute where I had to try to get my shit together. My mom had written about needing help. Miss Militia had suggested we might need to use our powers, and she was on her own out there. The guards with guns weren't staying in their lane, moving themselves and their guns around, necessitating that little bit of extra attention. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't wrap my head around all of it. Any of it. I saw movement, saw a face in the corner of my vision that served to backhand the warning bells in my brain before I'd even fully processed seeing it. Then I did finish processing, pieced together that it was Marquis, and I saw how similar he was to Amy. In hair type, and even the way the hair fell across their shoulders, in face shape, and the cast of the eye and nose. He looked so casually confident, wearing a red velvet jacket and a black silk ascot that 99% of men would not have been able to pull off. He had a cane topped with a cat skull that looked like it was mostly bone, with inlay only for decoration. I glanced. She was wearing a red blouse under a black cardigan, and she wore a brooch that seemed like it was meant to mimic her tattoos in style, like stained glass in gold bands with panes of red, worn over the heart, vaguely heart-shaped, ankle-length black skirt with red trim. One thing at a time, then. For now, it was peaceful. My team had other bases covered. I'd wanted to face my demons. I'd locked myself in this cage with them. I studied her clothes and remembered the person I'd grown up with. I looked for the mannerisms.
she isn't well, that could give me any clue. Looking at her was like staring into the sun, but it elicited thoughts of something noxious instead, not something bright. Ankle length because she'd never liked short skirts or pants that hugged the leg. Self-conscious about the shape of her legs, despite the fact that they'd been fine. Even now, past the end of the world, little things held true. To stare into the sun was to do permanent damage to the retina. To face her down was something more guttural. A feeling at the hollow of the collarbone, an ugly feeling that made me worry there would be a similar kind of permanent damage. I wanted to expel it somehow, exorcise it, to vomit, to say something foul, to say the simplest thing ever, from the part of me nearest to the center. I'd grown up telling my parents I loved them. I'd said I'd loved Amy, and I was more certain I had than I was that I'd loved my parents. We loved family just because. I'd once loved Amy as a sister for reasons that went beyond just because. Because she'd had my back and I'd had hers. And because we'd both been fuller, richer people in each other's company. But nothing quite mirrored the feeling I was wrestling with now more than my third time with Dean. Because I had loved him. After our first and second times together, nervous and still figuring ourselves and each other out, our third time together had been comfortable, heated, intense, and the love I'd had for him had been something I could experience with every sense, something that could brim the fuck over. Making love as a word had made sense to me because we'd done it, in all senses of the word. And then we'd had that love, we'd cuddled after and basked in each other, we'd been comfortable with each other in a profound way. And I could remember Amy's comments back then, when I'd told her about it, when I'd tried to encourage her to date Dean's friend. How many high school relationships really lasted? It was worth trying. I couldn't imagine a world where I wasn't better off having experienced this. How many times had we broken up and gotten back together, she'd asked. 3. Didn't that make me worry, she'd asked. No. His parents didn't love each other and might not have even loved him, and my parents were Mark and Carol fucking Dallin. We were parahumans, and none of that mess was easy. When he'd been given the unique ability to resolve conflicts by laser-punching people with emotion and reading their feelings, I'd been handed the conflict resolution ability of breaking people. Neither of us had been able to use our innate, shockingly powerful capabilities on each other. Of course we'd bounced off each other, but love drew us back in. Each time a couple of the romantic illusions were shaken off, and romantic realities replaced them. We'd had to learn to communicate, to figure each other out. That one night with Dean had redefined things for me, something I'd carry with me always when it came to putting ideas to the word love. And, because it was the elephant, the abomination, in the room, I would think of years spent pining. A love I knew and had known was fake and manufactured that stayed with me for 2 years, threatening to wash away and taint every other kind of love. Now, the mirror to that. In an uncomfortable, vaguely alien world, surrounded by coldness and restrained tension, staring across a gap and feeling emotions somewhere between disgust, outrage, and betrayal roiling inside of me, I could genuinely say I hated her. I looked away, out the window, and there was nothing there. Only snowdrifts, glass opaque with the snow that rested against it, and vague shapes of buildings. Maybe there would be more of a view when the wind died down. I looked at my teammates instead, and they were doing their duty, holding their own, being good, keeping an eye or an ear out. Vista was helping Tristan keep an eye out, her hands folded over the top of a chair leg that jutted up beside her, chin resting on hands. She was more worried for Miss Militia than anyone, I suspected. Tristan, Vista, and Kenzie were making sure Miss Militia was safe. If something happened, we could spring into action. But looking at my team meant they looked back, and I wasn't sure I wanted them to see my expression or read something into it. For this moment, I held it together. If Sveta or Ashley tried to be nice and help me, then that would jeopardize that stability. And if I wasn't looking in Amy's direction, wasn't looking out the window, wasn't looking at my team, I looked at the guards. A few of them looked at me with that same hate I'd so recently found so painfully clarified. They reminded themselves of their guns. I was left to wonder if they'd be any more ashamed than Yosef if they ended up gunning us down. I couldn't stare them down without worrying about provoking violence, much as I couldn't look at my team without worrying about provoking kindness. Nowhere for my eyes to sit. Across a few fleeting seconds, I was as far from stability as I could hope for, panic setting in because I couldn't even stare at the floor without looking weak, and there were people here I couldn't let myself look weak in front of. I looked back to Amy, back where I started, back to this girl I hated. She didn't even know. No emotion reading power, no awareness. In the here and now, she said something joking to Marquis, who was moving his head in funny ways. The tone of that joking statement was one I recognized from childhood, from adolescence. I could probably think of a dozen specific statements she'd made in that exact same tone. I hated her more because she smiled, joked, and maybe forgot I was in the room. Marquis moved his head, and she moved her head, sitting up to try to see what he was seeing. It meant she looked in my direction, looked at me, and the partial smile she'd maintained as part of her joke or interaction with Marquis fell away. Their heads were turned to similar angles. Shadows fell across their faces in similar ways. "Do you need something, Marquis?" my mother asked in what I processed as her "you're in deep shit" tone from my childhood.
"A haircut,"
Chris said.
"If you're going to be a pain, Chris, try to actually be funny,"
Tristan said.
"Or, consider what's on the line," Sveta said. "You're not making any friends. You're not getting any advantages by acting this way."
Chris snorted. Marquis ignored it all, tilting his head another way, peering at or past the soldiers. I didn't look at Amy beside him, who didn't match his movements, instead continuing to stare. Marquis looked at my mother, and my mother looked away. He got around to answering her statement.
"I was wondering how they were doing in there. I'd come over, but I won't intrude."
Intrude. This greenhouse patio we were situated on was exactly the wrong shape for discussion, resolution, or for opposed elements to be crammed inside without difficulties. The hall where the discussion, debate, the whatever had been, it had been open and spacious, allowing 5 representatives and their retinues, and us, a guest, to all gather with a comfortable amount of space between us, the guards arranged around the perimeter. This was not that. My inability to even find a place to rest my gaze was an extension of the way this was laid out. This was a space that was too long, where tables and chairs against one wall became a barricade that ate into the space that could be occupied, something that demanded effort or maneuvering in order to clear a space to sit on. Once situated at that edge, it was hard to be next to others, to huddle, to turn to face the person beside you without looking through a nest of chair and table legs. And it wasn't our space, so we couldn't exactly rearrange anything or everything. It was impossible to create a space for actual discussion in here, where we weren't talking past people. It made me think of parties, of people gathered in hallways, so conversations happened in the exact same places where people were needing to walk by, voices raised to be heard, noisy, chaotic. Except we were quieter than not. We weren't moving around. This space would have been comfortable if everyone present was on good terms, but we weren't.
"They're fine."
Tristan was the one to volunteer the answer.
"Miss Militia's addressing the room."
"From where?"
I asked. "Center of the room still?"
"Yeah,"
Tristan said.
"What does it mean, exactly?"
I asked. Her being in the middle, I noticed position mattering. Distract me, but not too much. I had to watch Miss Militia, keep an eye on the kid with the gun. I was supposed to watch Breakthrough, but holy shit was I not up to doing that right now, and when I had, it had barely mattered with the people I'd wanted it to matter with. I'd cross that bridge later. It was Marquis who answered. In the textbooks they hand out for young men and women on academic tracks to become politicians or innovators, scientists, they say a good discussion starts at the edges with agreed-upon facts, and it migrates toward the center as a dance, often a duet or a solo venture. Ideally, you want to get there without someone else stepping in and forcing you to step away from the center. She went there and she's staying there, Tristan said, without turning around. I can make educated guesses, but before making one, I should tell you that the dance once had firm rules, but as with many things so deeply rooted in a culture, qualifying and quantifying everything is next to impossible.
He doesn't know, my mother said. She turned toward Marquis. If you don't know, admit it. Don't give us misleading or incomplete information and leave us to struggle with it. This is precarious enough as it is.
I know, dear Brandish. I would say it's similar to a filibuster, but with an expectation of ask and answer, to suggest you can hold your position with reason despite an onslaught of criticism or condemnation.
I looked again through the window at Miss Militia. Natalie stood at the position at the circle's edge, hands clasped behind her back, eyes visibly wide even from a great distance.
Whatever it is, we're in a precarious position, my dad said. A lot of good, innocent lives hang in the balance here. It's frustrating.
I'd say what she's doing is closer to defending a PhD, my mom said, against a biased room. I suspect Shin has already decided their conclusion. It's smart for Miss Militia to take this stance, because it forces them to justify theirs. She's been here for a long time, mediating when she wasn't elsewhere killing monsters or handling crises. She's figured out how to play this game.
Agreed on every count, Marquis said. My mom gave him a dark look.
Mom, I said, in part to pull her away from any interaction with Marquis that would end in bone spears and laser axes. I kept my voice casual. Should we talk war stories? I'm sure yours are better than mine, she said. I saw her eyebrows draw closer together. Why? You were drawing on the window. It got me thinking. I saw her nod, not her usual nod, and I saw her smile a bit. I was pretty sure she got my meaning. But the smile changed. She reached up and touched my hair at the back of my head, smoothing it down with her hand. Battle stories could be misinterpreted by our hosts. They're very fond of metaphors and proverbs, and might draw the wrong conclusions. Of course, I said. My attempt to have my mom give me some idea of what they needed help with wouldn't work. I'm sure you're eager to share some with me, she said. We shouldn't part ways without catching up. Absolutely, I said. I met her serious look with one of my own. I'm glad you're okay. More or less okay, she said. I gave her a one-armed hug and leaned in closer, wanting to exchange a whispered or muttered word, anything to shed more light on what she'd tried to communicate to me. The guard with the gun was close enough I couldn't be sure about getting away with it. At the same time, though, my mom had her arm at my shoulder. Her finger tapped. Then again, tap, tap, tap. And again, a thumb with 3 fingers striking the ornamentation at the shoulder of my coat once. A tap, another thump, a tap. I wasn't perfect on my Morse code, but I knew common letters in the alphabet. E was 1 tap, S was 3. The last P? No, didn't make sense. Y? X? No, C. ESC. Escape. If they were trapped, we might be too. It raised questions about who, if it was Amy included or just my parents. You know what's shitty? Vista asked in the background. Another track of conversation overlapping our own.
I could name 1,000 things, Chris said.
It's shitty that Miss Militia is doing this. She's giving her all, and how many people are really going to know about it? I think it's the worst move the wardens have made so far. We don't want to scare people, but we don't tell them about the Endbringer-level badness we're dealing with. We don't tell them enough about how food supplies might get cut off.
It would lead to panic, Flashbang said.
As is, it leads to resentment, Vista said. We're helping, but they don't see that. They just see
people with a whole lot of power and organization camped out in their backyards, Rain said.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Precipice.
In our case, Chris said, we made the compelling offer of let us live in your backyard where others are going to do the same. We got them on a good day.
Amy looked uncomfortable, one arm rubbing the other.
We made compelling arguments, Marquis said. A Mrs. Jean Wynne helped. It seems the honeymoon period has worn off.
It reminds me of Brockton Bay, Vista said. Trying to keep the peace, putting in all of the effort, and getting all of the flack. Clockblocker always... he resented it. I thought I was okay with it, but the more I look back, the less it sits easy. We're putting in effort too, Amy said. Are you saving the world every other week? Vista asked.
Easy, Gollum said.
Yeah, sorry, never mind, Vista said.
Amy shook her head.
We've taken 150 dangerous parahumans who, believe me, could have gone to the birdcage, and we rehabilitated them, addictions removed, impulses tweaked, emotional balances adjusted.
My father nodded. He didn't look like he glowed with pride, but he seemed to accept it, agree with it.
I wouldn't call that rehabilitation, Ashley said. What else is it? I saw enough of how Bonesaw adjusted biology to work with powers that I've been able to fix things for parahumans where that's a problem. How much harm does that stop?
The feelings I'd found and clarified were a refuge. I could look at her, hold on to those feelings, and I could kind of deal. Was it easier if I thought of the sister I'd grown up with as dead? If I grieved her to some measure while negotiating with myself to decide just when and where she died, replaced by this person? I knew she was still alive. I knew she was complicated. I knew she probably had 100 excuses or mitigating factors that went into what she'd done to me and the decisions surrounding it. But it was sure as fuck not my duty to do anything except what was good for everyone, and do what I needed to do to stay sane.
Do they know what you did, that Gary Nieves mentioned? I asked.
Sveta drew closer to me. I kept an eye out for the ear tug. My ex-sister opened her mouth, then closed it.
They?
Marquis asked, in her place.
Shin. They know as of earlier today, Marquis said.
Can I hear it from her? I asked.
Does it make a difference? He asked.
Amy reached out, touching his arm, and he moved aside at her bidding.
Shin knows? I asked.
Yes, she said. We need to know too. What happened when you repeated old mistakes?
I saw her head shake a bit, turn to look away.
You don't get the option of not answering, I said.
She stopped where she was. She looked at me, wider-eyed.
We're technically a sovereign nation, Chris said. We have lots of options.
Shut up, Chris, I said, without looking away from my ex-sister.
Shut up, Amy's voice was faint. Not now.
Chris slouched back in his chair, long arms draped over the arms, long hair in his eyes. I pressed.
You have to tell us. If nothing else, you tell me. Because you have zero right to keep anything like this from me.
Again, that look on her face. Marquis answered.
You wanted us to keep our distance. Fine. We went to another world. I went with her to keep an eye on things. Now you want to be informed about every happenstance?
If I'm asking, yes, I said. And you're not part of this, Marquis. Please stand down.
I'm her father. I'm the only family member she has ever had who has at least consistently tried to support her through the good and the bad. I'm not about to stop now.
No ear tug from Sveta. Should I have picked someone who wasn't as close to the Amy fiasco to monitor me? I looked to Vista, and Vista was silent. No signals, ear tug, or otherwise.
By intervening and interjecting, you are making things less good, Marquis, I said. I want the facts from her. That's our best road to a positive place.
Aren't facts better from a more objective source? Marquis asked. I may be the best you get.
I don't know or trust you, I said.
I was mindful that guards might be listening. You've been level and fair in most things to do with Earth N. I don't have any grudges. But right now, you're not winning points with me. And if I get answers, I want to hear them from the mouth of that person. I grew up with them, and if a lie comes from that mouth, at least I'll know it. Hate was a harbor, a refuge. I could take conflicting feelings and bury them in it. I wasn't sure I cared if she died. I might have been relieved, even. Hate was dangerously close to love in how passionate it was, but never in my love for her, or for Dean, or for any teammate or other family member had I ever driven forward, gone on the attack, accused. Not on this level. Even in my arguments with my mom, it had been debates and arguments from reason prior to Gold Morning and me shutting down after. New ground was safer. Amy made Marquis stand down again. I do have it handled, Amy said. I want to stress that. I want to judge that for myself, I said. Tell me. I saw her do something I'd seen too many times in our childhood, in our early teen years. I thought of it as clinging, finding an argument or idea and constantly going back to it. She'd convinced herself she had it handled, and she'd go back to that over and over, even after it ceased making sense. I had zero doubt she'd done it in rationalizing things as she did them to me. Zero doubt they played into her spiral down. She would say it again, that she had it handled. You don't get to keep silent if I ask, I said, with emphasis on the I. I checked over all of the prisoners from the prison on your Earth and the leftover parahuman warlords from here. Put things in place, mental checks, emotional controls, whatever they needed. Chris handled information gathering, interviews, collected a handful he thought would be useful to keep around as lieutenants, I asked. I saw Chris shrug. I don't know, Amy said. I wanted to focus on good things, peace, giving you the distance you wanted. So long as he wasn't hurting innocents and let me keep one eye on what he was doing, I didn't mind. Same checks and balances for him. And nobody's checking and balancing you, I asked. That's not fair, she said. Isn't it? This is important. This is billions of lives important. That's what you took on here. And if they're hearing from outside sources that you're unchecked and imbalanced, then that impacts everything. Like Vista said, we get dragged in to put out your fires. I have it handled. There it was. What is it? I asked. You don't get to not tell me. Out with it. She hated hearing that, which was why I kept going back to it, to hammer in at the idea she was clinging to as safety. If I didn't penetrate that safe ground, she could go back to it endlessly. With each repetition, I could see the emotional pain reach her face, her hands. Tattooed hands, with 2 fingers left untattooed. Replacements for what she'd apparently lost in her fight against the Slaughterhouse 9. I wondered if there was a meaning there. She'd tattooed blood onto her hands, either consciously or not. But that little addition was like a, but not here, not with this excuse. I looked again to Sveta, to Vista, to Ashley, to Tristan. Nobody was telling me to back down. Okay, she explained. After I was done with the capes, I started on other people, victims of capes. People like the people at the Parahuman Asylum. There's a facility in your Earth's Europe, not really like the asylum, more like a big farm, where they do their best to get everyone set up to contribute to society and give them therapy, medical care, and anything else they need. For some, it's just somewhere warm and clean with animals to cuddle. Please tell me that you didn't do what you did because of me, or for me. Amy didn't answer. She couldn't meet my hard stare. My dad spoke up. When someone regrets their action to the extent that Amy regrets hers, I think everything they do ends up being affected or colored by it. That's not what I wanted to hear, I said. I helped a lot of people, Amy said, still not meeting my eyes. It seemed to take difficulty to get through it and explain it. Fucking good. But you hurt someone. Who? I asked. A young teenager with control issues, Amy said. I did too much in 1 week. I was adapting to new roles and trying to handle interpersonal stuff with people who had been loyal to Bianca, who knew I'd been an acquaintance of hers.
I didn't listen to the little voice in the back of my head that said I shouldn't do delicate work, and I made a mistake."
"What mistake?" I asked. She didn't answer.
"Amy, I'm fixing it."
"What mistake?" It was Chris who spoke up. "You know when you're drawing and—"
"I want to hear it from her." "It's very detailed work, and you sneeze mid-drawing and draw a big zigzag across the picture."
"I want to hear it from her," I said again.
"It's that," Chris said, "except it was someone's mind and power."
I might never forgive him for denying me the ability to make her admit it.
"What's the damage?"
I asked, my neck stiff from tension. Amy answered, eyes downcast.
"Altered personality, memories not connecting. She came over with a friend, and he said she was different after. There was a gap, and the passenger wedged itself in there."
"When the passenger butts in, it saves over your work, and the undo button on the metaphysical keyboard stops working," Chris said.
"She," I said. "At least tell me it's not some blonde girl."
I saw the way both of my parents looked at Amy, how Amy seemed confused for 1 second, then processed what I'd said. Holy shit. I'd guessed right. I'd have been lying if I said I didn't feel some justice in seeing the pain in Amy's face.
"That you're not being that redundant while you're repeating old mistakes?"
Unnecessary. Maybe the only thing I'd regret saying so far. Words just to cause her more pain.
"That doesn't have anything to do with anything."
Amy said it in a hollow way, with no energy or emotion backing the words. And I really hadn't wanted to be right, to have any character trait to put on this victim. Not yet.
"Suddenly I'm really glad I didn't ask her to look after my battle scars," Vista said. "That's not—"
Amy started. Her expression changed, wounded.
"I thought we got along, Vista." "A long time ago," Vista said. "You guys are making this out to be like I haven't changed. Like it's a repeat incident, and it's not," Amy said, and her voice was firmer, almost angry. "I'm handling this, okay? It was one mistake."
"That erased a person's personality?" I asked.
"One mistake, and I have a support structure in place. I'm not spiraling out. I recognized when it started to affect my work. I stopped, took a break, stepped back, and got centered again. It's why progress with Mom is slow."
The word Mom sounded so alien from her mouth.
"It's affecting your other work?" I asked. "It was, so I stopped," she said, like it was the simplest thing in the world, like she was explaining things to someone who wasn't listening. "Affected it how?" "Minor slip-ups. Slip-ups like minor personality erasures, or no, things in my subconscious crept in, or I got placements wrong, or I colored outside the lines a bit. But I recognized the pattern. I stepped back, recovered, and fixed the superficial errors."
"She's not well," my mother had said. Every time Amy elaborated on her supposedly simple "it's handled" or minor slip-ups, or just about anything about this, she added new details, raised new questions, painted a fuller and scarier picture. One where I wasn't sure she was being entirely forthright. Especially when I stood in this long greenhouse, staring down its length at my ex-sister, and that image was a picture framed by my mom on my right, my dad sitting at the aisle to the left, Marquis and Chris near Amy. None of those people looked like they felt it was handled. I looked away from that scene. I didn't want to get carried away. No ear pull from Sveta. She just looked horrified. I wasn't horrified, I decided. I realized I had a pressure on my chest like someone was sitting on it, but it wasn't horror. A person didn't feel horror if a steamroller was left to inch forward while unwitting people sat in its path, and they later heard those people had died. Amy was looking at her dad, who'd said something quiet. She nodded, unsmiling. I spoke, which cut Marquis off.
"When you say it's handled, tell me, Amy. Well, first, start by looking me in the eyes."
She looked up, locking her eyes to my hard stare.
"Tell me, while looking me in the eye, that you can fix her. No slip-ups, no minor coloring outside the line casualties, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean." "I'm pretty sure I can," she said, her eyes meeting mine, but even from a distance, I could see them moving by fractions.
her gaze moving from one of my eyes to the other. Even now, I could be reasonably certain when she was telling the truth. I could tell when she was confident and not confident, and I knew the patterns she could fall into, at least when she got into arguments.
I believe you, I said.
Amy smiled, and I looked away.
I'm happy we were able to talk, Amy said,
a haunting voice from the far end of the greenhouse patio. I didn't look at her, instead staring out at the storm beyond.
We're not okay, Amy. We'll probably never be okay.
I'm still glad we could talk. Open lines of communication.
I continued to look away, to ignore her, because the alternative was that I'd open my line of communication and tell her exactly how I felt. And I was pretty sure the only people who needed that were me and her alone. For everyone else, it would spell disaster.
Are you sure?
Sveta asked. I folded my arms, shifting my footing as I leaned back against the window. I exhaled slowly, trying to control my breathing.
Yeah.
No. I knew my ex-sister too well. I knew how she would want something so badly she would believe it was so, and she would lie to herself. She'd then tell that lie to others. Promises to Mom and Dad about maintaining after-school activities in addition to the hero stuff, training, visits to the hospital, and grades. 3 straight semesters across 9th grade and the start of 10th grade she'd steadily declined, had maintained the illusion until they'd forced her to cut back. Pledges about diets, pledges to me about making friends beyond my friend group. She would believe it.
That's a relief,
Sveta said.
Not really how I'd put it, if I'm honest, I said. What about you guys? Any objections? You okay with this?
No, Rain said. No objections, I mean. I'm okay with it.
I'm worried about Chris, but I trust you when it comes to your family, Ashley said.
I'm good if this is good,
Kenzie said. We'd told her about the signals. If anyone on Breakthrough would see the little things we'd told them to pay attention to, it would be Kenzie, our lookout. So many things worried me about her, but her not picking up on information wasn't one of them.
No issue,
Sveta said.
You've been way more fair about this than I expected.
Most of my attention was on Tristan, though. I willed him to get what I meant, where I was going with this. You really want my opinion on this? He asked, picking up on my quiet intensity.
I want your opinion especially. We've talked about sibling stuff. I want your take on this.
Then okay. Yeah. We'd talked about it. Permanent solutions, if we had to. He was in agreement. It was in the cards, at the very least.
I'd rather the wardens had more oversight here, I said.
Chris spoke. Separate world, separate nation. The wardens have no responsibilities here, no role.
Then I'll rephrase. I want Amy, at the very least, to make trips out to the wardens for checkups, talks with a therapist we trust. Let's get to where none of us have to worry about mistakes.
No, Chris said. That's probably not going to work out.
Why not? Rain asked.
They don't like us doing the back and forth thing. Makes it too easy to pass on information. Makes us harder to keep track of. If you come here and you go any further than this little city hub here, the checklist of things you have to do gets long. Not to mention it's a hell of a trip to even get here. My mom's hand tightened around my shoulder. Was that it, then? My mom's request for help in escaping? Parahumans that stayed were expected to remain in their island chain area? He's not lying, Marquis said. I think the trip could be managed. Long, but I suspect Amy is willing to endure long trips if it mends bridges.
We're not mending anything, I said,
harsher than I'd meant to sound.
If...
Amy started. She flinched when I turned her way. Stopped talking.
If what?
If you'd be open to the opportunity, if you'd at least talk to me when I went, I could pull strings, maybe get an escort they trust to come with me and watch what I do. I know they want me to do certain healings of famous people here to prolong their lives and enrich their cultures, and I've been refusing on principle. If I bartered that healing, I could get permission to come.
On the condition you see me? I asked, my voice hollow.
I'm not doing that or asking for that for me, Vicky.
I want you to feel reassured. I want you to not be afraid anymore. I want you to be okay. I will go to whatever lengths it takes to do that, really. Seeing you would just let me know it's not making things worse."
I closed my eyes. Was it okay to say whatever if it meant we could get her to Warden's headquarters? Get her into that building, up to the stairwell, and then have a portal open? Push her through as we'd done to Tattletale, but without any humor in the action? Maybe using one of Rain's mechanical hands to avoid touching the dangerous striker-class cape? And after that, just not open the door again?
"We can talk about it," I said. "That's all I wanted,"
Amy said, and the hope in her eyes was naked. We left the conversation at that. Chris said something to her that she didn't hear, which prompted her to move closer, and from that point they were huddled. I fidgeted.
"You did good,"
Sveta said. I nodded, fidgeting more, glancing at the huddle.
"They're talking about which strings they're going to pull to get her to listen,"
Kenzie said.
"Thank you," I said. "Keep me informed?"
"We'll try. I can only listen to 2 things at once."
I nodded. In the other room, one of the scribe boys was standing closer to the center, reading from his little notebook. My mother put an arm around my shoulders, squeezing. She leaned in closer.
"I'm proud of you."
I smiled, and the smile was a lie. Amy, too, smiled. I couldn't reconcile that. I couldn't make peace with it. She'd done it earlier, while chatting with her dad, and it bothered me. She was in a good mood, and it was largely because she'd succeeded in lying to herself and thought she'd succeeded in lying to us. She'd broken someone, and I wasn't confident she was confident in fixing that someone. She had her little lie, and so did I. She entertained a world where what she'd done was fixable, to that blonde girl, to me. She'd tried to convince us. I offered a middle ground. Not forgiveness, but talks, a balance, and acceptance of what she was doing. That was my lie, because I couldn't bring myself to. We'd run it by the wardens at the next opportunity. It wouldn't be my team's biased take on it. Other hero teams would hear the situation, listen to Kenzie's recordings, and then decide if it was appropriate to dispose of my ex-sister and cast her into another world alone with no plans to retrieve her. Would there be pushback? Probably. A lot of this hinged on my knowledge that Amy had been lying about how certain she was. If there was pushback, maybe a test. If she couldn't fix this person she'd altered, she was too dangerous. If she could, I'd back down. We'd have to give her a chance first, use every resource to get her to a stable place for this person's sake and for absolute fairness. After that, if it came down to laying down the ultimatum and what was at stake, then I couldn't imagine a world where she rallied and performed better, fixed this girl and saved herself. She didn't handle pressure well. There was a knock on the door. Guards moved to either side of the doorway, parting the way. "If you'd rejoin us," Lewis asked. "We have some things we'd like to address." Slowly, the room filed out. I was relatively close to the door, so I followed behind Tristan. My mom came with me. I glanced back, in part to check that Amy wouldn't try to touch me while my back was turned, like she had at Breakthrough headquarters. Again, that fucking smile. I stopped, pulling to one side and letting my mom walk on. The rest of the group filed out, with the middle section mingled between Ashley, Marquis, my dad, and Chris. Amy was at the rear, escorted by Spruce. She saw me, stepped closer, and I stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. I knew it looked bad, that we were trying to massage a peace, but I wasn't insane. "What?" she asked. "Just don't move or I might kill you," I said. "Private question." I looked at Spruce as I said it. He checked with her, then with Marquis, and then he backed off. Just me and my ex-sister. "What?" she asked. No smile on her face now, but that light of hope in her eyes. "Her name." "Oh," she said. "Hunter." A punch in the throat. "I know Hunter," I said. I was pretty sure anyway. After the community center attack, before Breakthrough, I'd worked with Miss Yamada to get Hunter sent to the asylum-like spot in Europe.
She knew of you.
Chilling.
Did you use my name, your relationship with me? Did you convince her that you were legitimate or that you were safe by using the fact we're related?
No, Amy said. Not quite a lie like the other. That was something she desperately wanted to believe. This, a half-truth. I stared at her, and she broke eye contact. I drew closer to her, fully ready to hurt her if I had to, if she moved a muscle. True to her word, she didn't. I got so close I could smell her, and the smell stirred up memories that Engel had shaken loose. I might have lost track of what I'd meant to say, but I saw movement. Nestled in the mane of brown curls that really needed more conditioner, Amy's little imp Dot was curled up against the back of her neck, face pressed against the side, peering through the strands. She bared needle teeth at me. My voice was barely audible when I spoke to Amy.
Next time, if you want to insult me to my core, try going straight to spitting in my face instead, I told her. It's not quite as bad, and at least there's only some chance you hurt innocents with the collateral damage. She stepped back as if I had hit her. I saw emotions cross her face. Then that faint light of shaky hope I'd hoped to extinguish appeared once again. I'm handling it, she said. I can do this. I'll show you.
I believed her even less this time. Maybe it was better I hadn't extinguished it, if it got her to the warden's headquarters. Could I count this as one demon slain? No. But I could handle it. I could see a possible light at the end of this tunnel. Back to the arena, to our group, which stood clustered at one segment of the circle. Natalie was there, her forehead creased in worry.
How are we? I asked her. Not great, Natalie answered. You? Some resolution. Great. I hope you won them over.
The murmur of conversation in the room sounded different from one end than from the other. Our group spoke in one tongue, other groups spoke in another. All went silent as Lewis stepped forward. Sleek figure, black with a braided tie. His movements were dramatic and echoed our own Earths, but they made me think of a showman, not a statesman. We stand at the crux of two solutions, he stated. In one hand, we hold the breaking of ties. We would send you home, keeping only a select few, and we would end all trade, all promises, and retract all contracts. That was still on the table. Miss Militia was tense. He held out his right hand. On the other hand, Miss Militia offers us assurances, and we are not assured. We don't trust you as a whole, and as things rest in this hand, we can't come to a resolution. No contract or no resolution? What? By a showing of hands? Some raised extended both hands, as if out for a hug. Some raised their right hands. Only one held out left hand only. Can I comment? Miss Militia asked. You have, Lewis said. A woman wrapped in loose cloth stepped out of Yosef's group. Her hair was braided at the sides, straight along the top. By the deal and compact we formed with you, Red Queen, Marquis, Cryptid, in exchange for your freedom to settle and our cooperation and support, you are to protect us against any and all transgressors. I looked at Miss Militia. Her weapon wasn't changing. What she'd said about being ready to use our powers, was she signaling we shouldn't use ours? That we shouldn't fight this? Her back was ramrod straight, and her focus was wholly on the other group of parahumans. Ah, there it was. That annoying sliver of hope in my ex-sister's eyes wasn't there anymore. We outnumbered them. We could win, and we probably would. But at what cost? Arrest them, Lewis said, indicating us. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 7. Chris's brash chortle of a laugh formed the backdrop of the tense, otherwise silent few seconds as every cape present tried to figure out what the fuck we were supposed to do. "This isn't a joke," Luis said. The way he stood, the light didn't catch his eyes, so the sockets were cast into shadow. "I know. I just can't. You're sheer cojones," Chris said. Yosef and the woman I was assuming was his wife looked at their translator, then at Luis. Both clasped hands together, Luis in front of him, Yosef behind him, and shrugged. Weird, the things that ended up so similar in societies so distinct. "Balls," Chris clarified with a roll of his eyes. "You're not helping," Amy said. "You're implying I should be." I looked at Miss Militia, and she raised her eyebrows. Her scarf was pulled down, as she'd removed it when we'd all removed our masks, and her lips were pressed into a firm line. She wasn't speaking up. I turned to look at my team. Sveta looked faintly angry, and I wasn't sure how much of that was Amy, and how much was this being a slap in the face to someone who'd tried to realize their humanity, only to be defined by how human she wasn't. Tristan held a pose almost like Ashley's usual one, a little arrogant, like someone who was standing a little extra taller because they expected to be knocked down a peg at any moment. Ashley was unmoving, her eyes dark in how white they were. Kenzie smiled, hands fidgeting. But for the movements of my head to look over at the others, I was still, only my eyes moving. Kenzie's head was constantly turning, looking to her older teammates for reassurance or guidance. In the midst of her looking at each member of Breakthrough, she looked for and turned her attention to Chris. I heard a faint sigh from her. And Rain, as odd as it was, seemed most at peace with this, most focused and most himself in this alien place. "We'll cooperate," I said, while my head was turned to my team, not to the others. Nobody flinched, nobody bucked or rebelled. They knew. We had to. "I assume Natalie isn't included in this?" I added. "She isn't," Luis said. He didn't even have to look at the other groups for input, because we were being arrested purely because of who and what we were. Parahumans. Ones they couldn't trust or pretend to control. The younger wardens exchanged a couple of words. Vista, Gollum. "Okay," Vista told Miss Militia. "We'll cooperate," Miss Militia echoed my phrasing. Scribe boys scribbled. The room seemed to accept the answer with what I might have called a quiet kind of smugness, not smirking, not gloating or lording over us, but maybe self-satisfied was the word. And then there was Amy, staring at me. How many times had she been at the periphery when things went to shit? Fuck it. I'd made my decisions. She didn't warrant more thoughts until it came to figuring out what to do, and when it came to that, it would be the wardens who had the power to make the decision, and I would make my biased argument, citing my warning to Jessica about Amy. Past that, I had other things to concern myself with. The translators finished. A few words were exchanged in foreign tongue. Miss Militia seemed to relax slightly, though calling her relaxed would have been a lie. She'd put the power into our hands because her decreeing it meant something different than us agreeing on our own behalf. Luis stepped forward toward the center of the room and talked in his foreign tongue, addressing the other groups. One of the men in the conservative muumuu-style outfits stepped forward. It was our turn to be outsiders, needing the translation. Miss Militia supplied it, telling us, "They have different types of prison for different types of criminal. They're deciding where to put us. Rehabilitative, holding, reconstruction, castigation, devastation. Devastation?" Rain asked. I was about to say I'm butchering the translation. "Please tell me there's a really front-loaded curve that favors rehabilitation,"
Sveta said.
No, Miss Militia said. Kind of. They don't punish for minor crimes the way we do. They don't have traffic laws or drug laws in the same way. But they punish harshly for wrongdoing or even accidents. Lewis is arguing for holding. Ian is arguing for us to be held in a reconstruction facility. Ian was the guy in the muumuu, though the outfit wasn't bright and hung heavier than a normal muumuu. His beard was thick and dark, his eyes narrow. His hair was long but tied back straight against the scalp. When speaking, he repeatedly held up or held out a hand, bent back so the wrist stuck forward, fingers and thumb curled in to rest against the flat palm.
Reconstruction sounds scarier than castigation, Sveta said, assuming it means what I think it means.
Rain guessed. Break someone down, build them up the way you want, instead of just breaking them?
Yes, Miss Militia said. And I agree, Sveta. But I'm not sure if they plan to actually punish us or take action. It would be the quality of the facilities given. Food, the amount of sleep we're allowed, outside communication.
You don't sound certain they're not going to punish us or do something more serious.
This is symbolic, Miss Militia said. They want to stress they have power. If they do want to punish us, I'll argue to take on the punishment on behalf of my subordinates. There's precedent.
Punishment like lashes? Rain asked.
Flogging was mentioned, Miss Militia said, stoic, doing double duty in explaining and listening. They've argued down to bloodless lashes.
Beating? Rain asked.
I understand it to be water, Miss Militia said. I won't say more out of concern for Lookout here.
If you're afraid of scaring me, don't worry. I hang out with Heartbroken. I don't scare easy. I'd rather know. I like knowing stuff.
She would,
Ashley said. Water buckets. They tie you in place and splash you, hot enough to almost burn, or ice water, no rhyme, reason, or timing.
You'd faint, Tristan said. We've looked into stuff relating to cold water because Byron. With hot water and sudden temperature changes, you're talking syncope, fainting, arrhythmia, low blood pressure?
They may give drugs to keep us from fainting. I suspect they'd rather we faint. They wake us up or wait until we wake naturally, then resume the process. There's a very real motivation here to see us brought low, and repeated faintings would qualify, I think.
If I could swap out to Byron, that'd work, Tristan said.
If it comes down to bloodless lashings for Byron, Tristan, then it'll be your entire team. Vista, Gollum, and myself, Miss Militia said.
I'm kind of regretting agreeing to cooperate, Tristan said.
I'm not, I said, keeping my voice low. No, this is... Fuck this, especially if they're going after a kid like Kenzie. They'd relish the chance, Miss Militia interrupted.
Yay,
Kenzie said, her voice small. Sorry, you said you wanted to know.
I do. Thank you, you're super nice, but I'm a tiny bit scared now. Plus, I think I'd have to disconnect, and that'd make me more scared.
Disconnect from? Miss Militia asked.
My team's headquarters.
Kid Win was similar,
Vista said.
My old teammate. Couldn't take him away from his workshop too long or he'd get antsy.
Yeah,
Kenzie said. Then, as if renewing her efforts, she launched into quiet chatter with a different tone.
At least we're somewhere pretty. Every building, all the clothes, the language.
Something nice to say about anyone, even the guys who are jailing us? Tristan asked.
I'm sure they have good reasons.
I repeated myself. I don't think this is right. I don't think this is okay. Especially if it involves Kenzie, or people who are only here for functional purposes, like Vista or Gollum. But I'd rather stay and go through their charade if it means securing supplies for people back on Gimel.
Yeah,
Kenzie said.
I've been hurt before. I just don't want to be hurt and alone.
She wasn't talking about her computers or tech. She was linked into Darlene and possibly the others.
I won't let it happen,
Ashley said. Kenzie made a nervous sound, halfway to a laugh.
I hope so. Just a bit nervous now. Not that I don't believe in you.
Ashley put a hand on Kenzie's head.
Be brave. Look confident.
Their motivation isn't the pain, Miss Militia said. It's about posture and position. They're playing a game of chicken, knowing we could threaten them, but they hold supplies hostage. Even if we went to war, which we absolutely won't and can't do, we wouldn't have their cooperation or supplies in the meantime, and that would cost us too much.
Please tell me Lewis is arguing for something milder and winning that argument,
Sveta said. He's arguing, Miss Militia said, answering only part of the statement. As if her words had been a mechanism, Lewis fell silent. His argument ended. Ian said something in response. I could see Miss Militia's posture change. I could see Ian in the boxy robes punch a fist out to his left. With the way the groups were arranged, Lewis's group, the Founders, were to our left. There was a group that hadn't spoken yet, then Yosef's, two more groups that had been mostly silent, then Ian's. To Ian's left was the group with my mother, father, Marquis, Spruce, and Chris. And my sister. Ian's fist extended to her, specifically. It's about making a statement about them, too, I said. The parahumans who came to Shin. Chris, Marquis, telling them their place. Yes, Miss Militia said. They want them to handle the arrest, put us in our cells. Yes, and to handle any punishments. Ian just cut through several of Lewis's arguments by saying that punishments can be more pointed because Amelia Claire Levere can be ordered to maintain our health, Miss Militia said, her voice overlapping Lewis's rebuttal, which was quickly followed by a response from Ian. If she refuses, we are clearly lying in reassuring them. Either Amy's too dangerous, we're too dangerous, or both. Okay. I was on the same page as Tristan now. Didn't expect hardball to this degree. What else could we do, though?
Are they being influenced by Teacher? Ashley asked. This feels pointed.
This is how they politic, I'm afraid, Miss Militia said. This seems normal. I spoke. When we investigated Teacher, it all seemed normal or excusable. Things so close to reality you could believe it happened. You had to look at the end results and the consequences to find patterns. Lewis and his Founders are center, as far as we're concerned, joined by the group to his right. Normally, the coalition balances it out, and with my voice or another Gimel voice, we can strike a healthy compromise. The coalition being absent could be Teacher. With them gone, the guys in the center were our best advocates. And our best advocates, Lewis's faction, he was stepping down and back, no longer one of the people speaking, ceding the floor to Ian, ceding victory to Ian. Ian talked, his voice low, and he did all of the talking, with only a periodic 1 or 2 word comment or agreement from other groups. Lewis was entirely silent. Fuck me. Gary had stirred shit up to score a political victory at home and caused an inter-Earth incident in the process, painting their parahuman saviors and neighbors in the worst light possible. We went to handle that just so we could go after Teacher without worrying about what's happening in the background, and we faced imprisonment, torture, public humiliation, and worse than imprisonment and torture, we faced my sister. My sister who was not well, according to my mother, who was spiraling out, doing her best to mitigate that spiral by moving slowly. I wasn't sure her best was very good. I was even less sure it would be good if she was forced to cooperate in our torture and humiliation. My torture and humiliation. The feeling now was something of institutional and wholly unfair, something biased against us, that was now dragging us inch by inch towards something ugly. To my sister being made to lay hands on us, on me, all while being in the worst fucking state possible to handle her shit. And she hadn't been handling it. Ian squared his shoulders, moved his arm, and faced us. Yosef's wife approached to stand beside and one step behind him. When he spoke to address us, his voice was faintly nasal and insistent. His translator's voice was normal, but the opening of each statement overlapped with the end of Ian's.
All but militia will stay in reconstruction facility, where you will join the rounds. Miss Militia will return to Gimel and explain the situation.
The rounds. I only had to look at Miss Militia's expression to know how things had gone. I didn't miss her glancing at Kenzie.
If I may, Miss Militia started. You may not. If I may, Miss Militia raised her voice.
There were murmurs. There was chatter. Ian ceded, his hand moving to motion her to come closer.
A general can take the punishment for their men. Are you a general? You dress as one, but you insisted you were something else. I am not someone who leads battles against humankind. I am someone who leads battle against monsters and fights to make humanity shine brighter. These people have fought under or alongside me.
Ian answered. The translator translated.
Your wardens, yes. Break down.
Lewis coughed a word. The translator corrected himself.
Break through is not yours. They are my responsibility. I will stay, and I will take any punishment you see fit, as much as I disagree.
You will go, the translator translated for Ian,
because we want someone we can trust going between us and Gimel. I will not see people, many of them are not quite adults in the eyes of our government, punished for the crimes of adults. Punishments with kind intent and purpose.
Ashley put her hands on Kenzie's collarbone, pulling her back into Ashley's front in a protective hug.
Unacceptable, Miss Militia said. Our memory is long when it comes to this sort of thing. You will hurt relations far more than you realize. I told you from the beginning, they've earned goodwill. Then imprisonment until the trade deal is signed and new protections agreed to. We are insistent on having our presence and security affirmed. And if these parahumans cause trouble, they will bleed for it. The so-called Red Queen will ensure they don't bleed too much. That should be fine, Miss Militia said. It won't come to that. Do you say that because you know they'll cause trouble and you're at peace with the politics of it, or because you're lying to yourself? Being parahuman doesn't mean trouble is inevitable. Have I caused you trouble? You have the gall to ask that after raising your voice in here, threatening us? I made no threat. You are a threat. You have the power, I've been told, to kill all of us here. Our soldiers might shoot you, but these others you've brought with you could kill them for all we know.
The walk softly and carry a big stick might have been something they prized, but the moment we didn't speak softly... Ian spoke, giving the order. His translator voiced it in English.
Take them.
My eye fell on Amy. The fear that ran through me had a grip to it, paralyzing. They were putting me in her charge, and I'd just told her off. I'd just been harsh with her. Did that impact her willingness to obey? I had a fundamental understanding of her, yet I had zero idea what she might do. If pushed, did she refuse? Try to prove herself to me by refusing to take action against me? Did she go the other way? Which was worse? Did she internalize all of this and slip further? All it had taken for Hunter might have been a similar hair color and appearance, a bit of exhaustion, and Amy had slipped, had made a critical error. If we said no, fought, ran, or brought war to their doorstep, then they rescinded aid. We would take the blame, and they would claim a victory in that, having brought us low and reminded us of our place.
Us too? My mother asked. You're the custody of the Red Queen, the translator said.
Her responsibility is yours. Your dereliction is hers.
This is why they need help escaping. They were roped in with Amy. If they left, it was deemed Amy's failure. Prisoners in the loosest sense. We'd had to make our decision. The Shin parahumans now had to make theirs. Marquis had no reason to be fond of us, but in a weird way I could trust him most. My dad, my mom, Spruce, Chris, Amy. As I got to the last name on that list, the amount of trust I had in the individual dwindled. Fuck. I nodded, mostly to myself, and that seemed to be the signal that gave permission to the Shin parahuman group. Not as organic as Miss Militia leaving Breakthrough to make a call without any input from her, but whatever.
What do I do? Natalie asked. Go with them. You'll be the back and forth for them and Gimel, Miss Militia told her. Come back here, report to me. They should treat you well. Damn, okay, Natalie said. All of you, do your best. Avoid responding to any taunts or tricks, Miss Militia said, her voice quiet enough for just our group. She turned to Vista. And if it comes down to it, and it seems they intend to castigate you or anything like that, escape. I spoke. That would mean escape, she interrupted me, turning to me. Any of you. If it comes to it, escape. If it gets that bad, if they're willing to go that far, trade may not be possible. The situation wouldn't be salvageable. At least like this, it was superficially a charade, a heavy-handed moving of segments of the political machine. We can recover from it, but we can't sacrifice people to that machine. Got it, Vista said. For the love of God, be good, Miss Militia said. She said it to Vista and Gollum, but I was pretty sure it wasn't intended for them. It would have been crass to say it to us, and she wasn't crass. What are you guys going to do in the meantime? I asked. I shifted my footing, signaling I was asking about Teacher. Just focus on yourselves. We'll work something out. This should only be a few days at most before we work it out. In the meantime, I think they want you to give them an excuse. They can punish you and use the film of act and punishment for their political enrollments, or even televising it for the public.
Never mind, Tristan said, changing his tune as Marquis and the others drew closer. He looked at Vista, who had her chin set. She didn't look anywhere near happy about this. This is screwed up.
It's theater. We're capes. Theater is part of it, Ashley said.
Well said, Miss Militia told her. Behind Spruce, Chris, and Marquis, I could see my parents and Amy. Amy hesitated, then approached until she stood beside Marquis. A diplomat from Ian's contingent accompanied them, no doubt to show them where the hell they were going.
Would it be tactless for us to use weapons? Marquis asked.
It might be best, Miss Militia said.
Would it now?
You're effectively their parahumans. Your weapons and clout are theirs. Show off a bit if you must. Marquis made a hand motion like he was snapping a finger in reverse, and the snapping produced a rapier-thin blade from his middle finger. He waved it in the air before settling on Tristan, Gollum, and Rain, bidding them to move. Spruce joined him.
Come on,
Chris said. He pushed Ashley's shoulder blade hard enough she had to take a step, and as part of that, had to manage Kenzie, who was standing just in front of her.
Let's go. I want to get back to my own stuff.
When she didn't move fast enough, he gave her another push. She shot him a look over her shoulder, her neck and jaw tense enough that lines and muscles stood out.
It's only going to get worse when you're in there. Suck it up.
Theatrics, my mother said as she walked into the midst of our group. She smiled at Natalie. Earning your pay, Natalie's responding smile was weak. I'll make it up to you, my mother said.
I believe you.
My mother produced a coruscating spike in her hand. I knew the energy she made could be diffused or left sharp, and I imagined she'd picked something that would burn at worst if someone were to walk fast enough into it. I'd wanted her to guide me, but she didn't, instead putting a hand on Sveta's shoulder. Because she didn't think, there was a dwindling number of people to manage us. "Regretting sending Mom here?" I asked, approaching my dad, because the alternative was that he wouldn't think either, and I'd be left with Amy guiding me. I didn't walk a straight line to my dad either. I took the path that kept him between Amy and myself. She had a look in her eyes that was somewhere between wounded and hopeful, constantly changing, and my little maneuver pushed things into the wounded for the time being. Though he held his arm straight out in front of him, the hand he put on my shoulder wasn't one that gripped me hard. It was almost reassuring. "It saved her life," he said. "Right, of course. Sorry." "I'm sorry this is happening this way." I shook my head. Besides the fact that Amy was behind me and I had no idea what she was doing, besides the fact that she'd tried to grab me from behind once already, and had chased after me more than once in the time since Gold Morning... No, I'd rather bite the bullet and keep the peace. How did it go? Rule of law, then right and wrong, and if neither of those worked, reach out for counsel? If none of that was possible, do what I could do without regrets? This was the law here. It was ridiculous and unjust, pure farce for political points and to apply pressure on another government.
"Fuck me with a salted log. You do not fucking touch me,"
Vista said. I turned to look. Amy, with about a foot of distance between a reaching or motioning hand and Vista.
"I don't want to fall behind," Amy said. "This is hard enough. Give me a second. You're going to make them suspicious."
Vista didn't budge, staring Amy down. In the meantime, my dad and I were stopped while the others left the room. Miss Militia remained where she was, a short distance from Vista and Amy. "Be good," Miss Militia told Vista. This time, the words really did seem meant for Vista.
"I am. But if it comes down to it, I'm not going to have a squad of soldiers who I don't know or trust at my back without taking steps."
Miss Militia looked around.
"You undid it?" "Just finished," Vista said.
She walked, Amy following, guards following Amy. Vista didn't hurry, and the result was to create a good 15 or 20-foot gap between myself and Amy. Natalie hurried to catch up to my dad and I.
"You coping?"
I asked.
"I should be asking you that."
"Life is a cape. Before I even had powers, I made myself stay up until I heard my parents come back in. My dad taught me some first aid from pretty early on." "I didn't know you stayed up," my dad said. I ignored that, addressing Natalie.
"Are you managing, though? You'll be going home, maybe report to people or tell them what Miss Militia's more or less going to say so she can focus on other things. Then, I imagine, a stiff drink?"
"I can't drink when anxious," she said.
"I have a guy. Kind of, but not really a boyfriend. Does that sound awful?"
"No," I said. "A guy sounds really nice."
"We're in fuzzy territory. It doesn't matter. You have bigger things to worry about. I've got someone to give me a hug when I need it. That's what matters. I'll call him once I'm in range for cellular service."
"Good," I said.
I don't want to sound rude, but I didn't expect family to be such a factor. Carol's very different.
"She's recovering," my dad said.
"Yeah, I get that."
A glass-covered, glass-walled tunnel with snowbanks on either side separated buildings.
"I've talked to Vista a few times,"
Natalie said. Her voice was quieter.
"She sounded really unlike herself just now, talking to Amy. Scared."
"Amy's not that scary. She's a good person who's been through a lot, like most parahumans," my dad said.
"Vista's been through a lot. She's level-headed, she's smart, she's experienced. Fuck, she's more experienced than me, I'm pretty sure. And she's scared. I'm scared.
Singular bad experiences, traumas, or histories of trauma, and our mental issues can screw up the tools we use to determine if we should fight, fly, or freeze. It hurt hearing that.
So can love, I said. I looked at my mom's back. And guilt, shame.
It wasn't a short walk to the prison. We pulled hoods up and helmets on as we left the warmth of building interiors, the young politician that was showing us the way passing us on to a guy in a guard's uniform. We walked past groups of people, all dressed more like Lewis than any of the other delegates. Our destination was a building that looked to be a stout castle, split in two and separated, with an office building growing out of the divide. Concrete and tinted windows covered in bars. Wrought iron fences with whole sections wrought to be bent to right angles, spikes rising up from the face of it in the echoes of the multitude of medieval-style towers that leaned out and then up from buildings around us. Just a few days. No alternative. We do this, we let the wardens handle shit and work out an alternative, and we go back. If we couldn't, we'd break out. We had the means. The cold was biting enough that I was glad to be indoors. I was less glad that the lobby before the internal prison gates was as small as it was. I was very aware of Amy entering the space, of her proximity to me and to everyone else. Vista avoided being within arm's reach, and on Amy's opposite side, guards did the same. It made everything else more squashed, with the sudden influx being what it was. My dad went to her side, creating a buffer of space where others could move closer without being in immediate proximity. I'd complained the greenhouse patio was claustrophobic. This was worse. From alien political pressure to cold claustrophobia. There wasn't any time or place since I'd entered this damn world that I'd felt capable of breathing. Vista had talked about how the little things went underappreciated, that the public would never know about the monsters being slain, the nascent S-class threats that never grew beyond a certain point or figured out how to use their full potential because the PRT or the wardens had stepped in. With orders and directions given in a language we didn't understand, we were all filed off together into an adjacent area, the western of the two half-castles. Co-ed shower, with only a dividing wall up to my shoulder. We had to. As much as I could briefly entertain the notion that we might eventually have to say, fuck it, and stop caring as much about what civilians thought, in practice, if aid for millions was on the line, I'd eat the shit. I'd endure. I'd fucking endure my sister being here, of all things. I just had to hope our more temperamental and unreliable allies could keep it toned down. That we could manage this for the 1 or 2 days it was necessary. We handed over gear, piece by piece, slowly, with multiple guards keeping weapons trained on us. Because we'd cooperated this far, but when asked to hand over our phones, keys, pens, loose change, that was when we'd pull out guns and open fire, right? Fuck me. Fuck this. Amy doesn't need to be here, I said, as I finished removing the stuff in my pockets and started removing ornamentation, like the decoration at my hood and shoulders. She looked at my mom, as if for confirmation, then said, I kind of do, but... Think, I said. Find 2 rational thoughts, put them together, and think about it, please. I am. I'm aware this is awkward, but they want this. They want us to watch you, and I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go. I could have choked on the anger I felt. Come keep an eye on me, Tristan said. Give Victoria her space. Amy was just short enough that only the top of her head, still covered by her hood, was visible over the top of the divider. I pulled off the outer layers of my costume, my mom and 2 guards looking, a 3rd guard looking over my red letter, my paperwork from the portal. They checked me over, 1 guard examining me,
Another guard going over my clothes inch by inch while I stood on the clammy floor, still with beads of moisture and droplets from when prisoners had used the space. They let me change back into the tank top and costume leggings I'd been wearing, and they gave me simple shoes and socks to wear. I kept the socks in my pocket, slipping wet feet into the shoes. Wet socks would be worse and would get the shoes wet anyway. I wanted more. The protection of the heavy coat, a barrier between me and everything else. After they finished Sveta, I settled into position, still in the stall, my arms resting on the divide between Sveta's stall and my own, my chin resting on my arms. My position let me keep an eye on the others while keeping Amy in my peripheral vision.
"You have scars,"
Amy cut into my thoughts. From a vantage point on the boys' side, she'd moved to higher ground to be able to see faces above the shoulder-high divider. She could see my head and the arm that rested on top. I dropped my arm and covered the topmost scar with my hand. Notches where the acid centipedes had raked me. I pulled the hand away, anger and hate and bitter feelings boiling up. I could have used my aura or power if it wouldn't have been so costly. Fuck me.
"Don't follow through with that thought,"
Vista said, so I didn't have to. I saw Amy look momentarily frustrated and lost. She looked to my mom, who didn't respond. She looked to my dad.
"Hostility doesn't help any of us," my dad said.
"Technically speaking," Chris said.
"Oh my God, please shut up, Chris,"
Vista said. The guard barked a word at her in a foreign tongue. He was checking her hair. "I think he said to be quiet," Marquis said. "Hostile execution of a certain world-conquering tyrant got me my current position. A kind of diplomatic immunity," Chris said. "Hostility is great if you have good timing."
"There are more than a few hostile things I could say to you," Ashley said. "The mildest of them is that you're tiresome." The guards moved on from Vista to Ashley, taking the dress from where she'd already hung it over the same divider that made it so I could only see her head, and made it impossible to see Kenzie at the far end of the row.
"Tiresome," says the wannabe villainess who can't drop the same old act. "Nobody's impressed, Ash."
"Hey," Kenzie said. "Leave her alone."
"I almost had a morsel of respect for you, tidbit,"
Chris told her, his voice echoing just a bit more in the room with its open area and hard surfaces.
"Leaving this train wreck was a good idea."
"I didn't want to leave."
"Okay, then I've changed my mind about the morsel of respect. You could be so great, so powerful, and what are you doing? You're obsessing over making friends, the one thing you're worst at."
"Like you're any better?" Tristan asked.
"Don't say it like that," Sveta said. "She does have friends."
The guards were looking a little anxious about the chatter and debate, all in a language they didn't understand. Marquis stepped forward to put a hand on Chris's shoulder. He leaned in close to say something, but Chris didn't really stop, shrugging it off. I made a short, small whistle, and when they looked my way, I had my hand at the side of my head, at my left ear, fingers in my hair. Our signal, meant for me to calm down. My team, at least, chilled out, with emphasis on the bitterest sense of chill. Some turned their backs. Kenzie had hopped up onto the bench in her stall and peered over the wall at Chris. She'd removed her headband and pin.
"So you have friends," Chris said. "Tell me when you keep them for more than a month without fucking it up."
Fuck me. I thought for a second Marquis might have said or done something. He certainly tried to get Chris to quietly leave. The rest of my team, myself included, held their tongues while simultaneously wanting to backhand Chris. Kenzie smiled at him.
"It's been a little while, actually. I'm sure I'm wearing on them."
"Imagine that," Chris said. I still had to talk to her. There hadn't been a great chance. Too many red flags had popped up. I wanted to do it while out of teacher's sight, and with this circumstance, I couldn't.
But I kind of really love them. Like,
crazy friend crushing on some of them and crushing on Chicken Little. My first ever crush.
Imagine that, Chris said. You in love. That's like saying a trash fire is hot. That poor chicken is going to get burned.
I don't know. I'm not sure. They get me in ways nobody else has. I think there's a way forward, even if I am a trash fire.
You aren't, Sveta said.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, it's neat. That's your catch me up on the happenings of Kenzie.
The inherent humor in seeing you get thrown in the clink is the only thing holding my interest right now.
And Ashley, what?
The guard was turning Kenzie around. Her turn. Out of sight, Kenzie pitched her voice higher to be heard.
Ashley's actually really neat to be around in whole new ways nowadays. She's grown and she's warmer sometimes, and she's still super cool.
A compliment from you is like herpes from a hooker, Kens. It's a given.
I think you'd be surprised. She's changing, and she's trying to change, and even if I only get breakfasts...
The guard barked at her.
He's saying to stop talking, Marquis supplied. How do you say that won't happen? Tristan asked. She's a talker.
Marquis paused, smiled, and said a single word. The guard heaved out a sigh.
I think that was can't, Marquis said. Thanks, Tristan said.
Anyway, she's trying, she's cool, and even if sometimes all I get to see her is breakfasts and sometimes hangouts, I love being a part of it. I miss you too, Ashley said.
Gag me, Chris said.
And, Chris, Cryptid, Lab Rat, whatever you want to be called?
His expression changed. He hadn't known we knew.
I get it. I know how frustrating it is to be unable to change no matter how hard you try, and I know it's scary too, and lonely.
You never got that, Chris said, that I don't get lonely.
You do, though, because ever since we showed up, all you've done is be angry and push and prod like you're trying to prove something. The world's moved on, and you're stuck being whatever you are, and it doesn't matter how much you change on the outside, because on the inside, you're still a miserable little fucknugget.
It was, in any other circumstance, the kind of line that would have seen Chris guffaw, laugh, say something. Silence followed.
My heart's beating so fast because I'm angry, and I'm angry because you missed out, you know? Because even now, even if I might get tortured, I'll be happier than you are, Chris. You missed out, and you deserve to. There were glimmers of good in you, like when you helped Rain, but you didn't stick to that, and you didn't try. You were super cool when you stopped trying to be uncool, and I kind of loved you, and now I kind of don't. You're being shitty by pushing us away and making something hard even harder and suckier because you're scared and resentful and whatever. I know whatever happens next for you is going to be 10 times as hard and sucky as what I have to deal with. You're going to be just as alone and even more frustrated because you're never going to be able to take a drug that changes you deep down inside and makes you any less of a pathetic, miserable fucknugget.
This from the girl who always found something nice to say about anyone. He didn't immediately respond. When he did, it was a simple,
"Say what you really think."
Okay,
she said.
There's nothing sadder than someone who's unwilling to change for the better.
I looked across the room at Amy. I saw her look, saw her expression change as she looked away. More different real emotions that weren't her being wounded or blindly hopeful crossed her face in a few seconds than I'd seen since she arrived in the conference building. "There's something sadder," Amy said, "when the rest of the world won't let you change." There we go, I thought to myself. One shot and you missed it. It was Amy who stormed out, giving Chris the excuse to follow. They went to the lobby, and the rest of us, once the guards had picked through Ashley and Kenzie's stuff, with Kenzie's small pack having a change of clothes they provided, were let through another set of doors and a series of gates. Each of us had a wristband with series of symbols. Natalie saw us off. When the door shut, it separated us from her. The prison was a series of hallways, with few rooms beyond an atrium area with a glass ceiling, where it looked like food was provided at other times of the day. The hallways were lined with thin mattresses, and it seemed to be first come, first serve. Co-ed anarchy. Going by what Miss Militia said, the principle of there being little to no traffic laws and high personal responsibility with severe punishments seemed to hold within the prison grounds themselves. There were places where guards patrolled on raised platforms or on the other side of windows, guns in plain view. I could see 2 cases of them breaking up prisoners. One case where a man and woman were sitting too close together, suggesting that co-ed didn't mean open season, and another case where things were getting loud. 2 parents with kids a few years younger than Kenzie were arguing about a game in their natural tongue. Our priority was to find the quiet, to powwow, figure out where we stood. We just had to get through a couple of days. Ashley's natural intimidation worked in our favor. When we found a place with only a few people, a little damp where moisture dripped down through a crack in the glass above, they saw Ashley and got out of Dodge. "No cameras?" I asked.
"Guards, but no cameras. Not here,"
Kenzie said.
"I can tell."
"You're an asset," Tristan said, "and you're a champ."
She nodded, no longer smiling, all seriousness. "How are you for tech, Kens?" I asked. She reached up to tap the side of her head. The sound was artificial, a clink.
"Hair clip, projection. Only a few hours of battery. I'm going to turn it off and hide it."
"Okay."
Oxygen tank and mask. That's a good one."
"They didn't find it?"
"It was hidden with projection. I hung it on the shower lever while talking to Chris. I've got these."
She reached up and she scraped a fingernail along the surface of her eye. Ashley moved closer to block the guard's view. Gollum had the biggest body, and he blocked off the view to the side. He beckoned for Rain to come sit beside him.
"Oh,"
Kenzie said, letting go of her eye.
"Vista."
"What?"
"Can you, not do your thing, like, at all? At least while I'm working on the eyes? Because your thing borks up my thing, and whoo boy, it would be like pulling a pine cone out of a grape."
"Not doing my thing," Vista said. The action drew a prisoner's attention. A woman, broad with bad skin, raised her voice, asking what might have been a question, but which lacked the inflection at the end. Sveta turned and, with one finger, drew a line from lower eyelid to chin, then pointed to Ken's. The woman made a face, sympathetic. Kenzie pulled out the apparatus that had been phased into her eye, 6 inches long and bristling with antennae and prongs. She partially removed the one from her other eye, then pushed it back in. "Not removing it?"
"It lets Darlene, Candy, and Chicken look in," Kenzie said, "and I'd feel lonely if they couldn't. Besides, it lets me see the cameras, and I want to figure out where they all are before I run out of battery. If I have time, and if I can make tools, maybe a few minor things, I'll turn this oxygen can into a battery pack."
The projection setup for the smoking eyelashes was buried in Ashley's eye as well. Kenzie removed those, handing them to Rain. "Can you make something?" I asked.
"What do I need to make?"
she asked. "I'm worried Teacher might try something. We're cooped up and we're easy targets. Do you think you could give us a way to track what happens?"
"You think they'll come after us?" Tristan asked.
"I think they might. Or they'll try to frame us. Or stage a breakout attempt. Our job is to stay in, at least for a little while. Keep the peace." I shifted my footing. "And if the wardens need us, they can get us. If not, then the scheduled attack on Teacher happens and we're stuck on the sidelines because we're losing this game of political chess." I saw a few of the others nodding to themselves.
"Should I give Darlene and the others a message?" Kenzie asked. "Call anyone? Even for dumb stuff? I think they're worried."
The others named names. Rain wanted a message given to Aaron. Tristan asked for his parents, and mentioned the subject of Byron, who was still in armor. A complicated subject to navigate. He hadn't felt comfortable changing with an anti-parahuman holding him at gunpoint. Ashley had nobody, and Sveta requested a message to go to Armstrong, just to tell him not to worry. And me? Half of the people I knew and cared about were here. Citrine, I decided. We're going to need some help from above. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 8.
Can anyone do us a big favor?
Kenzie asked, distracted.
We need somebody to walk over to Theo and Rain and tell them that the surveillance state is our friend.
Tell me where they are and why I'm telling them that, and I will, Byron said. It was the small hours of the morning, and for the most part the only light was the ambient glow of city lights finding their way into the prison center through the glass roof. The building's heat led to some of the snow and ice on that glass to find its way in through the cracks, precipitating a series of steady trickles and drips. All of us, for the most part, had found places to settle in, but few of us slept. The place lacked proper rooms, and it had the feeling of a labyrinth. A central plaza was set in the middle, while showers, bathrooms, and one room with a purpose I hadn't yet figured out were set around the perimeter. A lot of the walls were paths for guards and guards only, and a lot of the hallways had thick glass windows with guards on the other side, with gaps and apertures for guards to fire through. A lot of the hallways, ours included, had a faint 4 or 5 degree incline, not so much it was impossible to settle, but enough that it was hard to rest easy without feeling like we'd roll down the hall. Byron was in prison clothes now. Tristan hadn't wanted to keep his brother in reserve as the hours crept forward, and so we'd had to find an excuse to swap them out. Laundry was handed out on a requirement basis, and after some confusing discussion and pantomime, we'd requisitioned an outfit. The twin that was swapped out wore the armor, which made the swapping something that had to happen in a bathroom stall.
They're in the courtyard, southeast corner. I think they're trying to follow the rules, but they're not quite in the camera's range. I would bet if they stay in a blind spot like that, the guards are going to harass them.
And we want to stay where the cameras can watch us, Byron said. He looked up at the cameras in our hallway. Got it. He pulled himself to his feet and walked off.
Agents in hallway to our left and middle,
Kenzie said, sticking an arm out to indicate the hallways.
I can't say for sure that they're going to be problems, but...
But we take the right hallway to get to the central courtyard, and there isn't going to be a problem for sure.
Yep, pretty sure.
Stay in sight. Stay clearly under the cameras we were in a position to manipulate, and be model prisoners. That was the game, the charade. It was a game we could cheat at in small ways. Kenzie was a big factor in that, with an eye on the same cameras the guards used. For all the world, it looked like she was sharing a cot with Ashley. Ashley sitting against the wall, Kenzie lying down with a thin pillow propped up against Ashley's thigh, which she used as a pillow. Kenzie's hands were motionless, folded across her stomach. But as Byron left on his mission, Kenzie began humming dissonantly, tinkering in another way.
There
was no musicality. It even bordered on anti-music.
Kenzie, you're cute and all,
Vista said, and her voice had a burr of tiredness in it. She trudged over to the cot Byron had been sitting on and plunked herself down.
But you are going to get shanked if you keep that up.
Kenzie tittered.
Don't make me laugh. You'll make me mess up the sequence.
Does it have to be done tonight? Vista asked.
No, I can finish programming tomorrow,
Kenzie said. She turned onto her side, eyes pointed the way of Ashley's knee, then twisted around almost to face the opposite direction to look up at Ashley.
You okay? Your leg isn't falling asleep?
You're fine, Ashley said.
Darlene's throwing me off with the sequences anyway. She's staying up tonight to keep an eye out in case I need emergency help or hands elsewhere. She's giggling because both Candy and Chicken are snoring. It's like dueling banjos, but snorty. She's trying so hard to not laugh so much she wakes them up.
You stay connected while you're asleep? I asked.
Sometimes. The first time we did it, Darlene fell asleep by accident, so there was nobody to cancel it, unless we wanted to wake her up on purpose. Then, that was the same night someone, I'm not going to say who, they had a nightmare. Really spooky when it happened, because you're paralyzed while you're asleep, but you'll jerk and twitch and your heart rate goes up and stuff. So I thwacked my hand against my bedside table to wake everyone up. A little too hard. It still hurts a bit.
Might be a little too much if you're always connected, I said.
Maybe, but it's kind of nice having company when falling asleep, you know? It's only been good dreams ever since. I can feel them breathing, and it makes it easier for me to breathe when it's dark and I start thinking about spooky stuff.
Do you have trouble breathing? I asked. Panic attacks?
Not actual trouble, but everything feels heavier, you know?
I digested that. The pressure of the twilight hours. I know. Is it the cape stuff that's getting to you?
No, nah. Cape stuff is fun. Spooky stuff is when I'm lying in bed staring at the ceiling and I start thinking about what if I never figure it out, you know? What if I'm never better and I spend the rest of my life pushing people away, and every morning and every night I wake up without a family, and every Christmas it's just me buying myself a present. Always just me, you know, smiling, 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 trying to keep busy making Christmas treats for the needy for church events and still doing tinker stuff because that's going to be in my life forever.
Her voice was taking on a wobbly cadence like she was finally drifting off to sleep.
You'll have me, Ashley said. It's hard to get rid of me. Yeah, but,
Kenzie said. It took her a while to summon up the thoughts. It seemed like fatigue more than anything.
People go away. They die. So I think of you and I feel better, but then I think, what if something happens and I feel worse again? Then I start thinking, better tinker. If I make better stuff, I can protect all of you. I've died a bunch of times and I'm still here. Yeah, but don't want to stretch that until it snaps, Kenzie mumbled. Don't let me fall asleep. I need to keep an eye out. You need to sleep. We'll manage. It's unfair, you know, because being around you all like this and networking into the others through Darlene, Aiden sleeping in a cot in Darlene's room and Candy sleeping in a beanbag chair in her room, is when I feel the least like I'm going to end up alone, and I feel the most like I can sleep easy. But I should watch for trouble. I shouldn't sleep. You should. Shh, Ashley said. Rest.
Kenzie twisted around, curling up closer and wrapping her arms around Ashley's thigh, where Ashley sat cross-legged next to her. She squeezed and smushed her face tight against Ashley's leg.
Chicken has a snot bubble in his left nostril. It's clicking rapid-fire every time he breathes out, Kenzie said. There needs to be a camera that captures moments like that, and all of the feeling around that moment.
Go to sleep, I said. We'll see if you snore and put a smile on Darlene's face. As I said it, I saw some people walking through the hallway in the dark. They paused as they saw us. 6, 7 people. Men and women, all silhouettes in the dark. People came in wearing whatever clothes they had that were allowed, and those clothes were a kind of status symbol. People inevitably had to start wearing the shitty prison uniforms after a time, and so that marked a kind of veteran status. But the people who were veterans and had any kind of clout or standing were those who'd migrated into wearing the prison uniforms, but had other clothing worn as part of their outfit. The more tattered, the better. Shirts with patterns had sleeves tied together and were worn around the shoulders or waist. Dresses torn up and wound around hair or worn as wide hoods that extended from shoulder over the head to shoulder. Beyond that, there were stages of quality. One man with a frayed basket weave mesh of 2 cloth types worn as a scarf. A woman with a complex 5-part braid to her shawl seemed to be the one in charge. Colors seemed to signify gangs or group affiliation. We had settled down in an area of the prison the gangs seemed to stay away from, because the conditions weren't great. It was cold enough there was a puddle of water in the corner with hints of ice at the edges, and because it was under the cameras. A couple of older women and 2 family groups were set up in this spot.
"If you hug my leg that tight, you're going to cut off the circulation,"
Ashley told Kenzie. But the kid was already asleep. Ashley seemed to make peace with it.
"The first time I met her, I found her really hard to get used to,"
Vista said. "Kenzie?" I asked.
It took me a while to realize why. Wasn't anything to do with her. It's that she's the opposite of me, back when I was a hero her age."
The gang hadn't moved. They stood in the hall, staring us down.
"I look back, and I wish I'd tried harder to be a kid. Have friends my own age, crushes my own age, instead of crushing on an older boy. I wish I'd leaned on people more."
To be fair, he was crushworthy. Vista made an amused sound. Ashley turned her gaze my way. She hadn't used her power on herself recently, and with the apparatus out of her eyes and in Rain's possession, she didn't have her pupils erased or her smoke effect. Her eyes looked almost normal. In the dim, I could see her eyes move between me and the gang. "Yeah," I said, nodding slightly. "Yeah." Ashley nodded. She'd just wanted to make sure I was aware. Did they want to intimidate us? Were they keeping track to see if we all fell asleep at the same time?
"This thing about them sharing bodies or whatever? They feel what the others feel. Yeah, that's a little weird and creepy."
"Yeah," I said. I laughed softly, keeping my voice down to avoid disturbing anyone. "Absolutely, but it's complicated."
"Keeps her mind off of the idea of a lonely Christmas," Vista said.
"That too," I said. "We'll talk to her about it."
"I don't want to begrudge her anything she needs or wants," Ashley said, "even if it's bad."
She made air quotes as she said it. When she lowered her hand, it rested on top of Kenzie's head. "Bad is bad," I said, "but I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing."
"If her path to happiness means weirdness or blackmailing her parents or staying up late tinkering, then I'll support that," Ashley said. "Don't get me wrong, I don't think it does require those things. But if it did, or if it does in the future, I wouldn't necessarily stand in her way."
I wasn't sure how to respond to that. Byron, Rain, and Theo came back, walking down the hall. They didn't slow down as they got closer to the gang. I thought about my options. How hard I could hit people, how fast I could move with flying without betraying that I was using powers. I stood and stretched so I'd be ready. Vista pushed herself up from a position where she was sort of lounging to a proper sit. Looking at all of us, the gang leader with the shawl braid nudged her lieutenant. Without a word exchanged, the gang broke up, a good portion of them walking off in the direction of the showers. It wouldn't stay that easy. I'd had Kenzie reach out to Citrine, and Citrine would apply a bit of pressure. The wardens would do the same, hopefully. That gave us a clock, a period of time where we needed to play by their rules and avoid getting caught in their traps. We could give them no video evidence, nothing that could be cut out of context, and no excuses. If we did, then they would move for harsh punishment. Kenzie had confirmed they didn't have audio. They did have video. They kept tabs on us with soldiers, and with her eyes on the camera, she'd confirmed that some prisoners had entered the facility, possibly from another similar building. Some of them were like the gang leader with the braided scarf, arriving dressed and acting like veterans with some clout. And, Kenzie had observed, using the cameras, that these people had gone straight from the entryway, a different one than we'd used, to find us. Now they remained in our periphery. They would adapt. As the clock ran down, they'd be more willing to force an imperfect conclusion over a perfect one. I sat back down on my cot, being careful not to disturb Sveta, who was sleeping. Beneath the 2 blankets she'd draped over herself, her body had partially disassembled, shoulder and rib cage dissolving into straps so she could more easily lie flat on the angled hallway. Byron looked over at Vista, who had stolen his mattress, and then started to look for another.
A lot of the other mattresses are damp or cold,
Vista told him. Then you keep that one. I can endure the cold and the wet with my power.
Don't be dumb, Byron, she told him.
I watched him hem and haw for a second. Not dumb, he said. Just complicated, Rain volunteered. Byron nodded.
Come, sit. We can talk about it, Vista said. Or say the word and I'll find another spot.
He walked over and he sat. Rain and Theo found their own cots. If Rain was bothered by the quality of his mattress, he didn't comment. He'd carried his issued blanket with him and draped it over himself without much of a care. Gollum, meanwhile, just sat.
What are the rules or boundaries? Vista asked.
What? Byron asked.
Like, just for the sake of argument, if you were to start seeing a girl, what are the rules of engagement?
I turned to look at Vista, my eyes widening. She ignored me. I'm not sure I would. I don't think it's fair to the girl. Too many hurdles, too much baggage.
We all have baggage. We could all die at any time. That's life as a cape. Put those things together, and if we wait to get over our baggage, we're liable to end up dead before we get anywhere.
Morbid pickup line there, Vista. True. It's still messy if you ignore all of that. If we expect to die sometime soon, we don't want the meantime to be full of angst and anger, right?
Right. So we talk, negotiate. Where are we at, Byron? If a girl says she likes you, what does it take? What's off the table?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know. I thought I had a good idea of it before, and then things all went wrong. Couldn't go to third base, probably not even second. I'd hesitate before even kissing, and if the line's drawn there...
Doesn't feel like much of a relationship,
Vista said. No, which isn't fair to the girl.
Your kid teammate over there was talking a bit about finding her way to a less lonely place, protecting those close to her, having people she's connected to while she sleeps.
They're doing it while they sleep? Byron asked, alarmed, leaning forward to get a better view of Kenzie. Is that just because of this whole thing, or...
Focus, focus,
Vista said, pushing him back down to a sitting position.
Can't do anything about it.
Uh-huh, he said. Vista had pushed him down, and she didn't move her hand from his chest.
I think you're cool. I like the words that come out of your mouth when you talk. And I think Tristan's really neat, too. I think he's fun and he's good company. If you want to try to figure out what you and me look like, and if Tristan was cool with it, I'd want to try. You, me, Tristan, and what I imagine are a whole lot of rules and boundaries that keep things peaceful.
Did you talk to my team to figure out how to approach this?
Nope. I mean, some preliminary fact-checking, seeing if there were any things to watch out for. They gave me the 20 words or less on your ex.
They're pretty restrictive, Byron said. The rules.
Sure. But we've talked a bunch of times now, and I like you more each time. I think I'd rather try you and me with all that stuff in the way than hang back and wait for some other sexy Black Knight type to turn up. I worry there's not enough time to wait for perfect.
I'm a blue knight more than a black knight.
Broody and introspective with a dark background?
Yeah, maybe. Conceited. Feels like I'm being called evil, though.
You can be a dark knight without being evil, trust me. If you were evil, it would be a total turn-off. Speaking of turn-offs, you were supposed to pay more attention to when I called you sexy.
That's harder to navigate.
Yeah, just say you feel flattered.
I do, really.
You can add something to the end, Mr. Taciturn, like, especially when it comes from a beautiful lady such as yourself.
You have no idea, Byron said.
That's a good answer, she said, her voice soft. So, that's me. Now you do your thing, brood on it for a while.
Brood sounds so negative.
Introspect on it, digest, see how you feel about it. Talk to Tristan, see how he feels about it. Tristan, you can talk to me if you want. If any of you have any concerns or doubts, or if you want to let me down easy, just say it's too complicated or there's too much going on. I'll understand.
Doesn't feel very organic.
Nope, Vista said. But it's what we get. Now, I'm going to go find another cot or I'll be super self-conscious.
Nah, Byron said, getting to his feet before she could. Easier for me to get comfortable elsewhere than it is for you. Let me be the gentleman, as a way of saying thank you for being cool. I'm not good at this whole thing, but it kind of made my week.
Vista hugged her knees.
It making your week makes my month, so there, take that.
Byron, wearing insulated footy costume feet and sandals, padded his way over to other mattresses to find one that was unoccupied and in decent enough condition. Vista, for her part, let herself tip over until she lay on the mattress and pulled the blanket over herself. She saw me looking and winked. She did end up slipping off into dreamland not too long after that. Byron wasn't in a great position to watch both ends of the hallway, and Rain was reclining with intent to sleep, apparently having worked it out with Theo, so it more or less left Theo and I to maintain watch. Into the small hours of sunrise and the light of dawn on an alien Earth. The dawn brought breakfast, and the plaza was loosely organized with people in line, with guards milling through. The crowd was dense enough that there wasn't a place to stand where we could extend our arms fully to each side, and that was a problem. Our ability to eat was on the line.
Not enough cameras here, Kenzie observed. They use the guards more.
The press of bodies would have made identifying incidents hard with cameras. It was hard to find a way through the crowd that didn't put us in a position to get shivved, and I wasn't ruling that possibility out. It didn't look like not eating was a possibility either. Each person who picked up a bowl to get food had a bracelet put on them. Rain and I found some English-speaking prisoners last night, Theo said. Even without his armor, Gollum was a big guy, and big was useful when we wanted people to get out of our way and give us a bit of space. It wasn't enough to give us a clear route, though. They were nice enough, Rain said, but I think they didn't realize who or what we are. One of the people in line went to get their food, bowl out. The person checked their bracelet, ready to slip another on, then grabbed hold of their wrist, holding it up as much as they could while leaning over the service table. Guards came and seized the prisoner. There was no struggle, no resistance. "Want to know something crazy?" Theo asked. "Sure," I said. "Hit me with it." "They want it. This thing with the meal, they stretch it out so you're hungry. You have to wait in line. You have to push, pull, shove, or you get the shitty food that's left over when everyone else has eaten, all the chunks gone, and only the broth remaining. So you do what you can to balance not causing trouble with getting your food, and bam, they check your bracelet, you won the lottery. Guards grab you, drag you off, and take you into the administration building. Punish you," Rain added. "And they want it," Theo said. "Most people in line here, they're hoping for it." "Explain that one to me," Vista said. I didn't miss the fact that Vista and Tristan were hanging out. Everyone had gone to the showers on waking up, and while inside the stall, Byron had changed to Tristan. Tristan had set the armor aside, changed back to Byron, who'd put it on, then they'd changed back to Tristan for good. There wasn't any structure here, so they could do the same thing whenever they needed to swap. He'd gone straight to Vista to talk. Last night, eavesdropping hadn't really been a choice. My only other option had been to stop standing guard and keeping an ear out for trouble, and that didn't make sense. "Sentences aren't really sentences in terms of time," Theo said. "The Coalition and the other major civilized nations hate the idea of long sentences and stays in prison. They think it's barbaric, so they make the stays short, unpredictable, and the punishments harsh. Getting dragged off means you get punished, yeah, but it also kind of acts like a chance to prove yourself and have a kind of parole hearing in front of 10 randomly chosen citizens, where a lot of the time, if you give the right answers, you get released." "The part that got me," Rain said, "was that once you're out,
Your debt to society is paid.
There's a bloodthirst to the punishment, Theo said. I won't deny that. It took my breath away just hearing it from the prisoners. But here, at least, they want to knock out your defenses and natural resistance.
And brainwash you, Rain said.
Yeah, Theo said, basically. I would not say I'd rather come here than go to a prison on Earth if I'd done something wrong, but wouldn't say I'd rather go to a prison on Earth either.
The rebuilding is supposed to be according to strict rules and shit, Rain said. Revise and uncover coping mechanisms, perspectives, toxic relationships. Really big focus on the rehabilitation part. I'm really not sure how I feel about it. The idea of going and within a year or 3 being done? Being allowed to re-enter society? That sounds good enough that I could see myself looking past the brainwashing.
Poor Rain, Ashley said, putting a hand on Rain's shoulder. The last few brainwashings really did a number on him.
Fuck, don't scare me like that, Rain said.
The thought of brainwashing led to me thinking about the hospital room. I tried to divorce my thoughts from it and found myself looking at Sveta. More than a few of us had been brainwashed or affected mentally. Rain, legitimately. Ashley, through powers and programming. Sveta, through Cauldron. Me, through Amy. Kenzie had maybe perpetrated it, if blackmail and manipulation of her parents counted. It looked like 1 in 8 or 1 in 9 people were being pulled out of line, to be punished, reconditioned. I saw a family of 2 parents with kids leading their kids by the hands. That wasn't really my focus, though. Supposedly, we were safe. We weren't supposed to be punished. Supposedly. My focus was in the crowd. I looked for the telltale pieces of clothing that weren't light gray or brown. Different colors of cloth were woven together to create clashing patterns, and those caught the eye. But there were places where long hair was braided or woven with cloth, and that caught the eye in the same way. There were pieces of clothing that had multiple patterns and texture that nearly matched, which made them stand out less. I wanted to fly, to see over this crowd, but we had been rendered almost powerless by politics and not by interference. "We should eat," I said.
"We have to. If we don't, the guards drag us off and give us a hard time," Rain said.
"Good to know. Good research.
Thank you."
Into the crowd. Our formation was a battle formation. 2 people watching our flanks, 2 up front, 2 at the sides. Our most vulnerable member was in the middle. Guards moved through the crowd, jostling people, pausing to question or check them. A whole group of people walked in row and column, the crowd parting, as they carried covered bowls to the large room I'd observed before. I'd had a glimpse of the space as I walked to the showers earlier. It was now partitioned off into sub-rooms. Apparently there was a subgroup of people who viewed eating in public or eating communally to be the equivalent of taking a shit in the company of friends. Curtain partitions and a mutual expectation to eat in total silence allowed them their privacy. I saw gang members with prison uniforms and accessories fashioned of old clothes in the midst of the crowd. One guy, huge, with a cloth wrapped around his hands like a kickboxer might do. A woman with a strip of material with a tight knot at the end had been stopped by guards. As we passed, she and the guards she was talking to looked at us.
"Group of weirdos just hit the edge of the crowd at our 7, Kenzie said.
"Weirdos? Be more specific," Rain said, turning to look.
"All dressed in black, bright bandanas. Camera quality isn't great."
"Yeah," Rain said.
"And guards," Ashley said. The heads up was late, because the guards were moving through some of the densest parts of the crowd. They passed the part of the crowd and set their sights on us. Kenzie discreetly passed something up to her neck before popping something else into her mouth. She turned to Rain, motioning toward his sleeves. Only another moment or 2 before they were here. Rain pulled it out, fumbled with it for a second, too long. Kenzie reached out, pushing the pronged apparatus into Rain's midsection. It was set to phase through, but Rain winced like it hurt. Sveta took the other from Kenzie's hand and passed it under her top. Guards forced us apart, proceeding with a pat-down. They were young, no older than Tristan, and their expressions were hard, their hands rougher, checking us over quickly. It was a mistake to think the guards and security cameras were enough. The same woman with the braided shawl from last night stepped out of the crowd. I'd expected a shiv, something prison issue that had been honed to a point. Failing that, I expected a flail or weighted object. Not so. She flung out an arm in our direction, and something lemon-shaped, metal and the size of a golf ball came our way, a thread or wire attached. I reached out to swat at the tiny lemon, ready to use my power, timing the wretch with the swat, and then reconsidered. Power use. Could I get away with it? I could. I would have, but my hesitation threw off my timing, and I was a hair too late. The projectile whipped around my hand, carrying the wire with it. She pulled, and almost all of the skin between the middle 3 knuckles of my left hand and my wrist was pulled away, wrinkling up around the backs of my fingers, bound in wire. Fuck, did it ever hurt. I dropped to my knees, looked back at the guards, and saw the one who had been closest to me stepping back. She flicked out her other hand, an identical projectile, and it was set to fly around my head. I could bring one arm up, but it would circle around, catch me at one side of the face. It curved in the air, ready to whip around, and then sailed straight instead, cutting the guard's forearm instead. He barked out words in a language I didn't understand. Unfazed, barely seeming to realize that anything fucky was happening, she just hauled back on the wire, dragging the length of it up my hand, past the knuckles at the base of my fingers, and up to the first knuckle of my index and middle fingers, skin coming off like someone had taken a potato peeler to it. Theo pulled off his shirt and threw it over the wire before trying to grab it. I saw him run his fingertips along the edge of the wire, fiercely enough to make them bleed. I saw some slack appear as the woman who held the wire, his fingernails passing through the wire to lacerate the part of her hand it rested against. Theo's efforts individually might not have been effective or very visible, but they gave me some slack to work with, and they did get the attention of someone nearby, the guy with the basket-weave scarf around his neck. Almost Theo's size, he barreled out of the crowd and kicked Theo hard in the side of the stomach, sending Theo sprawling into the wire, causing me and the woman with the braided shawl to fall in his direction as he fell on the wire. The wire came free, mostly because it had finished its journey, starting at the base of my wrist and scraping its way up to fingertip. The pain was blinding, and I was dimly aware I'd lost 2 fingernails along with a good bit of skin. They say swearing has an anesthetic effect, making pain easier to handle. I couldn't bring myself to worm out a word, but I managed to make a noise that anyone, in any language, would interpret as something between scream and invective. Guards barked words in their language, grabbing and pushing to keep my teammates from helping. More guards came, only adding to the obstruction, but they didn't step into the midst of this. The woman started to reel in her weapons, and I stepped forward, planting my foot on the threads and the wad of my skin that had come off, probably with fingernails attached. She stepped back, dropping threads, and turned her body away, almost a fencer's pose, to hide what she was doing with her right hand. People had backed away enough I had a moment. I stooped down, using my good hand to scoop up Theo's shirt. She threw another of those lemon golf ball yo-yos with thread spooling out, and I used the wretch, defending myself just enough that the thread would glance off, be pushed away by the wretch's expansion. A second later, I canceled it, throwing the shirt up and letting it catch on the wire. I grabbed the cloth and the wire, and used the wretch to ensure my grip was secure and that the wire wouldn't cut through cloth and into my hand. I wasn't sure what happened next, as I tried to throw it down so I could step on it and make reeling it in hard. It could have been the wretch, reaching out with another hand and tugging. It could have been the way she had the wires arranged for easy deployment, but it cut her. She didn't scream, didn't yelp, just immediately fell to her knees. Wire had sliced through her hand from between middle and ring finger to the middle of the palm with a visible gap. The pain from the back of my hand made it hard to stand up straight and hard to take a deep breath. Every breeze across that area where skin had been flensed away made me want to scream again or to vomit. Broad fucking daylight? How many witnesses? And someone in black clothes with a red loop of cloth at the neck made a run past Sveta, cutting her with a blade, and went straight for Tristan. Tristan leaped back, groped for an empty bowl, and the man who held the bowl handed it over. The guy with the knife had skin that looked like the equivalent of hair bleached blonde, too white, damaged, and uneven to be entirely normal. He made 2 swings, and Tristan held the bowl so it surrounded his fist, punching at the knife swings to deflect them with the wood. He saw an opening and hopped forward, kicking the attacker in the gut. The guy with the knife came at Tristan again. Tristan stood ready, bowl in hand, and the guard who had been searching him earlier gave him a kick from behind, putting him off balance. The knife slash extended from the side of the wrist to the elbow. Someone stepped out of the crowd, toward Tristan. The guard intoned a single word in another language. I didn't need to guess what it was. It was easy enough to tell, as Tristan took 1 step away from the conflict and toward the crowd, like he hoped to escape this. People closed ranks. Men stepped in front of women. Rain tried to circle around behind the guy with the knife, only for someone in the crowd to grab him, throw him to one side, and kick him in the hip. He rolled onto his back as a couple of people stepped closer to him. A mob. I saw a glimmer of silver at his fingertips. He dismissed it before it took any form. It could have been mistaken for a trick of light through the snowy glass ceiling above the plaza. Rain's attempt to stand saw him wince, dropping to one knee. People looked ready to deliver another kick if he got close enough, but he couldn't get closer to the knife wielder. Without his powers available, he remained where he was, one hand at his hip. Every last one of them against us. Because we were parahumans. Fuck. Goals. What did they want? They wanted to frame us. They wanted an excuse to force the issue with their trade deal, to get their people into our city where they'd have their own kind of influence. Vista backed away as the guard who had been holding her lost his grip on her arm. Toward Tristan, a little closer to the guy with the knife. What had I said to Ashley back on the train? Every little bit mattered. Every ally made, every reinforcement of positive expectations. It counted toward a greater something. Here, that something wasn't in play. Here, a small, powerful group led by a small, powerful person had frittered away any and all currency they had with the public, turning to force instead. Every time a parahuman pulled out a gun because it was easier, or crossed lines, or went after families, or threw away all pretense of showmanship to go hard at the efficient, rational route, they were edging us collectively toward this. Could we win if we went all out? Probably. But would that lead us to a world we wanted to live in? No. Needed to find a way out, when surrounded by hundreds who hated us on principle. By authority and institution that had no reason to take it easy or to tell the truth. We stopped Goddess, damn it, I said, through pants for breath. We stopped her, Tristan raised his voice, far louder than I was. Any of you speak English? Tell them! Nobody translated for us. Too angry, too riled up. This wasn't a prison like I was used to seeing on television or in movies, but it was a prison with its own pressures and influences. People needed an outlet after months or years of having their lives on hold. They needed blood, punishment. Vista, I said. She responded with a sound, not a word. They want us to bleed. The guy with the knife came after her. Fuck it, Vista said. The guy tripped, his foot finding no traction, and he sprawled. Vista walked up to him, stepped on the back of his neck on her way to step onto the wrist of the hand that held the knife. She drove her heel down, grinding the back of the hand until the knife was released. A good old prison shiv, instead of some razor-wire bola bullshit.
"You want blood?"
she asked, turning to face the crowd. The guards didn't look impressed, and looked wholly ready to come after her. She cut the back of her hand, a single slash.
"How's that? Satisfied? Is this what you want?" she asked, raising her voice. "Blood? These guys gave you enough blood when they put their lives on the line to stop your tyrant."
Someone in the crowd translated this time. Vista grabbed the blade and snapped it off. I suspected she had used her power to thin it enough it would easily break. She threw the blade to one side and the handle to the other. Ashley wasn't too bloody, but she hadn't really fought except to drop to the ground, a guy looming over her, her eyes narrowed at him. Kenzie had a bloody nose. Sveta had been cut, and the wound around the cut was zipper flesh, her new ribbons, no longer meeting around the injury. But it was a small cut. Tristan and I had the worst injuries, objectively. We'd cheated some, using powers, but not in such a way that they could easily point fingers at any of it. Not in a way that, I glanced around, looking for cameras, and failed to find any, would play badly in video form. No, they'd wanted us to bleed, and we'd bled. I saw heads turn. I saw expressions changed. People peeled away, moving toward the breakfast-serving area, and in their push to get further from us and this scene, they barely left breathing room for one another. The clearing expanded around us and the perpetrators who hadn't yet backed off. Some guards, some prisoners. The reason the heads turned, though. On one of the raised walls overlooking the plaza, my sister looked down at my injured self.
"What do you want?"
Sveta asked her, because I didn't have the breath. Pain lowered my defenses. This scene kicked what lay behind those defenses in the tits.
"I'm supposed to look after you, keep an eye out for trouble." "Fuck you,"
Sveta said.
"Yeah,"
Amy said. She sounded disappointed. I tried my best to ignore her, turning my attention to the mess on the floor. Wire lay limp on the ground, and mixed in with it was some general debris, food slop that had dripped from bowls, dust made moist and collected into tiny amounts of mud with the tromp of feet and more of the food, and the blood splatters from our various injuries. Globs of blood dripped from the back of my hand.
"I'll testify I saw this happen. You did nothing but defend yourselves."
"That would be appreciated," Theo said. I found what I was looking for, tangled in wire. My skin. Only one fingernail attached at one corner, where the finger skin had folded in and stuck all together. I did not like my flesh being where it wasn't supposed to be, especially while hearing that voice. Amy spoke down to us from her perch on the wall.
"Citrine is here. She heard about you guys being arrested and she's working on it. Wardens obviously know too, but they're wrapped up in a new crisis or something. What do you say we get you cleaned up and see you guys to the visitor center? I'll crisis manage in the meantime."
A dozen wretched feelings stirred within me, and combined with the pain and revulsion of the detached bit of flesh and the stress of all of this, I spat up a mouthful of bile.
"Sure," she said. "That—"
I spat off to one side to clear my mouth of the remainder of it.
"Sorry,"
I said, not to Amy, but to my team.
"How's it, Tristan?"
"Definitely needs stitches," he said, keeping a wary eye on the wall.
"Ken's?"
"I walked into a guard's elbow, that's all."
"Sveta?"
Sveta made a face. Her arm took wounds in a strange way. Theo had been lacerated when he fell against the wire shirtless, almost as bad as Tristan's cut. Vista had the cut on her hand.
"Let's get looked after,"
I said. The part of looked almost saw me vomit from purely reactionary factors again.
"Go see Citrine."
"Can we get medical attention?"
Ashley asked one guard. She still knelt on the ground, still wore that tense expression. The guard pointed, same direction as the showers. He had been a participant, but hadn't been one to actively kick or shove, except whatever he'd done to handle Ashley. There were worse people to follow. We headed toward the showers and the medical area that lay beyond. Some of us supported others. Sveta held the bridge of Kenzie's nose. Theo leaned on me. Rain leaned on Ashley, limping. Our priorities were to get help for Tristan and Theo, or Theo at the very least, if we could manufacture a situation to swap Tristan out.
We can do this for Gimel. If anyone isn't comfortable pushing forward with this, if you're scared or if you need out, we could... God, I hated to say it. Ask for some strings to be pulled. Favors called in, I finished.
Even with my offer, nobody seemed especially intent on escaping or going. They knew the importance of getting those supplies for Gimel, even if it meant enduring a gauntlet. We'd have to be more careful. If the wardens were busy, most likely with Teacher, we were largely alone in this. We had us, we had Kenzie's group, we had Undersiders, maybe, and we had Citrine, who we were about to chat with. Again, I looked up at the perch, absent my sister. She'd disappeared around the time I'd puked, just walked away. The opposite of help. But there was no reassurance in her being gone. Definitely no reassurance in her being here. I wouldn't even be reassured, I worried, by escaping this place and leaving Shin well behind me. She'd proven she could pull me in if the right crisis was manufactured. This, in so many ways, was her world. The only piece I could be sure of would be to remove her from it, to remove her from Gimel, something permanent. I hoped with every last iota of my being that the wardens would be intact enough after the Teacher raid to make a level-headed call on the subject of Amy. I certainly didn't trust myself or my team to make that unbiased call. Not after this. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 9. There were no convenient little boxes with red crosses to mark first aid kits or similar signs to show us the way to the medical center, which left us in a weird kind of lurch. We passed through the showers and into the building proper. People talked to us in foreign tongue, and for the most part, there was a dissonant lack of concern in our welfare. They looked at my mangled, partially flayed hand and didn't show a shred of empathy, faint human reaction to gore aside. We'd collected towels and hand towels from the shower area, and they hadn't stopped us. The towels weren't so different from what we used on Gimel, but seemed to have divides where one end of the towel was used to effectively get the initial bit of moisture off, and the remainder absorbed or warmed. Kenzie walked a little too confidently with a streak of blood on her face. Ashley had her tilt her head back so her nose pointed skyward.
Don't, I said.
What?
Kenzie asked. Was talking to Ashley, but you too. Don't tilt your head back.
It's what they do in movies.
It's debatable whether it works, but if there is a benefit, it's not as good as blood draining down the back of her throat is bad. Too much blood in the stomach makes you puke.
Head down,
Kenzie said, holding her nose.
Thank you.
They watched us. Guards and the staff in the hallways we were in let us enter, but they didn't guide. At most, with numbers, they herded us and left us to guess, making life as hard as they could. I wasn't going to bleed to death, but in the wrong circumstances, I did have to worry about infection or the long-term damage that happened if I didn't immediately reattach skin, if that was possible. At least our navigation of this labyrinth had its own trail of breadcrumbs, a ball of thread. It was Amy's world, reflecting Amy in more ways than one, and so it was entirely natural that the path we walked through the facility was dotted with crimson droplets and dribblings. Tristan had a clean towel wrapped around one arm, but there was blood leaking out near the elbow. Rain nudged him to ensure he held it up and helped secure the towel tightly around the arm, holding the wound closed.
"How are you holding up?"
I asked Theo. The hand towel he had pressed to his stomach had a crimson-brown stain leaching into it, and more blood leached into his top, a dark line amid a lighter blotting. That shirt was going to be hell to pull away from the wound once the blood clotted and connected skin to material. The towel around my hand was too, for that matter.
"I should ask you," he said.
"Tough," I said. "I asked first."
"Surface level, I'm pretty sure. It's one more scar added to 100.
100, huh?
I asked, trying to sound casual, but I felt anything but. Every corridor was interlocking brick in different arrangements, combined with stone to contrast the brick's red clay hues with dark gray. I was starting to think making this place hard to navigate was to trip up anyone trying to escape.
"Is there medical?"
Sveta asked. She wasn't joining the conversation, she was asking a guard. She got no answer.
"Courtesy of Jack and Hookwolf," Theo said. "I got good treatment, but when they asked, I decided I'd rather have something left behind than have brand spanking new skin. It only really shows when I tan, but if I say it's only a surface wound and someone asks me if I'm sure, I have plenty of evidence saying I know what it's like to be cut up."
"Ah," I said, words failing me as pain surged, like my brain psychologically heard words like cut up and scar, and fired more neurons and sparked up more nerves to tell me how fucked up my hand was.
"Cricket did something similar, I think."
"Yeah," Theo said. "Right. I actually kind of forgot about that."
"Nice, Victoria,"
Vista said.
"Oh, right.
He'd probably known Cricket. It might have sounded like I was drawing connections or, didn't matter, touchy ground.
"Sorry," I told Theo. "Nah, you're not wrong.
I don't think of you as part of that crowd, so it's hard to connect the thoughts, especially while we're wandering around and not seeing any friggin' medical center."
"Yeah," he said.
"Hi,"
Sveta tried, addressing a guard.
"Medical?"
He pointed. Okay.
"I did it too,"
Vista said.
"Collected my scars."
"Past tense?"
Tristan asked.
"I got a new one from March, but I'm not working so hard to collect them. If someone could magically erase them, I might take them up on the offer, but it's hard to find someone to trust."
"Now who's being rude?"
Theo asked. He elbowed Vista.
"Yeah,"
Vista said.
"I meant it to sound more sympathetic. Sorry."
"Nah," I said. "You're fine." Frick, fuck, motherfuck. I worried about Theo. I worried about Tristan. Both had been slashed.
"I could make a cast," Tristan said. "Draw something out in red-orange dots and lines and encase your hand. Keep it covered."
"I'm not sure that'd help," I said. My voice was a bit raw from having puked, a bit of a burr, like that minute amount of acid had scarred my throat when it hadn't. Only a bit of irritation.
"I'm more worried about you." "I'm a bit worried about me, but I'm tough. Let's just get some medical attention."
Medical attention made me instinctively think of Amy. Would we turn a corner and find ourselves face to face with another gang of hostile prisoners? Would I turn a corner and find myself face to face with the bull-headed denizen of this labyrinth that kept turning up, kept looming above me?
"Medical center?"
Sveta asked some guards in red uniforms, all armed with cloth-wrapped guns. She twisted around, asking people behind us,
"Medical? Doctor? Anything?"
The answer was foreign, cryptic. The pain was blinding. A haze of red and darkness at the edge of my vision, narrowing my focus. Even though the temperature was a degree or two below comfortable, I was sweating, which created a clammy layer between clothing and skin. It made me very conscious of my body and how uncomfortable skin was to wear. It was many times more uncomfortable to have the skin missing, to have the back of your hand and most of 2 fingers ripped off, cleanly sliced off at first, then the last fingernail-studded inch torn. Thinking about it made me sweat more. I still had a dirty stretch of skin in my free hand.
Medical?
Sveta asked. Back that way, a guard said, indicating the way we'd come from. Your guest is in this room. She won't be allowed to stay for long. Fuck, I'd wanted to talk more, to touch base. What was this? Fuck! My head swam with the pain. Memories of Amy with gore up to her elbows. My gore. Me. And with implications and ideas. I turned to go.
Where are you going?
Sveta asked.
Victoria?
This is probably a faster way, I said as I pushed the door open. The room lacked furniture, though it had pillars in the corner with plants hanging from the tops. Citrine stood next to her husband. A burly guard stood in the center. As we entered, one of the guards in our company slipped through and went to stand by the burly guard, blocking our direct view of Citrine. They stood with their backs to one another. Positioning mattered, even in a visitor's area. I'm surprised you came, Tristan said, considering what happened to the last people who did.
We're fine, but you clearly aren't. You were attacked or punished?
Attacked, Tristan said.
Are they refusing medical care?
No, but they aren't exactly being clear or open about how to get it. Citrine looked at the guard that stood between our groups. She said something in a foreign language, one word. It didn't sound quite right based on what I'd already heard, but it wasn't hesitant or shaky either. When they will ever wish, the guard said.
I take that to mean you can go get assistance when you wish, unless you're afraid to do so. We could try to pull you out. It might be costly.
It might be good to get Lookout out of here, I said.
No,
Kenzie said.
Nuh-uh. It would suck more being not here than being here. Prison riots aside.
I'm sure you could debate for some time, but I don't like that bleeding, so I'll bring you up to speed, Citrine said. Briefly put, we're pulling strings. We expect to have you out soon.
I'm covering the financial side, her husband said. He looked like an accountant, wearing a peacoat, scarf, a light blue dress shirt, black slacks, and thick-framed glasses, his hair short and pressed down from the hat he'd had on. Jean is covering everything else. We do have ways to apply pressure. Citrine looked us over, as best as she could with the guard standing in the way.
It's good you bled, but you need medical care.
Weird to have her so concerned.
I wondered if the bleeding was in our favor, I said.
I glanced at Vista. She'd hurt herself at my recommendation. Her one hand was pressed down over the back of the other hand that she'd sliced.
How badly was the opposition hurt? One woman was hurt by her own weapon. A prisoner hurt a guard by accident in the fracas. Good. As close to ideal as we could hope for, Citrine said. Us not being attacked would be ideal, Vista answered.
True, Citrine admitted. Are you safe to go? The less injured could stay, Kurt said.
Safety in numbers might be best, I said, but we'd have 4 people in each group at least.
Citrine looked at my hand, then looked at Tristan, her eye falling on the bloody towel he'd wrapped around his arm. She said something in Spanish. Tristan responded. No, the guard said. He put his hand out. Not that. Change to the goddess tongue.
I was asking if his family knew he was here, Citrine said. He said they don't. I'll tell them.
Thank you, Tristan murmured. The guards were focused on Citrine. While they told her something, Tristan leaned his head over and murmured to me, She was asking if it was guards that attacked us. I said some did. I nodded, turning to Sveta, and passed on the message.
We have to strike a balance, Citrine said. They will keep their deal, but they won't necessarily be kind in the meantime. We'll do what we can to pressure them to leave you alone. I could elaborate, but I'm worried every second counts with that bleeding. You should go, Sveta said. Take some of us with you if you need. I'll go. We'll go, I said. You fill in my teammates. They'll fill us in. Gollum, Capricorn, me, Vista. I'm fine. Shallow. Bring me a bandage or something after, or I'll grab something. Sveta? I asked. I'll come. More to keep an eye out than because I need it, she said.
She turned her arm around, and I could see that straps of tissue were pressed against the underside of the wound, fluids oozing out and clotting to blur the boundaries. There was still a zipper edge around the boundary of the wound.
Miss Militia said she wanted you out. She said the wardens need your help. It won't be more than 12 hours.
Roughly midnight, then.
Thank you, Tristan said.
Guard, if you'd have someone escort them to medical, promptly?
Citrine asked. She added a 2-word statement in their language, stiff. One of the 2 guards at the center of the room turned and headed to the door. He motioned for us to follow.
You trust them?
Ashley asked. Citrine answered,
I trust them to deal with us, yes. They are taking the stance that parahumans are something set aside, so as a group of parahuman envoys, you...
The door closed behind Tristan, Sveta, Theo, and I as we stepped out into the hall. Back into the labyrinth, this time with a guide. My hand gripped the towel that wrapped around my other hand, the loose skin I'd collected pressed between palm and fabric. They led us down the hall, and there was purpose to where they went. Whenever we came across guards, those guards stepped off to the side of the hall and stared us down as we passed. The individual medical rooms were all set up, shelves lined with bottles and with tools that sat in red and pink solutions, possibly to sterilize them. We passed one room with a child and their mother seated. The child had the skin that made me think of bleached hair, while the mom had a bit of it. Unfamiliar medicine, administered by people who hated us. Get me in one piece and I'll have doctors I trust handle this after, I thought. Sveta remained in the hallway as Tristan, Gollum, and I entered our individual rooms. There were no doctors within, but there were people in the hallway, and one rang a dull bell 3 times, apparently to summon 3 doctors. Right away, the doctor swabbed my blood, putting it in a dish with some liquid. My leftover skin went in another dish. Then it was the process of having the towel peeled away. There were no words exchanged, no explanations. Not that I would have known what he said if he'd addressed me. Just quiet, clinical practice. He reached for another tool, a syringe, and I stopped him.
What is that?
I asked. He answered in another language. He motioned to bring it toward my hand. I stopped him again.
I need to know what it is.
Again, he answered in the other language.
Guard?
I asked, raising my voice. It was Sveta who brought the guard to the doorway.
What's he saying?
I asked.
Quiets the hand, the guard explained. Quiets you. Quiets as in...
I put my hand at an angle, closed my eyes, and moved my head over.
Yes.
No, I said.
I'll stay awake. I have to stay awake. The patients here do not decide. Outside, yes. Inside, no. You don't choose. This isn't my choice. It's government. Gimel, Shin, made agreements, I said. You were told to fix me. You can do it without knocking me out.
He exchanged words with the doctor. The doctor looked annoyed. The exchange continued for what felt like a minute. Every movement of air on the back of my hand made me want to throw up, not because of pain, but because of how visceral it was, where it took me in a horror sense. My skin was... I had a very mixed relationship with my skin.
Someone who was treating me didn't listen when I told them to stop once, and I got...
The guard motioned for me to stop, or to back down, or shut up. I wasn't sure which, but the hand was swiped my way, firm.
Fucked up.
The doctor twisted around in his seat, facing me. He looked pissed. With an exaggerated show, he set the syringe down. He picked up a small glass bowl filled with colored granules that looked like tinted sugar. He said a single word in his language.
This, the guard translated, is this acceptable? I have no idea what it is.
There was another brief exchange.
It cleans the hand. Some quiet.
For just the hand? I asked.
Yes, the hand,
the guard said. I didn't trust it, and I didn't trust them, but I was already worried, and I had no idea how clean that towel had been.
Yes.
the guard translated. He didn't wait to see or do anything before walking down the hall toward Tristan and Theo. Sveta remained where she was, her attention divided between me and the guard. He sprinkled the mixture over my hand. It felt cold, but that was the anesthetic element of it. My hand tingled, cold. The pain stopped, and then the anesthetic claimed my hand in entirety, followed by a swift loss of my arm and it reaching my chest to grip my heart in some combination of horror and numbness I couldn't tell apart. From there, it swept over my entire body. It reached my throat, my head, and it decimated my consciousness. With what remained of my awareness, I looked at Sveta and saw her looking down the hall at the guard rather than looking at me. Then the next wave came, and I was out and gone, the doctor catching me as I slumped over. Amy smiled, her arms folded. She only wore a simple short-sleeved top, crimson fabric, and with her arms exposed, her fucking tattoos were plainly visible. She looked as at ease as I'd seen her in recent memory. A doctor said something in a foreign tongue. Amy stumbled through her response. Fucking Citrine had been better at speaking the language, and Citrine hadn't lived here for any length of time. Emotion choked me. Everything I'd felt in the last 2 years at once. Every swear word I'd uttered multiplied by every jawbone and sternum, every rib I'd shattered, the lives I'd taken and the damage I'd done. I trembled with it, and I couldn't find an outlet. I would have puked again. I would have screamed at her, and I couldn't. Only paralysis. Then fear. Every flicker in my peripheral vision, every doubt that had crossed my mind, all gathered together. Except she was here, a half smile on her face as she said something to the doctor, who looked annoyed. I felt like there was a deal we made with ourselves growing up. That we were kids, and we were scared of the dark and the unknown, and we braved the world, and each fear we faced down was a promise to ourselves. 14-year-old Vicky enacting an unspoken agreement with little waist-high Vicky, saying, "We're going to approach that boy, and it's exciting and scary, but I'll handle it if it gets messy." That I'd step into that first fight with an adult man almost twice my size, and I'd manage. A pledge from myself to a more vulnerable myself, that we were strong enough. A silent promise to myself when I fought a person with powers. Scared every time, but earning that trust and the ability to make bigger and better promises along the way. Here, that vulnerable, small, childish part of me that was ready to be scared of everything was in the driver's seat. The bigger, adult me was paralyzed, thrust away. Because in that storm of bound-up feelings that were hitting me full force, there was another kind of non-feeling process. I'd disconnected, pulled away, detached so many times. Gone to another place, dove into academic thought, dove into memories, lost myself in violence even. As I felt anger, like I'd kept all of the anger of the last few years in reserve, and a quiet terror that seemed to encapsulate every fear I'd ever had, I felt the safety of the disconnect, observing everything from arm's length, even myself. I tried to speak, and only a small sound came out. Immediately, that ease I saw her in disappeared. Amy turned my way, then hurried to my bedside. I reached for powers and found paralysis instead. They were there, but I thought of the Gimel refugees, of the need for supplies. Between paralysis and the stray thought, reaching for my powers and finding them slower than Amy was in reaching out to touch me. The touch lasted all of 2 seconds. Then, belated, she pulled her hand away, and my consciousness went in the other direction. More of an immediate blackout than any time I'd fallen asleep or been knocked unconscious. Forced. I roused, and my body felt leaden. I used my flight instinctively, like I was getting out of bed in the morning, and I pushed myself to a sitting-up position. The feeling of having betrayed myself was the first thing to set in. I'd betrayed every aspect of myself, from that vulnerable side of myself to the scholar, to the warrior monk and the wretch. I'd let my guard down. Now, I dared to look. A square room with a cot and a closed door. I lay on the cot. Amy sat in a chair in the corner opposite where I lay. A guard stood near her. I brought my knees to my chest and I hugged them, as if I could put myself further away from her. My hand was bandaged. I felt tightness around the injured parts. I couldn't tell through bandage, but it felt like the skin was there and swollen. I wondered if I'd have to hurt her. I'd have to be careful of my injured hand.
"You don't need to be afraid," she told me.
I didn't answer.
"Don't give me the silent treatment, please."
That just made me want to do it more. Petty. Refuge in hate, in fighting mindlessly because the alternative was surrender. I thought of Sveta's absence. She'd been watching over things.
"My team, are they okay?" "They're fine. They're back in the prison population." "Do they know you're in here?" "No."
I squeezed my legs harder.
"They were angry when you passed out," she said. "There was almost an incident. Marquis, he's here because I am. He talked them down. Your group had a huddle. They talked about it. They agreed it made the most sense to let it be, given cost, benefit, and what Citrine said about Shin."
"Leaving me here," I said.
"They didn't like it, but given what's at stake—"
"Supplies for Gimel," I said, feeling hollow. The hollowness scared me.
"Materials from Shin have been about 30% of what Gimel received to date. Chite's 50, if I remember right. 10% from Nun and other associated corner worlds. Something like 6% from Gimel itself. 3% from Bet, Reclaim, and Scavenging. You guys wanted to put as much as you could into rebuilding. Shelters and businesses first. Gimel having its own supply and manufacturing chains came second. The numbers for supplied food versus what Gimel produces on its own are different, but I think last winter they were sort of close to what I just said." "It's you, huh?" I asked, still hollow, harrowed, emotionally wrung out from nothing except being in this room, in this position, under her power. "Gimel is you, Shin is us. You know what I mean."
I looked down at my cot. There were a shallow set of railings running along the edges to keep the mattress within bounds. I wondered if I could grab those, fly, leverage strength, and use the cot as a weapon to kill Amy and the guard in one shot. If I had to. That made me feel better.
"Let's talk,"
Amy said.
That made me feel worse.
"Is that an order?" I asked. "A directive? Not a request, obviously, not an option?"
"If I say it's an option, you'll say no," she said.
"You've lost every right to dictate terms, Amelia."
"Call me Amy."
"You don't get to choose what I call you," I told her, my voice low. "If that guard wasn't here, and if I wasn't worried it would cause an incident, I'd have other names for you."
"I don't get to choose, I don't get to dictate," she said. "You know, there's never once been a time in my life where I got a real say in anything. I was a kid, and Marquis decided I'd live with the Dallin family. And then Carol and Mark got to decide when my bedtime was, when and what I ate, and what I did for homework. When I had friends, they were your friends, or it was just you, and I never really got a vote. That's being a kid. It happened even later. I didn't choose my costume. It was Carol showing me some sketches and saying A, B, or C. Sketches done with your input. And it was other stuff. It was the times I got forced to go out heroing, and it was school, and it was career path, and that justifies it? And I'm not going to dwell on it, but—" she floundered. "But what?" "But maybe it would be nice of you to realize I've kind of been under someone else's thumb, or in someone else's shadow, or following someone else's directions every step of the way. And when I did finally do things out of my own free will, I was unpracticed and traumatized, and that excuses it? No, no. But it would be nice if it could be taken into account, she said, her voice dropping in volume. It would be nice if for this right here, instead of you getting angry and saying we won't talk, maybe you meet me halfway. I don't want to domineer the conversation. I don't want to force you to have it. I want you to want to have it. An actual, even, fair conversation. While a guard who could shoot me stands at your side, he's not... And you have me cornered, and you've... I choked on the words I was going to say. I don't have you cornered. You've used your power on me, and I have no idea what you did to me while I was defenseless. The tear that sprung from one of my eyes caught me off guard. It seemed to do the same for her. Again, I said, more to myself. It still shut her up. She said something in the other language, stiff. The guard gave me and her a wary look, then hauled the door open. It slammed on shutting. Guard's gone, she said. He doesn't speak English, by the way. That's why it was him, specifically. Doesn't make me feel better. I can't help you feeling cornered. You can leave. Leave me alone. That's all I've asked for. About the third thing, she said, stubbornly plowing ahead. What I did, I can explain. And I'm supposed to trust you? I asked. My voice went out on trust, so I mouthed it more than I said it. I'm hoping that after we talk you can, at least a little, she said. I only used my power the once. They hadn't warned me you'd be paralyzed. My first thought was that it was a stroke. You used your power on me, you cunt. The word seemed to catch her off guard, but not as much as I'd hoped. I checked you. I got a read of your system. That includes the neural connections. I let go of my legs, burying my face in my knees that were pulled up to my chest and covered my head. It includes emotions. If it's any reassurance, fuck you and your reassurance, I said. I get it now, she said. How you're disgusted by me, how you feel betrayed, the hate, the pain. Crystal clear now. I felt it, realized what it was, and that it was all real, and I pulled my hand away like it was a hot stove. I did use my power, but it was like pulling my hand off of a hot stove, pushing you away into unconsciousness while I pulled back. My skin crawled. She sounded mournful, subdued. Her hands clutched one another in her lap. The imp Dot had climbed out of her hair and had a lock of Amy's hair in her teeth. Her tail swished as she glared at me. Amelia, I said. I properly lifted my head. I guess you're going to call me that. Okay, what? Those feelings are mine. You're not supposed to read me like a fucking book and get it. You're supposed to read my fucking lips and hear the fucking words I'm saying and believe me. Okay, then fuck off and die somewhere. I do get it, she said, instead of following the instructions. The anger, I definitely felt that. The hate. I've been working on that, I said. She nodded, shoulders relaxing a hair. I'm glad. For your sake, I mean. Cultivating it, channeling it, stoking that fire a bit whenever there's a good excuse. I saw her face fall, and it hadn't been up in any way, just not guarded. I went on. The anger, it hurts others, you know. It drove me to maim or thrash Nazis and people who'd try to coerce 15-year-olds into prostitution. Scum of the earth. But there's too much risk, too much collateral damage. You don't have me to clean up the mess. I shrugged. Hurts too many people for me to have anger as an outlet nowadays. I find myself saving it up and then shattering Valefor's jaw or something. Fear, though? Fear, it just kills me inside, sucks up all my energy, eats me alive. And I've been scared every day since what you did, really fucking scared.
Emotions were leaking into the words when I wanted to lay it all out. She nodded.
Self-loathing, hating my own skin, not feeling like I'm me, it eats at my identity. This is why I want to talk, so we can address these things, work on fixing them. You can't, I said. I put a different emphasis on the second repetition. You don't get to. This is what I hate about you. This is the point I was getting to. Hate. Anger hurts others. Fear eats away at you. Self-loathing fucks with your sense of identity. But hate's focused. If I have to have shitty feelings in the aftermath of what you did to me, I prefer hate because it has one target, one casualty at most. You. It bleeds into other things. Maybe. Cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, hating you keeps me sane. And I fucking hate that you're arrogant enough to think you can fix me or fix my feelings or fix this situation. Walk away. For a second, I thought she might summon the strength to push herself to a standing position and then leave the room. Muscles that had momentarily tensed in her tattooed arms relaxed. I want to talk, she said. I want you to die. I guess neither of us are getting what we want. I want 1 hour of your time. Here. Talking. Fair, even conversation. There's that arrogance of yours, I told her. I can't believe I thought any of this would be good for you, Red Queen. 1 hour, she said, firm. You can leave Shin with your team. If you hear me out, and if you're fair, I'll do whatever you want. Whatever I want? Anything that helps. What about you going to Gimel, talking to therapists, counselors, anyone and anything that helps you get your shit together? You stay away from Mom, you stay away from Dad, you stay away from Chris, my team, and me, most of all. If I want to talk to you again, I make the first move. I'd be willing. I haven't had much luck with therapists, but I'd try. What about... I started. I shouldn't show my hand. I couldn't hold my tongue. What if I said you had a few days to try to fix Hunter, while Breakthrough and I handle some other shit, and then I had people take you to the wardens for them to make a bigger decision? A decision about? About whether they give you some more of that counseling and a few more shots at fixing Hunter, and if you can't, or maybe even if you could, and they decided you were a danger, we'd get rid of you. Get rid. Chuck you into an alternate Earth with no other human beings, where you can't hurt another Hunter. I can help Hunter. You're positive? I'm reasonably sure. Then it's a reasonable chance things are fine, and we don't end up chucking you into an alternate reality where you can't hurt anyone. Of course, it's the wardens deciding what to do, not me. You say you read my emotions, so you know how much I hate your guts. I know how much I hate your guts. I'd just be telling them what I think and giving them a suggested starting point, but they make the final call. You'd be telling them to exile me? Probably. If you can't fix Hunter, almost definitely. That's... What? What is it, Amy? It feels like the hate, and that kind of idea you're talking about is coming from the side of you that scared me when we patrolled together. When you hurt an ABB child abductor so badly you had to call me to fix him. Well, I started. I floundered for a response. Fucking obviously? What? I mean, it's obvious that that kind of side of me is going to be bigger and more pronounced in comparison. You took all the parts of me you liked and mashed it all together into a big pile of lovey-dovey Vicky you could cuddle with, kiss, use. She shook her head, violent. Don't shake your head at me. Yes. You used me to soothe yourself. You said you loved me, but well before you made me into that mess that had to go to the hospital, you made me into something that wasn't Victoria, for your own selfish wants. When I read your emotions and tracked them to their roots, I saw that the memory blocks I originally put into place to protect you were down, brain routing around. You took all of me that you liked, and you multiplied it, and you mashed it all together like some kid mixing their paints together into a single blob. What the fuck do you expect is going to be left intact and strong, except the ugly parts you didn't want to touch?
She shook her head.
I've been rebuilding me. I've been trying to find the good and admirable parts of Victoria for a long while now. But that other side of me is there, and I've spent a while trying to ignore it. The barbaric side. I've been trying to find myself, too. Fuck you. I don't care what you're doing. Fuck you for even saying that in the same breath as what I'm talking about. You are a victim, Victoria. I'm not denying that. What happened was horrible and unconscionable, and it eats me up inside. But I'm a victim, too. The Slaughterhouse 9 came after me. I lost my family. I lost you. What happened wounded both of us and impacted the both of us in a massive way.
Dot had her teeth set on my ex-sister's ear while following the conversation. A small part of me hoped the little creature would sit back at the fucking gall of what Amy had said and then use its box cutter to slit her throat. Just a, fuck this, not hitching a ride with this kind of thing. Dim hopes. Dot continued to nibble on Amy's ear until Amy made her move, pulling her down to her lap where she absently stroked the doll-sized creature. I had to play along. I didn't want to lie, and I wasn't even sure I could, but she seemed genuinely shaken by what she'd taken in when she touched me, reading my emotions. There was a crack. And it sucked, but a cracked Amy was the only Amy I could hope to budge in the slightest. Push too hard and she'd fold into herself and go back into being stubborn. If I didn't push at all, she'd steamroll over me.
Sure, I said. You're a victim too. Slaughterhouse 9 and shit. Carol was a shit mom. You were lonely. I could have handled things better. You were fine, she said, eyes on the floor. You were the one good thing. I was angry and hurt from losing Dean and Dad being brain damaged. I hated the idea you had secrets from me, as Tattletale said, and I wasn't there for you. Maybe if I had been, then Bonesaw wouldn't have been able to come after you as easily as she did. You're fine. You were the one good thing. Your feelings made sense. Amy, you're a victim too. Fine. But what you did to me. What happened to you happened to you. Blame the Slaughterhouse 9 or see them like a natural disaster. There's no cause. You don't have the right or the position to complain about being a victim when you were the one who hurt me, who used me. You keep saying I have no right. I can't. I'm not allowed. Because when you do something criminal, you lose rights. You lose privileges.
Amy shook her head, like she didn't realize she was doing it. The palm of her hand rested on Dot's front, while fingers absently scritched at Dot's chin and neck. Tiny hands and feet gripped the outer edges of Amy's hand, tail swishing.
1 hour. You can take me to your therapists, put me in front of your tribunal, let the wardens decide what to do with me, okay? It might even be a relief to be sent away.
Probably not, but I wasn't going to test her cooperation. I would test one other aspect.
15 minutes, I told her. What? Not an hour. You don't deserve an hour of my time. Half an hour?
I had planned to suggest half an hour as a fair compromise, but that she'd asked me left me with a bitter taste in my mouth.
15 minutes. Say what you've got to say. I want there to be back and forth. I don't want you to tune out. Okay, go.
She nodded, very exaggerated, too fast. Her hands were visibly shaking, even as she pet Dot.
Then, she told me, I'll start with something I know will get your attention. Appeal to the side of you that loves cape stuff, or loved. I don't know if you've changed.
I remained silent. She swallowed hard.
Back at the birdcage, I came into contact with Glass de Guenye. She's Valkyrie now. I got a glimpse of how powers are organized. I figured out Gold Morning before it happened. Okay. Were you able to get it to anyone? No, not really, but I tried. I did fill them in once I was out, but that map, that set of connections, it's still kind of there. The central hub is dead, and all the shards are acting like cauldron shards used to, not developing right, not aggregating data in the same ways, not updating or adapting to their hosts like they should be. A lot of just outright dumb now. The broken triggers. Yes, and Dauntless, the Chronos Titan. A broken second trigger multiplied by a portal and time effect or something. Kind of, but when I work on the right people, I see the landscape that's laid out, the old roads where connections used to be. I think we're going to see more. More broken triggers? I asked. More Dauntlesses. A lot more, and soon. The city's the worst spot. It's like all the portals. Them being there makes it easier for the big, messy results to happen. Like tearing paper with a row of holes in it. The holes guide the tear. How certain are you? 100%. 99%. Weird stuff can always happen. I nodded to myself. Victoria, the city's like a lake covered in ice, with countless cracks spread across it. Powerful capes are staying away from it because they make it worse. They're too heavy for the ice. They haven't said anything. If we abandoned the city and set up elsewhere, those cracks would still spread. The end result is the same, except it's a bit delayed and a lot of people die because they abandoned the infrastructure, supply chains, resources, and support the city offers. They're trying to find answers. They're trying to find answers to the problem. They're trying to mitigate the damage by spreading out the stress points, manage how much power is in the city at any one time, and do productive hero work while they're maintaining those balances and figuring out those things. Just elsewhere. That's what the wardens are really about. Like park wardens, maintaining a park by managing who can go in, managing resources. Got it, I said. I nodded. Got it. Part of the reason I wanted to bring Gimmel's prisoners to Shin instead of letting them run around the city was to do the same thing, manage that stress. And if you're to be believed, they didn't tell us because they didn't want us to panic, because Dauntless-like events and broken triggers are going to get more common? They are, but that's not the because, Vicky, Amy said, hunching her shoulders together, leaning forward. Dot clambered up her arm to her shoulder. The because is that Scion's species' life cycle didn't stop just because he did. Even if you don't fertilize an egg, the chicken is still going to lay it. All of the passengers are going to fumble together for connections, gather and translate power, and they're going to try to spread themselves to other places of interest. Just like that. My voice was quiet. I hugged my knees. If you're to be believed. I am. Teacher believes it too, but he has bigger plans. He thinks he can control the damage and control what happens when it all comes together. He actually has something in common with one of your teammates, because when I looked at the landscape... Amy, I cut her off. She shut up. Can we put the 15 minutes on hold? Can you give me a second? Yes, and yes, she said. I could, get you some water. I thought of all the things she could do to a glass of water. Do they have bottled water here? Any sealed drinks? Not really. I mean, yes, they have capped drinks elsewhere, but not in the prison. Then no drink. Just give me a few minutes. Okay, she said. I could use a break too, actually. A few seconds later, she was gone, the door shutting. Me in my cell. My hands were shaking, and it wasn't Amy's hypothesis. I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. I figured out a way to undo and then start unwrapping the bandage on my hand, loop by loop. Their method of bandaging wasn't any different from ours on Gimmel and Bet. The skin had been connected by tight, tiny threading. It was swollen, but when I touched it, I felt sensation, like I might feel when my foot was slightly asleep. Fingers, much the same, but I couldn't really bend them to test their mobility with the swelling being what it was. Fingernails. 5 fingernails attached, 2 tender to the touch, feeling the same kind of wobbly as a child's tooth might be when it started to show signs a kid might lose it. I'd lost 2 fingernails when attacked in the prison plaza. When I'd picked up the skin, only 1 fingernail had still been attached. The sweet and good-hearted people of Shin had found a stray fingernail and brought it in for reattachment? Not likely.
Had it fallen on me, landing on my clothes without my notice? No. The wire had raked along my hand and toward the woman, away from me. The nail would have been flung toward her, not toward me or onto my clothing. Had I somehow missed that another fingernail had been attached to the loose patch of skin I'd picked up off the ground? Had they found it and attached it as normal? I wasn't sure. Possible. Maybe it was the most likely possibility. Or the final possibility. That Amy had lied to me more than once in the course of our conversation. It would be cause for simultaneous gut-wrenching horror and relief. It would suggest she'd used her power on me and hadn't told me the full truth. But it would also give some reason to doubt her interpretation of what was coming. In that, at least, I really wanted her to be lying to my face. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 10. I jumped as the door opened. I hated myself for doing it.
You don't need to flinch just from seeing me. Amy's voice was loud in ways that had nothing to do with volume, filling the otherwise silent room. I thought you said you read my feelings and you understood. My own voice sounded so loud, to the point where I wasn't sure if I sounded angry, argumentative. She didn't respond. Her eyes moving this way, that, before settling on her chair, which she dragged a noisy foot and turned a bit before seating herself. Fixating on the chair seemed to let her not fixate on my statement. My heartbeat was even louder than the chair, than her voice, mine, or it felt that way. Every sound was a vibration in the air, and my heartbeat was a vibration in me. By the metrics of what constituted loud, the thuds were loud enough to make thinking hard, to make breathing difficult. There were no sounds in the hallway, no voices elsewhere, no hum of ventilation or creak of architecture. Just stone walls. My bandaged hand did its best to grip my good hand, because any alternative was to have my hands shake, and I didn't want to show weakness. Weakness was my second-to-last resort, and it was ranked as such because it was volatile. Every time I'd been weak in front of her, she'd used her power on me. If I counted when we'd been goddess-compelled as a time of weakness, she'd tried. And every time she'd had reasons, but she'd still done it. And she'd done it without my okay. Even the day she'd triggered, now that I thought about it. Almost a year into me having my powers, a gang called the Chorus had attacked a mall in Brockton Bay. I'd gotten hurt, Amy had triggered, and she'd healed me. The gang didn't endure our retaliation, or Coyle's expansion of activities as he'd claimed more of downtown. It had seemed like such a rare, clear-cut case of a trigger event providing an answer to the problem at hand. No fuss, no muss. Fucking ha. Fuck. No. Weakness was a resort only because I knew the only way to truly get through to her was to bludgeon her, to go all out. I couldn't smack her without consequences. Shouting her down risked bringing people to us and threatening the trade deal, which seemed so far away now. My tools for breaking through were my harsh comments earlier, driven by loathing, cutting remarks, blunt observations, challenges, insults. But they had to be timed. Each time there was a risk she'd find her footing, throw up walls, map out a route around the thought, and that tool wouldn't cut as sharply or penetrate as deep the next time around. And when I'd exhausted nearly every other option available to me, maybe, just maybe, I'd let her see more of how scared of her I was, how hopeless I felt the situation was, leaving me my last resort. You're right. I looked at her, the train of thought interrupted. I couldn't help but resent her for it. The latest in years of her butting into my head, whether she knew she was doing it or not. My thoughts were somewhere else. What are you talking about? About the emotions. I read them. I should know why you'd flinch. You're right, she said. I didn't fill the silence.
Dot crawled out of Amy's hair, down her arm and onto her hand. Amy moved that hand into her lap, partially covering Dot with the other hand. 2 untattooed fingers behind Dot's ear. Scratch, scratch.
Fair,
Amy added, almost like it was an afterthought.
Do you think I've been unfair?
I asked. I had to measure out each word because keeping my voice stable felt like walking a tightrope with a scary sort of chaos lying below. Amy didn't immediately respond. I wished there was a window. I wished there were sounds elsewhere to focus on.
I think there's no right way to answer that question,
Amy said.
Okay,
I said. My hand clenched the other.
Do you think you've been fair here? I've tried. Keeping me prisoner? Cornering me? Let's not be combative, please. We were being civil.
Okay, I said. One more measured-out tightrope walk of a word. Amy sat up straighter, looked more at ease. I felt the pressure of the room and her presence press in. I spoke. More measured words, easier because they were more aggressive. A tightrope was easier to walk if you moved more quickly forward.
I get the impression you think we're making headway whenever I make a concession. Just to be clear, I'm being calculating or hiding barbs in my words. And you think that's being civil?
I had to think for a second before responding, because this was so fucking hard.
Yes. You get the choice of me being honest and upset, or me being polite and biting, I guess. Biting and deceptive. It really is your choice.
Vicky, she said, like she was almost exasperated.
You said you understood my feelings. That means you understand these are the only options.
She looked annoyed. I knew why, too. In a very subtle way, she'd cornered herself. I meant that in every sense, not that she'd put herself in a corner against me. She'd cornered herself against herself. In saying she'd grasped my feelings and she understood them, in the fervor she'd had when she told me that, she'd found another thing to cling to. She dodged, she evaded, she circled around. Not in real fights, she was crap in a real fight, but in a broader sense. When confronted with something bad, she grasped, she reached. She'd faced my real emotions, supposedly, and she'd reached and she'd settled on the idea she'd figured me out, that she had a way forward. She needed this little revelation. Her way of dealing with those tangible emotions had been to turn it around, to say, that's the answer.
If those are the choices, then be civil, polite. Keep talking to me, she said. With enough communication, we can get past anything. We as in humanity, I mean.
I could hear our mother in that communication line. Fuck me. I wished there was actual ventilation in this room. The thought crossed my mind that my ex-sister could create airborne pathogens, complex ones, and that thought didn't leave once it found its mental real estate. No window, closed door, nothing to look at. My eye fell on Amy's little minion.
What about you, Dot?
I asked. Amy's little pet twisted around, flipping over to get her feet under her. Crouching on Amy's leg with both hands and feet, like a frog poised to leap, she stared across the room at me.
Huh?
Her voice was quiet but high-pitched.
What do you think about all of this? How do you feel about it?
About my queen?
Or this world, or me, or how we're all standing on cracked ice.
Cracked ice makes sense. I've seen too many family die.
Your family? I asked.
Yes. Starvation, hunted by people like you. Killed by machines, killed by pollution, age. It all feels fragile. Every death feels sudden and unfair, like ice.
I don't disagree with you there, I said. Dot lived on Bet until a little over a month ago, Amy said.
You?
Dot asked. She pointed at me, extending a tiny, doll-sized hand.
I'm angry.
Angry? Okay. Why?
Because I want us to be done. I want my queen to build kingdom, gather power, and earn trust of this world. Then she can make journeys. Go through your world, into mine. She can save more of my people.
I'm a distraction?
The little tail swished.
Yes.
Is it okay if you come closer? It's hard for me to see you.
Dot craned around to look at Amy. I saw the hesitation on Amy's face. Worry. Thinking I'd take Dot as a hostage? I had the impression Dot wasn't something Shin knew about as a whole, and taking her hostage would leave Amy without much recourse.
I trust her,
Amy said. Dot bounced down the length of Amy's leg, across the floor, and up the frame of the bed before perching on the foot of the bed, on the little raised bar of metal that kept the mattress in bounds. Red hair had been combed all to one side of her head, her bat-like ears long enough that they poked out of her hair and away from her head, each tipped with tufts of wispy red hair, both ears aimed my way. She had fur like a golden lab, but puppy fuzz short, freckled with red spots that were so round they seemed artificial. She had a mouth with a shape and pronounced teeth that made me think of a tiny bear trap when the lips were pulled away, while being as expressive and wide as a cartoon character's when closed. She wore a pinafore-style dress, like overalls at the body but a dress at the bottom, and the dress portion was constituted of 5 or 6 layers and colors of wavy, ruffled cloth, to the extent it looked like a flower in bloom with 2 skinny legs and a thin tail sticking out from the folds. The dress itself was black, but the ruffles and the decoration on the straps ranged from white to yellow, pink, and red. Spiral-striped socks and elbow-length gloves had a similar color scheme. A long, prehensile tail had a tuft of the red hair at the end, like a paintbrush, and a long ribbon where the tuft started. She seemed to like to swish it around and let the ribbon trail in the air.
I like the outfit,
I said. I wasn't lying either. There were very few people who could pull it off, but she wasn't people, and she could pull it off.
Thank you,
Dot said. Clawed hands and feet gripped the bar she perched on, her tail swishing more energetically.
My queen made it.
Made it? Uncomfortable.
You said she wanted to earn Shin's trust so she'd have more freedom.
Yes.
I think, if she wants to do that, she needs to win my trust, and the trust of people I work with.
Then trust her. She knows everything. She's strong. She's almost as beautiful as my fallen king.
Thanks, Amy said. That's a ringing endorsement, comparing me to Nilbog.
Nilbog. Ah. That was a heavy topic, and the reality was that I didn't know enough about him. I'd known about the old man, Case 12, but in a way I knew only about as much about Nilbog. They hadn't broadcasted information about him.
If everything broken,
Dot said, dark eyes gleaming as she widened them, leaning forward on her perch until I thought she'd fall to the mattress.
Let people fix it.
Amy, your Red Queen?
Fuck, it made my skin crawl to give her a title. Like it gave her more power. When the broken Amy that had twisted me up and spat me out had been so broken and low.
Yes, she has so much power. Could do anything she want if she use it, but she won't. She's still trying to be something she isn't, gentle and human. She needs to be queen instead.
It's not that easy, Amy said.
You can claim a kingdom. You have power,
Dot told her.
You're halfway there.
We've had this discussion a lot,
Amy told me. That doesn't reassure me, I thought. A little voice in Amy's ear saying queen, kingdom, for weeks now? I didn't want to be here. I was pressed so hard against the corner of the room that my back would hurt tomorrow. My arms wrapped around my legs, and that was tight enough I'd feel it tomorrow. And it was so fucking quiet. A room like a sensory deprivation chamber, which magnified the things in its space. Me and my emotions. Her. Dot was safer.
Dot,
I said, getting the little one's attention.
Were you there when she worked on Hunter?
Yes, I remember Hunter. I like the name. It sounds like blood and biting, but the Hunter I met bites the air.
Yeah, I said. But it went wrong, didn't it?
My queen says so, but Hunter was gloomy and blah before. She's exciting now. She laughed more after.
Maybe Dot was a key, or a way I could distill a message clear enough for Amy to get without running into walls.
But she's your queen. She's not happy with it, is she?
No,
Dot said, almost absently. She crawled along the bar at the foot of the bed, slinking along, crawling under and squeezing through the narrow gap between bar and mattress, looping over, then squeezing through again, in a spiraling path from one corner of the bed to the other. Each time she got far enough through the gap, the dress she wore went from being compressed to poofing out dramatically.
She's unhappy, so it no good, probably.
I'm not happy with it either. You're the Red Queen's subject, aren't you? What are you doing, Vicky? Amy asked. Aren't you? I asked Dot, ignoring Amy.
Yes.
You're hers to look after?
Yes,
Dot said. She reached the corner of the bed, gripped the bar with clawed hands, and walked up the wall until she was doing a handstand. Moving hand over hand, she began to move down the bar, legs extended above her. The poofy layered nature of her dress meant it didn't flop down.
Hunter was someone I tried to look after. Someone asked me to help her, and I made sure she got that help.
your subject.
Dot said. Not quite, but close. And the Red Queen used my name without my permission to get close to Hunter. And then she broke her.
Dot went from handstand to sitting with one leg on either side of the bar in a single, sudden motion that made the bar sing, and would have had me seeing stars in her position. The goblin looked at me, then at Amy, then at me again.
I can handle it, Amy said.
She can handle it,
Doc echoed.
But she betrayed trust, I said. Is that how a queen is supposed to act? Are you trying to turn her against me? Amy asked. I'm asking, I said. This was easier when I could focus on Dot without Amy chiming in.
It's not so bad,
Dot said. But can I try an analogy? I asked.
I could do this if I could treat it like picking apart a puzzle. Treat it like I was figuring Ashley out and finding a common ground, with her natural imperiousness and skewed perspective. Treat it like I was trying to figure Kenzie out before I'd figured out the smile or the family situation.
Hunter was my charge, someone I helped, and Amy took her and broke her. What if I took you and broke you? How would Amy feel?
Broke me how? Made me interesting?
Dot was very still.
I'm not going to hurt you, but in this story we're telling, how would she feel if I killed you? Pissed, Amy answered for Dot. Not many people have my back or keep me company. I'd mourn her. Seriously, do not hurt her. How would she feel, Dot, if I fucking told you I knew the Red Queen and you could trust me and then I killed you? Or I broke you in other ways, made you uninteresting.
Took my colors?
Took your colors, took your...
I didn't want to budge from where I was, but I lifted a foot. My boot had been removed, and I just had the athletic sock on. I extended my leg across the bed and tapped Dot in the chest.
My heart,
Dot said.
You're you.
Dot's ears weren't as high as they had been at the start of the exchange, and stuck out to the sides more than they stuck up now. A clawed hand gripped my big toe.
I'll fix her, Amy said.
I trust her,
Dot spoke up.
She'll protect me from anything like that. She'll fix what's broken.
You trust her, but nobody else does. And if nobody else does, she can't help your... family, was it?
Family, yes.
More importantly, Dot, I said,
withdrawing the foot I'd extended Dot's way, hugging my legs tighter.
She can't do what she does if she doesn't trust herself. That's when she makes mistakes. She loses trust in herself, and she makes more mistakes, and so on. It's what happened when she broke me. When she doesn't trust herself, she stops fixing things and starts breaking things more. Vicky, Amy said, do you deny it?
Again in the quiet room, I sounded angrier than I'd intended.
It made me afraid to move, because my movements might be the same.
I could see myself using my power without wanting to, and I considered my control over my power to be one of the few things I was confident in.
It's things other than trust or trust in myself, Amy said. Pushing in, twisting things around.
She said what she did to you,
Dot said, interrupting. She wasn't moving as much as she had been.
You sounded beautiful and noble.
That being said to me, somehow, seemed to slap Amy across the face more than my calling her a cunt earlier. It kind of slapped me across the face too, for that matter.
"You're not helping, Dot," Amy said.
"Not trying to help. Am saying,"
Dot said.
"I think you thought it beautiful and noble too, or you wouldn't have done it."
"It was a mistake,"
Amy said.
"I'm sorry you look boring and ugly now,"
Dot told me, her ears turning my way a fraction of a second before her head did.
"Nothing interesting about you. You not so beautiful as she is."
"But she did it without asking. I wasn't her subject. Hunter wasn't her subject. She made mistakes with how many others? 3 or 4, Amy said.
10, 12,
Dot said.
I wasn't there for all. I saw some and decided to stay and watch. I hope every time for more beautiful, interesting things.
Not 10 or 12, Amy said. Her voice was tight. I have no idea what you're talking about. Coloring outside the lines, I said.
Yes!
Dot said, her eyes widening.
I love those words. I love color.
Do you remember what she did? I asked. Dot was... She was like a miniature force of nature in this confined space we occupied. The more exuberant she got, the worse it was for both Amy and I. But it was putting pressure on Amy, uncovering more truths. Her buttons were obvious, apparent, and easy to push.
Girl with a bad back, twisted up, the day after Hunter,
Dot said.
Back straightened until it broke. Snap, crack, couldn't walk. She screamed.
That was one, Amy said. I fixed it.
The old man, aged backwards,
Dot said. Just stop, okay? Amy cut in. This isn't helping anything. Was it interesting? I asked. Dot's head turned my way, eyes wide. She looked interested at the sheer mention of the word interesting, ears up. Then the ears dropped to the sides and she shook her head.
Not really.
Dot, Amy said. Why not really? I pressed.
Because it was ordinary. He old and kind of interesting looking, then he young and not so interesting looking. But he shouts and swears and says, not his face, not his face.
He wanted to be young again, Amy said. He was offering a lot, politically and for what we could give to Gimel. We struck a private deal. I de-aged him, made him 30 again. But he didn't recognize his face in the mirror as the one he used to have. He was upset and didn't follow through on his end of the deal. Said I made him ugly.
Very plain,
Dot added. Was that your mistake or his? I asked. I waited about 1 second as Amy paused, trying to find the words, and butted into her thoughts with, Don't lie. My mistake. I didn't see it as a coloring outside the lines thing. It was a question of how much I pursue the art and how much I pursue the science, and I fell too far on the side of art. You were working with Bonesaw for a bit. Dad said she was big on the art. When she showed up at the house, she talked a lot. Don't compare me to her. I guess you got some practice in art before making Dot's dress. It really is pretty.
Yes,
Dot said. Stop! Amy raised her voice. My heart pounded at the volume of the word, at the situation. Every instinct was kicking in, to the extent I could have lashed out if I wasn't already huddled up into a tight space. I didn't take my eyes off Amy as I asked, Dot, what were the interesting results from her power? This is being confrontational again, Vicky.
The ear one,
Dot said. Amy visibly winced.
Fixing an ear, a wiggly hole going through the head. Canal. She colored outside the lines. Little ripply rigid flesh around the ear and more holes twisting through. There was blood bubbling out.
Getting into that art, huh? I asked. You were being civil before, Amy said. Dot went on.
It was beautiful. Wasn't until I said something that she stopped. Half the head was holes reaching through, ripples and ridges around.
I zoned out. I hadn't slept. I was tired, Amy said.
She called the snark for help, asked him to fix the ears. He wouldn't, but he sat with and talked her through. He sat with for the next few, too.
Marquis? I asked. Chris, Amy answered. Oh, Snark, of course.
That was fun. That was a good day,
Dot said. Were there others? I asked Dot.
Stop! Amy raised her voice, getting to her feet. I flinched involuntarily at the movement, my head turning partially away. She spoke again, quieter.
Just stop, please.
Where I'd shrunk back a bit, Dot scampered to the corner of the bed and leaped for Amy's hand, grabbing onto the sleeve before scampering up to Amy's shoulder.
Our 15 minutes are probably nearly up, I said.
What? Amy asked, momentarily flabbergasted on top of her general upset.
You were counting?
I did say I'd be underhanded, I told her. There's no way I'm going to spend more time in your company than I'm obligated to.
What the fuck, Vicky?
She asked, stepping closer. She stopped when I pulled back. She turned away, and I could relax a fraction, no longer drawn so far into the corner that I was forced to hold my breath.
I had a long list of things I wanted to bring up, Amy said. I haven't been idle. I've been trying to help Gimel. I've been trying to heal people who nobody else could help, or use my healing to do more good. I've figured some things out and gathered resources, capes even.
Assuming I can trust you, which we haven't really established.
You can trust me, Vicky.
Can I? Based on what?
Based on the fact that I've had good intentions every step of the way. I've always been on your side.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Fuck off, Vicky, she said. Fuck. I have enough good info and resources that you and I could sit down for an hour and you wouldn't want to imprison me or anything. You'd want to keep talking. If you'd give me a chance.
I think my stomach would be all ulcers and I'd be incapable of sleeping after.
Or did you forget that you got a taste of what I feel right now? Or is that something you only conveniently bring up? I fucking remember, Vicky, she said, angry now.
She paced, not facing me at any point, but still testing my tolerances, setting that panicky feeling into motion, like being in a cage with a tiger.
It gets easier each time.
It gets harder.
No, I can show you that this is doable. You can set the terms of the conversation.
Drugged, locked in a room I didn't ask to come to, cornered?
No,
she said, still angry, angrier.
Then I'm free to go. If I open that door, it's a prison, Vicky.
But you have the power to let us go. You said that earlier.
Stop!
She shouted, wheeling on me. She wasn't at the far end of the room now. She was in the center. I was on the bed in the corner, all tension. But that was the crack. Cracks, though, were unpredictable. They traced across weak points and forked and terminated early. It was hard to predict the route they'd take. So I waited, tense, not breathing.
Teacher's exploiting the system, she said,
her voice almost emotionless.
He's going to pick a fight sooner or later, and it's going to be devastating. He manufactured a crack. He's going to intentionally create more. Each one gives him more access to the system and more control over the levers and knobs that decide everything else. He can force create a dauntless, and the ones he makes will listen to him.
I was silent.
Teacher was one of the only other people in the birdcage who kind of got it, who engaged with me when I talked about that stuff.
She paused.
I shouldn't have said as much as I did to Teacher,
Amy said. You gave him ideas? I asked.
I don't know. He has no interest in ruling the world, and I think he'd view it as a distraction or detriment.
Detriment?
Because powers don't like stable. As you well know, look at me.
The attempt at self-deprecating humor fell flat, came across as mournful, self-pitying.
I make mistakes, and my power makes it easy to make mistakes. All it takes is an impulse or a drifting thought.
When you're tired, when you're upset, when... I couldn't bring myself to say it. When you're lonely.
I'm always tired. I'm always upset. I'm always everything. The first time I felt like I was able to actually take a deep breath was when I went to the birdcage, away.
I remained silent, letting her talk.
Stability is tricky and hard to maintain. It takes effort. Teacher could control everything, but he'd be fighting against everyone else and even against himself and his power, Amy said. What he wants is bigger than that, and he's getting there. Even with the tools he has, he's too dangerous to fight. Because I can touch someone with powers and look at those powers. I was doing that with Hunter. trying to figure out how to rebuild her personality."
She stopped there, almost like her train of thought was gone or she'd lost herself in memories. I waited.
"I look at that broken, fragile landscape, and I see Teacher's hand in too many places, with too many connections, too many networks, and a massive hole in another world that he's elaborating on."
"Okay," I said.
"Does that count for anything? I could provide more details, but does it matter?"
"What do you mean, count?" I asked. "Is someone keeping score?"
"I've healed so many people. I've done so much, devoted months of my life to fixing things. I threw myself into things around Gold Morning. I played a big role, for better or for worse. I've always been on your side, and none of it matters."
"It matters," I said. "But it's not like there's a big scorecard where you reach 50,000 points and you win the forgiveness of one unconscionable act. You don't reach a certain point total and win the girl of your dreams automatically. It matters, but it's 50,000 things that matter on an individual basis."
"I'm not saying I want to win you, Vicky. I'm just saying—"
"You want it to count enough." She shook her head.
"You're not getting it."
"If you heal thousands of people and you mutilate 12 or so, you're a healer who mutilates people. You don't give me an hour's worth of abstract interpretations of the big picture and buy 15 minutes of me being happy to spend more time with you."
"That's not what I'm asking for."
"Bonesaw and Swansong will always be ex-Slaughterhouse 9. Precipice will always be ex-Fallen. Chris will... I don't even know what he's trying to be or not be."
"He wants to escape his humanity, leave weaknesses behind. He likes you, and that makes him dangerous because he wants to kill what he likes."
I nodded. "Good to know."
"I sent him away," Amy told me. "Made him leave so he wouldn't retaliate.
I don't think he can escape his humanity like he wants. And even if he does find some magic potion that transforms him permanently into something entirely inhuman, if he enlists your help..."
"I won't let him do that."
"He will have always been human. And me? I will always be the girl who was turned into a monster by my sister. To others in the know and to myself."
"No,"
Amy said. She shook her head.
Only if you hold on to it. I offered to let you forget it all."
"Doesn't work that way. If you don't remember it, then you're more beholden to it."
"What?"
Amy asked.
"Vicky, you're a smart person. You got good grades, but that might be the dumbest thing I've heard you say. And I remember being kids and you telling me that birds can't go into space because they need gravity to swallow and therefore they can't swallow while they're up there."
"On space shuttles, you dumbass. And you need to remember and dwell in the ugly shit because if you don't, you just end up right back in it. How do you change if you don't tackle it head on?"
"By getting through it and then putting it firmly behind you."
"Except you tried that, apparently, and then you went and you destroyed Hunter."
"I didn't destroy her. I made a mistake. I think I can fix it. Fuck! I should have known better than to expect you to be fair, Vicky."
The more agitated she got, the more my body ratcheted up the physical signs of tension. I tried to remain still, told myself flight was an option. I had a headache from where my neck and jaw were tense, and with that painful buzz in the back of my head, I tried to visualize it as a tactile reminder of the people behind me, of refugees who needed that food. Stupid, like a dumb mnemonic, but it helped me to process. Every time I'd spoken, I was left feeling like I was risking pushing too far or not pushing far enough. If I didn't push enough, she lost momentum. If I pushed too far, she threw up walls. And I didn't really know her enough to know where those boundaries were now. Here, I had zero idea. For the first time, I couldn't even recognize enough of her to say.
"You know what the shitty thing is, Vicky? I told myself I wouldn't say this. I was doing okay. At the birdcage, after figuring myself out, finding a balance, coming to terms with how much I hated myself, I'm rambling."
The fingernails of my good hand dug into my leg. The fingernails of my injured hand touched my leg, 2 of them wobbly, barely attached. A reminder.
"I earned my stripes saving the world. I got offered work and money helping manage things behind the scenes, watching Bonesaw. I healed heroes now and then. I managed. I was doing okay. I repaired bridges with Carol, and I had an actual mom for the first time ever. Mark was cool, all considered. I was fine. I didn't do anything to stop that. You kind of did. You appeared at the edges and fringes. You re-entered my life, and it all went to pieces, again and again. All my fault. No, but you didn't make it easier, for yourself or for me. By existing? By having a life? Normally, Amy, when someone does what you do, it'd be you who abides by a restraining order, who stays a certain distance away, or who gets locked up in a cell. That's not what I'm saying, she told me. It would have been best if one of us hadn't made it through Gold Morning, that's all.
I maintained eye contact with her for long seconds, staring her down. She was the one to look away first.
I don't resent you. I'm on your side, she said, looking at the door. If you need anything, just ask. I'll be here. I thought you said that if I had an honest conversation with you, that you'd do what I asked.
She shook her head.
Do what I ask, I told her. I endured this room, this exercise of yours. I played nice. I measured out my fucking words. I told you straight up what I needed and wanted, instead of being really underhanded and throwing you a portal to another world and throwing away the key, no warning, no appeals. I told you that I think you need help, that you need to talk to the wardens and talk to a therapist. I tried. I doubt you really tried, I said, anger putting bite into my words. Right now, you're spiraling. You don't stop until someone makes you stop. You hurt Hunter. You never even met her. She still fucking counts. Those 12 people that Dot mentioned, who I fixed, they count. You're going to keep hurting people until someone makes you stop. That's either with the help of a professional, more imprisonment, exile, or a bullet to your head.
The look she gave me was as wounded as if I had actually shot her. She walked to the door, opened it, and stood there, door partially open, hand on the handle, talking while her back was to me.
While you were unconscious, I was talking to people, catching up on the deals Citrine stuck, Amy said. You're getting out soon. Supplies should be okay. I don't know about the escalated supply I was pushing for, because they don't trust me. Makes sense? I said. They say the doctor drugging you was a miscommunication, but you and I know that isn't true. It was about power. They said the prison guard attack wasn't planned, and Marquis, Chris, and I believe them. Parahumans don't count and can't count in their perspective. Kind of like how I'm not supposed to exist or count in your reality.
Citrine had been saying something like that when I left the room with the others. Well, without the self-pitying bullshit.
They wanted to make you squirm, but once they heard about you being hurt, they were pretty satisfied with the fact you bled for them and kept your cool. I guess when you do things, they count for something.
She hauled the door the rest of the way open and stepped out into the hallway, looking this way and that.
Dot,
I started. The critter leaped to the doorframe. I supposed there were no guards outside. I'd prepared to say something shorter, more perfunctory, but I found myself mentally stumbling. My realization I could say something more profound tripped over the dizzying relief that Amy was finally fucking off, that the pressure of the room had been relieved, and the adrenaline of being so close to an angry, unhinged Amy.
Look after her. Keep her on track. If she makes what she and I call mistakes, it hurts everyone's trust in her, and she can't help your family. It needs to start with helping Hunter. Nobody's going to let that go.
Dot's ears moved up, up, and her tail swished before she leaped away. Yeah, my feet were numb from how hard I'd clenched my legs to my chest. My arm hurt, my hand throbbed, while my head pounded. My boots were on the floor, and I pulled them on. I eased my way to the ground, looked over the cot and surrounding area, and then stepped out into the hallway. Was this a win? A loss? Had I changed anything? The guards were posted at the end of the hall. They waited as I walked on a foot that was still partially asleep, sore and spooked. They reached for my arm and I flinched. They took it anyway, then guided me, strong-arming me down one hallway, then the next. Through the maze, deeper into the complex, I was sure, yet it felt like I was on my way out, away from the bull-headed monster, into light and a place I could breathe again. My hand was shaking, and I couldn't make it stop. I was glad for the bandage on the other. We passed into the showers, which smelled like showers in any gym, physio center, or PRT wards building I'd been in, except for maybe the scent of a different flavor of soap. They locked the door behind them, leaving me to find my way myself, my arm feeling bruised where I'd been manhandled. I found my team in the same hallway they'd been in before. "She's back," Rain said, for the benefit of the others without the angle or line of sight to see.
Sveta?
Kenzie asked.
"Victoria," Rain said, while everyone got to their feet.
"Hey,"
Vista said. She hurried to my side, hands steadying me.
"You're as white as a sheet. The surgery—"
I shook my head. I counted heads. Tristan, Rain, Kenzie, Ashley, Vista.
"Where are Sveta and Theo?"
"She got dragged off when you passed out," Tristan said. "Marquis said they gave you a drug that knocked you out."
"Against my will and express permission,"
I said, my voice tight.
"That would explain why Sveta flipped. We were wondering if it was her new body having a weird stress response or if something else happened. She fought guards to try to get to you," Tristan said. "She almost used her power. We told her to calm down, that we couldn't afford to risk everything. She listened."
"Where is she?"
I asked.
"I need her."
Tristan's voice was calm, reassuring.
"In a special cell. We've been visiting, but they only let one person visit, and only for a short while. Theo's with her now. The idea is they're supposed to sit in those cells, then they get dragged off during the next round of punishments. But that punishment doesn't count against their sentence."
"What?"
I asked, alarmed.
"It's okay,"
Vista said.
"Citrine's getting us out. We leave before any punishments happen. We don't leave without her."
"I know. We know,"
Tristan said. My emotions felt so messy. As bound up and constrained as they'd been in the room, they felt like a tangled mess of wires inside of me now. Impossible to untangle, choking.
"Why do you need her?" Tristan asked. "What happened?"
In my mind, I'd thought of my friend because I could trust her, but I did trust the team, if only a slight fraction less.
"Master Stranger protocols,"
I said. Our time with Goddess had hammered in that particular lesson. Everyone got it.
"What happened?"
Ashley asked.
"Amy,"
Vista guessed. I flinched, looking away.
"Fuck,"
Tristan said, with some emphasis and at least 2 syllables.
"Marquis said she left. He's never been anything but straight with us. We were focused on Sveta because she was in more immediate danger and you were just getting surgery. We looked in once or twice."
I shook my head.
"What did she do?"
Vista asked.
"I don't know, but she did use her power on me. Tell me how long I was gone?" "Not that long. When we last checked in, you were still getting stitched up 40 minutes ago. She wasn't there then."
My thoughts were a messy, tangled wirestorm of calculations, dropping one number as I tried to pick up another and arrange events into some kind of sequence. So hard to gauge time. I wouldn't have been out for long. Accounting for the time before our 15 minutes of conversation, the break when she'd left the room, the time to come back, I couldn't imagine she'd had time to do anything big. There was only a gap, a big question mark on my brain and my body.
"I want to see Sveta, make sure she's okay." "Can't. Not until 10 minutes after Theo gets back,"
Vista said.
"We won't even be here that long," Tristan said. "Then we've got to figure out what we're doing."
"Doing?"
I asked.
"About the raid on Teacher."
The word was an alarm bell in my head. I shot him an alarmed look. He'd said it outright, in a place Teacher could overhear.
"Don't,"
Ashley said, but she didn't say it like it was a condemnation or a warning.
"Victoria doesn't need that right now."
"I really need it. Information, distractions,"
I said. When I swallowed, I found my throat dry.
"Please,"
Tristan answered.
The attack was mounted, while our thinkers thought he was distracted. Citrine said they're gathering troops and allies for a second phase assault, because not enough of the first group are reporting back. We'd be going as late arrivals, stragglers.
Against an enemy Amy had called unbeatable. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 11. The guards escorted me to Sveta's holding cell. The setup wasn't so different than the room we'd met Citrine in. Walls that looked like concrete, with high windows and textured glass that, I was assuming, let them look in from one side while distorting our view looking at them from the other side. Diagonal bars separated Sveta's side of the cell from me, but the room was long, and 2/3 of it were devoted to Sveta's side. Once I seated myself on the stool and a female guard stood between Sveta and I, the setup of the room made me feel like I was the prisoner in the cell. Sveta's hair had been combed with her fingers. She pulled on a prison-supplied tunic, keeping her shirt, but tying it around her waist in a loose approximation of what the veteran prisoners had done. One of the sleeves had a bloodstain. Her arm had been bandaged where it had been cut, but even there, the way blood had soaked into the bandaging suggested a wound more like a piece had been taken out of her, shaped something like a cross between a jigsaw piece and a lightning bolt. She had no stool, only 2 worn mattresses and a pile of old clothing she'd left in one corner. A single hose that dangled to waist height stuck out of the wall, near a drain that I was guessing served double duty as a shower and toilet. She walked over to the wall and slumped down into a seating position by the bars there. I remained at the stool. She studied me.
"Hi,"
she said.
"Are you okay?"
"As far as I can tell," I said.
"They're watching and recording us?"
I made it a question, but it was a statement.
"Maybe. You look more done with this than I am."
"Pretty much," I said.
"We're guessing it won't be much longer. Jean Wynn said she'd pull strings. I talked to Amy after I woke up." "Siblings are tough,"
Sveta said, quiet. Her eyes intense and searching as she studied me.
"All family is, in a sense,"
I said. I suppressed a sigh and changed the subject.
"We're guessing it won't be long. An hour at most, probably half that." "Educated guess, or—" "Kenzie guess, really. We know Jean is quick."
Sveta nodded.
"We think it's either going to be Natalie or someone else like Armstrong."
Sveta looked a bit surprised.
"Another Kenzie guess?"
I nodded.
"We were thinking who we'd want to have there when we get out, worried family members, friends. Ashley thought Armstrong made sense, and the more we thought about it, we thought it was likely. He'd want to help if he could, and he does have some clout. He knows Jean a bit."
Sveta nodded, and her face relaxed a bit from the line of thinking alone. Armstrong was the kind of guy who had that effect on people. He'd leaped from a position at the university to a position of being consultant to the early Boston PRT, then full-time staff, and ultimately director. He was responsible for rescuing Weld after Weld had been dropped off, an amnesiac with a head and part of a chest left in a scrapyard. He'd treated Weld as the closest thing to family. He'd looked after the original Ashley, reaching out and trying to coax the supervillain into a position with the PRT. When Sveta had started dating Weld, he'd accepted her as readily as he'd accepted Weld, even going so far as to fund her prosthetic body. He was someone who cared, who looked for answers. It hardly needed to be said, but Kenzie's guesses about timeline and Armstrong coming weren't guesses. We'd been thinking about plans, about who we wanted to come and pick us up, and Ashley had suggested we ask Darlene and Candy to ask Armstrong to come for Sveta. I had little doubt Ashley had wanted to see him too, but we had collectively glossed over that detail. Once he'd caught up on the situation, Armstrong had reached out to the mayor, Jean Wynn.
"Knowing it could be soon makes the waiting harder," Sveta said. "Especially with everything else going on."
"Yeah.
But I have you for company for the next 5 minutes,"
she said.
"Makes me think of the hospital. A lot of moments where I wanted to make the most of our limited time together, but not knowing what to say. We hung out so much we ran out of things to say. But having you around is nice, even if we aren't talking every second."
"Do you remember the drama when they rolled out that whole patient chat thing?" I asked.
"They regretted that about 5 minutes after turning it on,"
Sveta said, smiling.
"I think about half of the technical downtimes were to give hospital staff a chance to recover."
"They eventually outsourced the management," I said. "You were gone by then." The patient chat had been a voice chat and instant messages for patients who couldn't leave their rooms but who had access to computers or phones. There was more limited access for people like Sveta and I, who had needed more specialized interfaces for using keyboards. Pullable, ball-tipped knobs for Sveta with a spaced-out key arrangement, while I'd had the knobs unscrewed and removed, just using the spaced-out keys. Thinking about the events, schedule, and timeline reminded me that I hadn't actually been in the hospital with Sveta for all that long. She'd left not all that long after I'd arrived.
"Did we ever look up what happened to Earl, Buzzer?" Sveta asked. "I know he was one of the real personalities in the patient chat. He graduated out, didn't he?"
Earl had had an always-on power that produced an abrasive noise at volumes loud enough to cause permanent ear damage, audible from halfway across the city. Yeah, he met someone who could eat powers, drain the power gradually down over time, get stronger from it. They had a thing going until it turned sketchy, I said. The eater got controlling. Shit. Just something that happens when you put two people together sometimes. He went back to the hospital, and then a few weeks later left to go work in a remote location, I think.
Hey, good for him,
Sveta said. Nicest person in a face-to-face conversation. But when it came to the online stuff, he was a drama magnet.
Yeah. What about, Keely? She graduated out?
Yep. She remotely signed into patient chat a few times. Worked online at a call center.
Good for her.
Keely had regressed in age every time she'd used her time manipulation power. Weeks, months, and years regressed as she'd become a teenager, then a kid. The regression was fast to set in, and the only way to go the other way was real, actual, unwarped time. I wouldn't say it while Shin might be listening, but Keely had joined a criminal group with the plan of defrauding a wealthy family in France. In a fit of unbelievable, unfathomable, possibly addiction-induced recklessness and stupidity, she'd intentionally de-aged herself to the apparent age of 3 years old, while maintaining all of her mental faculties. The idea had been to get adopted into the art-loving family after showcasing natural, artistic, and musical talent she had learned from classes. A text-focused thinker in the crew to get her into registries, a tinker on contract to make a few forged toys that doubled as communication devices so they could be her handler. But the tinker had bailed because the job was an enterprise that would take years, and they were too impatient. The text thinker had bailed when the family had adopted a handsome 3-year-old boy instead, who had showed zero ability with finger paint or music, leaving Keely in her de-aged state, an absolute monster online. Offline, she'd complained constantly about wanting cigarettes, which the nurses refused to let her have, except on her birthday. Gossip, talking about powers and patience, it made a good way to pass time while occupying the mind, because there had always been something going on, even while we'd been in limbo. Sveta asked about Roos, aka Jacked, who had surgically removed his own body parts to implant hypermuscular cyborg replacements, and did just fine for himself until he got hurt in a fight. He'd left the hospital after weeks, which had been enough time for the natural degradation of tinker stuff over time to ruin his implanted parts. With broken parts, he hadn't been able to collect materials or earn cash to buy the materials, couldn't keep up with the tinkering. His health had suffered, and he'd ended up at the asylum, trying to get stable so he could get back on his feet, literally. I told her he'd passed. Even with the hospital's help, he hadn't bounced back. There were ones who graduated, ones who'd left or outright escaped, and ones who would have stayed for a lifetime had Gold Morning not cut those lifetimes short.
I wish Armstrong had met some of them,
Sveta said.
He was always super interested in the weird cases, parahuman research, all that geek stuff. He'd love to collab with these guys, since they're apparently fantastic at deciphering this stuff.
I might be interested, forgetting everything else, I told her. Thinking about the everything else put a bit of a damper on my mood after the lighter conversation. Lighter, but not light. Even now, I was kind of strategizing, and I was pretty sure Sveta was picking up on what I was trying to do, keeping things positive, highlighting that parahumans had issues too. Now we talked about positives, I wasn't lying, though. A big part of me wanted to work with anyone who could help decipher parahumans and powers, especially with what Amy had said. Everything on the line, cracks spreading, broken triggers on the scale of Dauntless happening in greater frequency and numbers. Yes, they'd tried to hurt us or kill us. They were after our reputations, all for the sake of political points. They had a twisted view that we were in a separate box from everyone else, and we thus didn't count when it came to the terms of war or diplomacy. In their eyes, killing one of us was worth 30 of their own dying. To wound all of us with something as fuzzy as temporarily detaining a group that had just been on television for causing issues? They viewed it as worth a possible diplomatic crisis. Miss Militia or Jean Wynne? Too high profile, too problematic. Us? We were more acceptable as targets. And I wasn't ruling out that Amy or Chris had said or done something. There were 100 things I wanted to talk to Sveta about, but we chattered instead, keeping up the lighter tone, talking around the elephants in the room, and tried to convey a positive image.
I'm anxious to get back to the hero stuff, Sveta said. Help people. I know Weld isn't waiting for me at home anymore or anything, but I do look up to him still. Even if he is a bit dumb about stuff. About relationship stuff. And he's inexperienced, not dumb. So am I. But I want to live up to the standards he set. For him and for Armstrong. Yeah, I started, hesitating. Sveta tilted her head to one side. Do you see yourself dating again? Finding a guy? I want to find myself first, then yes. Cool. I look forward to that. Aren't you afraid I'm going to talk your ear off or obsess with stars in my eyes like I did way back then? Nah, I said, my voice soft. Nah, I like seeing you happy. And you were happy in those moments. And happier when I met him, thanks to you. Happier when I met him again after screwing up the first time, thanks to you. Happier when I went with him and got to go out into the world, thanks to you. I dropped my eyes to the floor. I supposed Weld had told her that I'd had to convince him to go back and talk to her, that she needed the support. Sorry it didn't work out. No, I grew a ton as a person. I was such a kid back then. I'm glad, even now it hurts. I nodded. She shifted position. Her head rested back against the wall, staring across the room at the wall while she asked, Is it weird if I see myself with another Case 53? I don't know. I don't think so, but it depends on rationale. Just a part of me still wants to belong to that. Fat chance, though, right? They're not fans of me. Some are, I'm sure. Sveta shrugged. You and Egg, huh? Sveta made a face. In all seriousness, it's cool, knowing what you like. I think I like it. It's hard to say for sure. It might be me wanting to belong, like I said, and I'm misinterpreting that. I don't think I do know what I like, only what I kind of expect or assume by default. Fuck, there was a lot to unpack there, but I didn't have the energy to get into it. Don't mind me, Sveta said, getting lost in my own head. Nah, you're fine, I said. I hate this, she said. I hate all of this so much. And I know I have no right to complain, but it really sucks that I finally have a real body, a really good compromise between having a power and being normal, and we run into these guys, who are dead set on making me out to be a monster. You know you aren't, though, you know? I know, but I don't feel it, she said. My feelings are taking a while to catch up with things. And then this is dragging those feelings the opposite way. It's fucking with me. It ends soon, I told her. Maybe. Sorry. I shouldn't be complaining, not when... I shifted position, scratching at and tugging on my ear. There are so many bigger, realer things to worry about. It's big enough and real enough to you, I told her. It's who you are. That's massive. Yeah. I don't know why I put it that way. A good 30 seconds passed where we didn't talk. The guard that stood by the bars looked a touch restless, which put me on edge, but that didn't seem to be the prelude to anything. Nobody was audible in the hallway, and nothing came of the restlessness. Thank you for coming, she said. I was so anxious when you got hurt. Then we didn't get attention, and then we did. It all went wrong. You're really okay? M&S protocol, but okay. I saw her eyebrows knit together for a second before she forced them apart.
She clenched one hand, then rubbed it with her other hand before tracing that hand up her arm to her wound. Her voice, though, remained casual as she said, "That's a pain." I shrugged. "Mark and Aunt Sarah. Ugh, family," she said. "Yeah, family," I said, sighing. Our tone remained casual, a few more names that anyone overhearing wouldn't necessarily pick up on. Only the use of the word protocol would stand out. I could hear footsteps in the hallway. Time was up already?
"I'll help when I can, once we're out of this," Sveta said. "Mark and Sarah or no?"
"Yeah, we should be out soon, so just stay safe."
"Yeah,"
she said. The door opened. More guards. My escort. The prisoners in these cells got up to 5 minutes of company up to 3 times a day, never the same person more than once. Shin viewed the family unit as something to keep together, so the policy was meant to let kids visit parents and parents provide guidance to kids. There were cultural aspects in the midst of it all.
"Thanks for keeping me sane,"
Sveta said. "Likewise," I told her. The guards liked to manhandle us, to put hands on us and guide us, forcing us to move. I didn't fight them on it, though I did flinch slightly as one suddenly brought a hand near my eye. It made him smirk, and he pushed on the back of my head, driving it forward and down, while 2 more shoved my back and shoulder respectively, back toward the central complex of the prison, toward hallways and faintly uneven floors, moisture and people milling about, toward prisoners who would attack us and guards who would stand by or help. Once I was through the doors and the doors were shut, I had no escort. I was left to rely on memory to navigate, and my thoughts felt as tender as the most damaged parts of my body did after a physio session. Every road was a dangerous one that could only provoke pain or surges of emotion, and I had to remain calm. 1 foot in front of the other, every second got us closer to that release, closer to the raid, leaping into a bad situation. Ashley found me, falling into step next to me. "She's mostly fine," I told her.
"No, she isn't,"
she replied. Her face was drawn, tense.
"Emergency."
"What?"
"This way,"
she said. She didn't move her head, but she flicked her eyes up and over. With the special projection cameras removed from her eyes and her power not having seen recent use, her pupils were visible, and even her irises had some gray to them. Camera. In another hallway, a child screamed. Another child screamed back. Then there was laughter between the two. When I turned my head to look, I saw one of the attackers from earlier in the day. A guy with the ragged cloth decoration marking him as a veteran prisoner. A kid ran up to him, smashing face into stomach, wrapping arms around pelvis. She peered through a mop of messy black hair to look up at him, then over at me. No older than 8, and she wore the same veteran clothing as the guy I was assuming was her dad. This fucking world. The team was assembled in one of the back hallways. Ashley leaned over my way.
"This is contested turf, but we need it. They aren't pressing us hard yet, but if the day got longer, I think they might fight us for it."
"Why do we need it?" I asked. It was furthest from the plaza, and moisture had settled in the lowest point, where there was probably supposed to be a drain, except it had clogged. I wasn't sure why it was so in demand. "We're mostly out of camera sight here, and the one camera has water on the lens, courtesy of my brother. They don't want us leaving unscathed, and we need privacy if we're going to do something about it," Tristan said. He kicked a scrap of cloth too small to wrap around anything into the water. "They want Armstrong." "What?" "If we'd sent Natalie, they might have gone after her, but Armstrong is worse for them, I think. Believes the opposite of what they do." "Start from the beginning," I told him. "Yosef's faction, the hardline guys from the meeting. Kenzie says they're pulling something. They want to stage an attack." Kenzie looked around, then slapped the wall. She blinked a few times.
"Listening in on the phones. My team gave it to Miss Militia to translate. She got back to us while you were gone."
"And they want to hurt Armstrong." Tristan answered while Kenzie fiddled. "They were trying to figure out what Sveta is capable of. They were talking about her before, but they figured out that she changed her body after one of the people called people she knew. They want to lead Armstrong to some place and kill him in a way that makes it look like Sveta did it. Then they can hold us indefinitely or execute us.
They take out one of our side's allies and big players, and they make the Founders and Coalition look bad.
Founders are Lewis's group, closest to Goddess's old power structure. And the Coalition are the guys who weren't at the meeting, Vista supplied. Coalition and Founders manage this prison.
Kenzie pulled her hand away from the wall. I saw the weapon she held, like a knife a foot long. She'd combined two of the projection lenses into a single long one. She looked around, then stuck it into the wall. I saw her squint one eye, then the other.
They're more or less on the same side when it comes to parahumans, but they still compete and have big differences when it comes to other politics, Ashley said. And they're new. When you look at gangs and governments, the newly established ones are the most insecure and reckless.
It isn't how it should be, but it happens, Rain said. Even with the Fallen, a family would get too large, people would leave and try to set up shop elsewhere, filled with motivation and new ideas, and they'd make messes. I remember hearing about it.
Everywhere, Ashley said. Everyone, every time. Almost every time, Kenzie said. Do tell, Ashley replied. I think the future kingdom of Damsel will be flawless. You're sweet, Ashley said. But let's focus. Right. Poking my eye into the wall, and this'll work.
What are they rigged to do? I asked.
Give me a look on the other side, tap into phone lines, and boost signals for my tech. It's still not great, lots of dense stone wall.
Do we break through and intercept? I asked. It fucks a lot of things up. Kenzie talked while running a hand along the wall.
They're stuck, trying to figure out what works as a way that is unequivocally breakthrough murdering Armstrong, but in a way that doesn't alert the Coalition or Founders that they're up to something. If it was old Sveta, they could strangle him, but it's not, and they don't know how she works now, except that she's made of ribbons. So they debated it for about 3 minutes. Now they're talking about framing Rain, large, clean cuts, framing Byron, except they're confused about if he's here, and framing Ashley.
Structural damage and big holes, I said. Kenzie nodded vigorously.
They're unsure about convincingly doing all of those, which means it's down to me. I don't really do weapons. Or you, Victoria.
Smashing him, I said, my voice hollow.
They're getting the pieces in motion. The problem is, they aren't going to bring him to us whenever we can stop him. They're on the other side of big walls.
I started to follow Kenzie, but Tristan put a hand on my shoulder. I looked at him. Do me a favor? Stay put? He asked. I glanced at him, looked around, and then looked at the water. The murky pool near the blocked drain had a faint glimmer of light to it. Orange light. You're sure? I asked him. He nodded. Rain dropped to a crouch, dipping a gloved finger into water. He began to sketch. A square, trapped inside a diamond, trapped inside a square. 4 rooms set out along the exterior of the big square, for the various rooms at the outer edge of the prisoner area. A map for the place. The square in the center was the plaza. The 4 exterior rooms included the shower area and the private dining room for the religious.
That's the best I can do, Kenzie said. My projection hair clip is modified to work as a camera and give us eyes on one of the hidden doors the guards use to flood this area. Then I have 1 in-eye camera for me and 1 for one of you.
Tristan stuck his toe in the water, boot scraping as he dragged a stone knife out into view, then stepped onto it. He was making more. We sneak out, get to where we can warn him, Tristan said. If they spot us, we go on offensive. Hit them before they can use their guns. Break out. Seems too dangerous, I said. All of us? Some of us walking with a limp? We'd get seen, or we wouldn't be able to find hiding places. Rain frowned.
We can't let him walk into a trap, Ashley said.
We won't, but we divide our efforts, I said. I closed my eyes for a second, thinking, shifting mental gears. This was more familiar territory. It made me think of working with my mom and dad, which reminded me that my mom had signaled a need for help. I interpreted it to mean that she needed a way out of Shin. Divide by? Rain asked. Distract the guards. Start a small fire or something. Rain reached over and picked a knife out of the murky water, holding it so it was partially hidden. He held it in his lap so those of us who were close could see. This? That's extreme, I said. We need extreme, Tristan said. Missy, Theo, please help me wrap my head around this. Vista shook her head.
Her eyeliner had smudged overnight, outlining her eyes inconsistently with a blur of black that extended to one cheekbone. Her hair was messy.
He's like a dad to Weld. He's important to Sveta. I feel like Gimel needs him.
And he came for us, Ashley said.
I'm not saying no, I said, but stabbing?
No, Ashley said. She reached down.
Give.
Rain passed the blade to her. I glanced down. Kenzie was setting out little rocks and bits of debris on Rain's map. I stuck my toe out at the nearest rock.
3 guards, Kenzie said. I don't have enough bits. 2, 3. The big prayer room is the best way to go.
Rain, you come, Ashley said. Her expression was a dark glower. She looked over our group.
Victoria.
Why us specifically? I asked.
Because you two look the meanest next to me.
Wow, I said. I know I haven't washed my hair with actual conditioner or shampoo, but...
But nothing. You had a shit day. You look drained. It works for our purposes. We don't have time, she said. My instincts say this works.
I looked at Rain, who nodded. I gave him a hand in standing and a hand in walking.
Let him limp,
Ashley said. She sighed.
We're trying to look like assholes, so don't be nice to him. Connect the dots.
I grunted, glancing at Rain again as Ashley started walking toward the plaza. There was a family at the corner, nothing to do with the one guy who'd attacked us, who had a kid with him. It made me think of New Wave, because they included parents and children, uncles and aunts, and scattered relations, all with family resemblance. They favored green and black for their extra clothing, like they'd all been wearing those colors when arrested, and had dough-brown hair that was as coarse-thick as any hair I'd seen on anyone white.
These are the guys who run this hall, Rain said. Theo and I heard about them when we were asking questions last night. People had a hard time translating it. They live in the systems.
Prison family. Successive generations spent arrested.
Kind of, but it's more complicated. It's not just prison, it's other services. Goddess elevated them to a certain status by making an office for those who were loyal and willing to do what she needed, like private military. These guys and people like them signed right up. They'll be accepting anything if it gets them a cot and hot food without them having to work. Military, Goddess's task force, prison, some types of school.
Useful,
Ashley said.
Kinda scary, Rain observed.
But useful. Scary and useful often go hand in hand,
Ashley said. People squared shoulders and raised chins as they stared us down.
Any of you speak English?
Ashley asked.
Goddess's tongue?
I added. A boy with long hair said something in a foreign tongue. An adult offered a one-syllable response.
I learned for school,
the boy said.
We need a favor. We'll buy,
Ashley said.
But we need it soon. No fuss.
The boy translated. Another one-syllable response.
Guards say you killed the goddess in blue.
She threw a building at us.
The boy considered, translated, got a grunt of an answer, and then said,
Cost us.
If you want to drag out this conversation, we'll go elsewhere.
If you want a favor, we're the best. Not Rafa?
Rain asked. The boy wrinkled his nose. His parent nudged him, and he translated, catching the parent up on the last few exchanges. The man made a face, momentarily disgusted.
They put their dicks in dogs,
the boy said.
They what?
Rain asked.
Idiom, I guessed. I hope. They make messes, fall over each other, drink. The only thing you can trust them to do is put their dicks in dogs. You don't want them.
Then deal with us. We need a distraction,
Ashley said.
We'll pay.
She held out her hand, palm down, thumb tucked in. The boy reached out, and Ashley laid her hand atop his. The knife was there, hidden from view, and the boy felt it.
That's
sharp, she said. There are more like it. That's your pay. But you distract the guards, so we can do what we need to do.
The boy translated, dropping his voice at the tail end. The adult answered with the longest sentence yet.
Dangerous. Burns the hand we want to keep warm.
The boy translated back for us.
What do you want?
She asked, more tense, almost hostile. Time was running out if Armstrong was due to arrive and collect us. The boy shrugged.
This? You want security, I said. You want reliable, comfort, stability. Yes. I nodded, trying to figure him out. What if you could come to Gimel? There are plenty of homes. We're doing our best to provide food, and most of that is free. If you want stable, we could arrange that. Say 5 people from your family? 10? 5. 10 if you abide by our rules, I said, 90% sure they would. You don't kill anyone when you distract. You don't kill anyone after. Killing like this destroys you, the boy said. Gets you executed, Rain interpreted. If you hurt anyone, it's someone who deserves it, I said. A man. He gave goddess names of people who were educating their children alone so they would not learn goddess tongue in schools. Later, he gave coalition names of those who were loyal to goddess, some of ours. He's a man of sick loyalty, always turning around. The prisons love him, so they go easy. Maybe, I said. The boy translated the conversation so far for his parent and other family members. The adult responded. We'll take that knife for your distraction. Put a blade through his tush so he won't be able to hold his shit in. Tush? Rain asked. Rain, Ashley said. It's not important. Wrong word? The boy asked. Rain nodded while I pressed. No harm they can't heal. The father said something. We could harm 3, the boy said. 3 to distract, all deserving. Sick loyalty, sick eyes, and a sick that lasts for generations. 2 men and a woman. Rain touched my shoulder. I looked at him and he indicated the group. They were agitated. Armstrong was here. Don't hurt them too much, I said. Rain added, We can't guarantee we'll give the visas to any specific people. This is for your family as a whole. Yes, of course. We're happy here, but some of ours don't have prison, hoping we don't get punished so we can stay longer. Some don't have anything. They'll go. They'll be good? He nodded. For a lot of lines, for a kid who wasn't older than Kenzie, he wasn't even asking his dad or translating. He just seemed to accept it as the rule or fact of their world dynamic. When we signal, I said, you distract. Do it near the showers. Keep guards away from the, prayer room? Yeah, Rain said. The eating room? The boy said a word. That, yeah, Rain said. And don't tell, I stressed. I figured it was a given, but not kidnapping and assaulting diplomatic envoys seemed like a given too, and Shin was way the fuck behind the learning curve on that one. Keep your deal, and we keep our throats closed. Ashley reached out again. The boy reached to take the knife, discreetly putting it away. He began explaining to his family. We walked back to our group. We have a distraction? Tristan asked. Yes, Ashley said. It's all about projecting the right image and asking the right people. They respect the powerful and naturally noble, and they respect fear. Good enough, Tristan said. Who's handling this? Staying hidden, doing something to signal our guy, get back without drawing alarm. I'll go, Vista said. I'll go too, I said. You're sure? Tristan asked. Sure enough. Kenzie was a kid, as useful as it would be, and we needed her to stay behind to tell the group what the guards could see and where they were. Tristan needed to stay to keep an eye on the knives he'd made. He prepped 2 more while we negotiated. When push came to shove, they'd stay in a place nobody and no cameras were watching and swap out, turning the weapons we'd given over into water. No evidence. Theo would stay because he was too big and didn't trust his stealth ability. Sveta was captured. Rain had a limp. We wanted at least 3, and Ashley did have some capabilities. She made a lot of noise, but if we were careful and kept her power use small, that would minimize the effect. 3 of us. Kenzie bid me to bend down. I did, kneeling with some use of my flight for stability. The wicked, multi-pronged thing appeared in her hand. She looked around to make sure the coast was clear, then extended it into my head. I could feel it, a glimmer of sensation, a blorb sort of feeling in the fluids of my eye, a sting of a tickle in cavities at the back. Then my vision distorted, like I was looking through an inch of water, and clarified. I could see images and text.
outlines visible through walls, highlighting guards, cameras, and power lines. The field of view of each camera was plainly visible, and as I looked at a camera, I could see a crosshair focus on it. Staring at it for what I guessed to be 2 seconds snapped my view so I was looking through it. Text at my peripheral vision remained as clear as day despite the fact I wasn't focusing on it. Candy, telling me she was working with me on this. Telling me she'd relay Kenzie's messages that couldn't be conveyed through the camera. Rain and Theo joining us, Vista, Ashley, and I retreated to the area where the private eating partitions were set up during mealtime. For the time being, everything had been taken down and folded up. Despite space being a premium, people didn't move mattresses or things into the large empty room. We didn't enter either, but that was because our destination was another wall, putting us close to the hallway with the least guards. A flash of blue marked my peripheral vision, and I looked. I saw the distant silhouette. Armstrong. Another, Natalie. Another figure, not the red of guards or the blue of our hostages, but a yellow-green, could be seen in their company. After second, more silhouettes appeared. Cryptid. Silhouetted 1, the fastest one the system had recognized. Crock o' shit. Silhouette 2, the lie detector from the prison raid. Coal belcher. Silhouette 3, the heavyset man who'd been something of a crime boss on the men's side of the prison. Couldn't be easy. I couldn't trust Chris to play nice. No. I nodded to the others, getting us our distraction. The commotion drew hollers and alarms. Guards broke into runs, diverging from their paths at the top of the wall to hop down or use ladders to descend into the prison. Some hurled canisters, producing gas. We retreated back to our side as the guards in our company thinned out. There were still some stationed at exits, but we didn't need an exit. Rain looked to me, and I nodded, touching the wall. He produced a silver blade, and he stabbed into the surface. Not a line, but a hole from a thrust. He backed off, then struck the wall with his elbow. The silver flared, and the material of the hole broke. A thin crack. Vista expanded it until it was large enough for us to enter. We slipped through into empty hallways. He's changing, the text in the corner of my vision told me. I looked, and I saw Chris's distant silhouette morphing. He was here to be their enforcer. He broke into a run, and so did we. Arc 14, Breaking, Chapter 12. The tech Kenzie had provided me wasn't perfect. Cryptid flickered in and out of view as he passed within the view of the facility's security cameras and then entered the blind spots. The guards in the hallways ahead of us were the same. Major points were watched, but there were a few who retreated to places the cameras didn't see and stayed there. If this were Gimel, I might have guessed they were smoking, but I hadn't seen or smelled a single cigarette yet. The gaps meant I had to focus, devoting attention to tracking every single person who stepped out of sight, remembering that they were there, and accounting for the places they could be. I was reasonably confident in my ability to do that. I was good at memorization. I could wrap my head around who was where in a conflict and not be too surprised at any point. Except the cryptid factor required a whole other degree of my attention. His focus was us, by the looks of it, as he pushed forward and even pushed past guards to make his way to the shower area, then from there to the plaza. I could see glimpses of the scene through the mess, the blur of regular prisoners blocking him off. They even pressed him back to the point he retreated a few steps. That would be our distraction, a rowdy fight that drew in most of the prisoners. The distribution of prisoners was almost as dense as it was around meals, but these guys were riled up in a whole other way. Shin's response to powers, parahumanity, and the strange was an instinctive, aggressive push back, whether government or prisoner. It added to the riling and aggressiveness. They'd been controlled once already, and they wouldn't do it again. A good share of the ones who would have accepted parahumans had been enlisted by us for our distraction. Guards supported Cryptid, falling in step beside him, while he tried to nose his way forward toward the members of Breakthrough who were hidden in the crowd. Rebuffed again, or hurt, or because he caught a whiff of something, he turned around, pushing back through the showers, looping back to Armstrong, Natalie, Crock-o-Shit, and Coal-Belcher, presumably to communicate. Then he was running down hallways, sprinting as fast as a large dog, a rat disappearing into the maze, flickering in and out of sight as he passed beneath the cameras. Coal-Belcher jogged after, but he was only a third of the way down the hallway by the time Cryptid was at the end. Though they were distant, I could see Cryptid stop, pausing at an intersection. He jerked his head to one side, a signal to Coal-Belcher. They were after us.
"They're coming," I said. "Cryptid and Coal-Belcher. Cryptid has some running form." "Remind me who Coal-Belcher is?" Vista said. Was one of the fire-themed villains that tried to band together against Cineral. Most of that group got trounced. He didn't. He became a mid-level boss there. Careful, camera up ahead."
We were running, and we had to stop before we ran right into the camera's field of view. I leaned closer to Vista and indicated with my hand. The camera was set so people couldn't walk beneath, but Vista expanded the gap that was there at my instruction, giving us room to move through.
"After Gold Morning, he went to prison after breaking a guy's jaw and back. Ended up being leader of the men's side. Went with Cryptid and the Red Queen. Reasonable-ish. Combustible spit, and he spits a lot. Added strength, but not a lot of added durability."
3 guards up ahead. One disappeared from view as they left the camera's radius. The other 2 responded to something. A call, a message by radio or intercom, I wasn't sure what Shin had, and started running our way.
"Hiding spot," I told Vista. "I can make a pocket, but it won't be perfect." "Fast," I said. I pointed down the hallway. Closer to the guys we were running from. The lights overhead had just 2 bulbs per installation, but one of the 2 bulbs was dark in that section of hall, casting it into relative shadow. Vista pushed the wall out so it bulged and bid us to step inside. She pinched it shut, drawing the sides together and the top down, all close to the ground. "Can't see how good my work is," Vista whispered. "Shh," I said. 10 seconds passed. Guards appeared in my one eye, then disappeared. I could hear the tromp of boots. They carried on running toward the plaza, where things were riotous. I nudged Vista and she undid the effect, unpinching the gap so we could stoop through, then letting the wall revert back to normal. "You've gotten better," I said. "I've been working my ass off, doing everything the books say might help, even fucking meditation. I hate meditation." "Why meditation?" Ashley asked. "Because you need to change the way you think about your powers," Vista said. "Did it work?" Vista made an sound, unimpressed and unsure. "Some stuff did, somewhere along the line." "It's like the hair," Ashley said. "Hair?" Vista asked. "Putting it in your costume to extend the Manton effect. Victoria's idea. Lots of useful ideas." "Benefit of being a good guy. The crooks don't have good power labs." Vista gave us away beneath the next camera, adjusting the gap beneath without modifying anything in the camera's field of view. "Cryptid's closing in," I said. "Crock-o-Shit's keeping close to Armstrong and Nat. Coal-Belcher's not really a runner. He's covering ground Cryptid isn't. I think he's been here before because he's moving with purpose." "He's not sticking with his team," Ashley said. "Cryptid?" I asked. I got a short nod in response. "He isn't." "He doesn't think in terms of teamwork. He thinks in terms of problem-solving." "Sounds right," I said. "We have to out-problem-solve him." I could use the tech Kenzie had given me to track what was going on, and it told me we were getting into an area with more prison staff. I'd noted before we entered the prison that it was built like a castle set between 2 halves of a bisected high-rise.
The hallway before us, divided halfway down with a gate or small portcullis, marked the distinction between the castle and the high-rise part. With the change came a stark contrast in, well, everything. The tile transitioned smoothly from slate gray and black to a glossy black and tiles with sunset hues like oil on a roadside puddle. Statues embedded into the wall broke up the stone on either side of us, allowing for the transition to the maroon and tinted glass of the high-rise. I looked back. Cryptid was closing in, sniffing his way to us. Halfway there. Armstrong and Natalie were being taken to a side area, denser with prison staff, still in the custody of Crock-o-Shit, the lie detector with the tattoos of scales and her namesake words on her cheeks. "Options," I said. "Our goal is alerting or rescuing Armstrong. We do it without outing ourselves if we can." "Where is he?" Ashley asked. I pointed. "That corner of the facility. Lots of guards, and Crock-o-Shit. Good few guards between him and us, too." "And Cryptid," Ashley said. "Yes, and Colbelcher." I pointed with my best guesses. Both were outside of any camera's field of view. "We could go through. I don't think it's impossible, but it's easy to be cornered with Cryptid coming after us." "I do worse with cornered," Vista said. "Other option is we go over. Through here, upstairs, and I remember the glass above the plaza had cracks in it. In the right situation, Vista could open that crack and I could fly us down." "We go outside or above and we signal him from there?" Vista asked. "How?" "I don't know," I said. "They might be keeping him in a windowless room." "Steal a walkie-talkie," Ashley said. "Say it to every guard. If he's in a room with them, he'll hear it." "Raising suspicion." "If there's reasonable doubt, then we're fine," Ashley said. "Is it, though?" Vista asked. "Is it really fine?" "I'd rather save him than go from there. If there's trouble, it'll be trouble with an exit." "And after that? Do we escape that trouble for more trouble with an exit? Ad infinitum?" "Sometimes that's all you get," Ashley answered. "Option 3, I said, interrupting the back and forth. "We push for the room where they stowed our stuff. We get a few of our things, including our phones, and we take it back to Kenzie. She calls Armstrong or Natalie." "Can we find the room?" Ashley asked. "Pretty sure," I said. I looked down the hallway. Cryptid was still navigating his way to us. Colbelcher took another hallway, walking with a steady pace. Colbelcher was a good 250 pounds minimum, which probably impacted his ability to run around. "We do your plan," Ashley said. "Mine as a backup." I looked at Vista. "Your team, your tech, you seem to know. It's your call," Vista said. "But you're asking us which option, and it seems like one's better. Why?" "Because this requires us to get to the room, get access, get back, let Lookout do her thing." Voices echoed down the hallway. Chatter. Ashley, Vista, and I stepped around the corner to be out of sight. Vista started to create another pinched-off space. It turned out to be unnecessary. The people were staff in the high-rise section of the prison, and they weren't entering the prison section. I saw their shadows mixing in with the shadows from light filtering through the portcullis gate before they moved on to wherever it was they were going. "You didn't see those coming?" Ashley asked. "Lookout's camera only tells me what the cameras see." "Great." "Cryptid is getting close. Let's figure out where we're going. Can you pantomime for Darlene and Candy? They have no audio." Ashley gave me an unimpressed look, but she nodded. I stepped back so she was in my full field of view. She mimed taking a photo, then mimed Kenzie's height, before motioning like she was holding a phone to her ear. The text appeared in the corner of my eye. "Her phone?" I nodded. "Have to ask her." "They're figuring it out," I said. I didn't love that we were at an intersection of 3 hallways, or that Cryptid was getting closer. "Say we alert him," Vista said. "What does that change? Can he escape on his own?"
Or we alert Natalie, I said. It means he can find an escape route. If they want to frame us for his death, then that probably means they want to be able to account for my whereabouts and have a plausible explanation for his whereabouts at the same time. Sending him to go talk to Sveta, maybe, and then intercepting him, probably with Krakoshit. That's a hell of a name, Vista said. She's strong enough to pretend to be you? Cryptid had reached the point where we'd gone through the wall. The message appeared from Kenzie's team. Down hall with gate, basement of that part of the complex. Yeah, I said. Open the way, get us through there? I indicated the portcullis.
The building without enough cameras for us to know where everyone is? Ashley asked.
This part of the prison doesn't have enough cameras for me to know 100%. That building's worse.
Great,
she said. There was a terseness and tension to her that I knew was because she was worried about Armstrong and insecure about our ability to help him. It was easy to be cool and collected when you didn't care about anyone or anything, but the guy had earned a place with her. Vista parted the bars. While she did, I looked ahead, finding the cameras and focusing on them, watching the little circle lock onto each before giving me a view of what the camera saw. There was a stairway to the basement, but cameras had too tight a view from within the stairwell of that stairwell. We go for what I'm pretty sure is a storage area, stop at the end of the hall, check, then run for it on signal. Cryptid closed in.
Croc,
Vista said.
She's strong?
After, I said. I'll fill you in when I'm sure we won't be caught talking. She nodded. Too many things to keep track of. We hurried through the gate and down the hall, stopping at the corner. I indicated our path with my finger, a zigzag around the areas cameras could see. The ground floor had an eating area taking up a good fifth of it, another area that was sealed off and curtained, maybe a closed storefront, and then lobby and smaller rooms. There was a stairwell tucked into a nook just to the left of the hallway we were in, my view through the camera telling me it led up and down. But our focus was the smaller room. I checked, then gave the signal. To the room by a trolley loaded with bottles and folded cloths. Into the room, where more bottles and cloths were stored and shelved. Using wretch strength, a burst, I moved a shelf. Metal scraped against floor. We stood in silent tension, waiting and listening to see if there would be an issue or cry for alarm.
I'm making a hole?
Ashley asked. Controlled destruction, I said.
I don't do controlled, not well.
Vista, expand the target area. I want it so that when things revert, the hole is small. Vista nodded.
That works,
Ashley said. Croc, she was Fidelis once, ex-Marine who left the service to be a protector at Heroin, Louisiana PRT.
I don't remember her,
Vista said as she expanded the floor that had been beneath the shelf. Before your time, I said. Took on a position where she'd spend 6 months of the year with the Louisiana team, 6 months going from town to town in one of the dead zones without any nearby departments. Helping police with weird and tough cases. She'd work as a lie detector. Then, if there was trouble, she'd mutate into an eerie, beautiful 10-foot-tall woman.
I've seen hints of what she becomes, and she isn't beautiful, and she's barely...
A crash marked Cryptid arriving at the portcullis gate. He slammed into it, loud, striking bars and straining metal.
Barely a woman,
Ashley said. That's Cryptid, I murmured. We should go. Through the stairwell camera, I could see people hurrying to the scene to see. They saw and backed off. Being big and ugly isn't working for you here, I thought. I kept my voice a hush. Her lie detection's a thinker power, technically, but in actual application, it's changer. She feels it in her gut because her gut morphs and mutates in response. About a year or two into the routine I was talking about, she gets dropped from official PRT stuff. Gets the same treatment as capes who are too vicious, ugly, or problematic to market. Essentially becomes nameless. The only reports of her are her turning into a 10-foot-tall woman that's more unsettling than eerily beautiful. Go, Vista told Ashley. You don't need to go deep.
Ashley cupped her hands together and channeled her power. A spark, with the cupping meant to restrain the sound. She pushed the spark of darkness into the floor, annihilating, twisting, and condensing the matter there. Once she verified how deep she needed to go, she used her power again. Each use was marked with a sound like a chainsaw being revved, blades scraping against a chalkboard. It made a hole. The others slipped down through it, and it was narrow enough their shoulders grazed the edges. I could hear cryptid, guttural voice, a bang on the bars. I slipped through, flying to hold my position as I dragged the shelves above me to block the hole. One smooth motion, a bang as it came to rest flush against the wall, and things fell to the floor. I didn't even touch the ground of the floor below when cryptid came barreling in through the door. We'd have to shake him. I held my finger to my mouth. Instructions from Kenzie's team had been replaced with a number marking the distance to our destination. As we headed into the dim basement hallway, the number dropped, taking us to a storage room where boxes had been lined up, each with a word in an unreadable script. When she detects lies, she absorbs them, or some of the ugliness and intent, makes them part of the changer form she carries with her. She went from being a heroine who turned into a beautiful giantess to being nameless and disfigured. She got pretty into her investigation of something big that she'd uncovered, a conspiracy, taking down a crime ring. I don't know, because I don't think she was communicating much with her bosses then, so the paperwork is a big question mark.
Sure, Vista said. I kind of know the type. A few of that type.
I talked while frantically searching. Dipping into explanations and cape stuff helped keep my hand steady. There were a lot of boxes with things that I could immediately rule out as non-breakthrough. The others searched as well. She took a leave of absence and dove into her investigation, and she never surfaced, I guess. What came out the other side was a dark version of her, mean, tattooed, filed teeth, and blood on her face because she'd torn into some crime lord's neck, and the blood was still there after the mutations receded.
That's what I saw, Ashley said. It wasn't very crocodile.
No, I agreed, tilting a box so I could see what was within. Familiar stuff.
Found a box.
Good, Ashley said. She reached my side while Vista appeared at the other side, and the two of them searched neighboring boxes. I dug through mine, adding, "But she's strong enough to do to Armstrong or Natalie what I did to my mom. All they need then is the plausible scenario."
"Let's not give them it," Ashley said.
I had Kenzie's phone, a little pencil case-like box that I popped open and had photos of Breakthrough inset into the top. The bottom side had a series of tools, including screwdrivers and things I couldn't really figure out. One might have been a pencil-thin blowtorch. Beneath the tools were more pictures. Chicken Little, Darlene, Candy, and Kenzie, arms around each other's shoulders. Another with a younger Kenzie and two adult men, the faces blurred out.
"Oi!"
the voice rang down the hallway.
"Assholes!"
Cryptid, speaking in that distorted voice of his. We didn't have a good escape route, and our way up was hazardous, blasting a hole. At a silent agreement, we emerged from the room. He was wearing a shape that looked halfway between bird and hairless dog, with a back that arched unnaturally high near the front shoulders, and a frame that seemed too narrow for how tall it was. Talon claws rested on the ground. It was earless, and its beak muzzle was wide open, revealing Cryptid's mostly normal face on the inside, filling the void that would have his head within. He was clothed, but not in the sash he'd worn when he was on Breakthrough. A metal collar had a ring of metal-encased syringes primed to plunge into his own throat, and that collar had 4 broad lengths of cloth draping back from it. Shin's textiles were top-notch, which was probably why they wrapped everything from themselves to their guns in it, and he'd decked himself out in plenty of it, all crimson with gold tracery.
"Sneaky," he said.
"You're one to talk," Ashley retorted.
"Am I? More than you? Any and all of you? He asked.
One of the syringes in his neck plunged in like it had been fired from a gun, eliciting a gout of blood that dribbled to the floor.
Think twice, I told him. If you change...
I'm reverting,
he said. The syringe plunged in again for a repeated stabbing.
This is good for giving chase, but not so good for anything else. I'm supposed to keep the peace and handle parahuman shit, which means I handle you.
You can't handle me, Cryptid, Ashley said.
I found you. Whatever you were doing, you're not going to do it now. Remember Victoria saying she wanted to deny the bad guys what they wanted? Hey, hypocrites, you're the bad guys here, going against the local authority. If you want to sneak away, I'm not letting you. I know how you think.
You went and made yourself big and ugly, Ashley said. You bullied a kid trying to taunt Kenzie. You like to think you're a smart guy, Cryptid. You know me. How does this go?
He was reverting to human form, bones cracking, muscles shifting. The syringe plunged into his neck again for a third strike, and the process of reverting accelerated almost immediately. Blood trailed down his arm from the wound beneath the collar to his fingertips. He stood there, distorted in shape, his hair a mop that was just slick enough with his prior form's bodily fluids to stay where it was when he pushed his misshapen, still partially clawed fingers through it and moved hair away from his eyes. The collar was now a hoop that rested atop his shoulders and against the back of his head, showing collarbone and part of his distorted chest that was still absorbing the lower portion of the form's jaw. The cloth that draped down from it covered everything from that point down, pooling on the floor. His head more or less normal now, he cracked his neck and yawned his jaw open before smiling.
I'm smart enough to know you can't. Not me. It would destroy you.
I think I could get over it, Ashley said. You'd rot, I suppose. I think I come out ahead.
He smiled.
See, this? I almost missed this. The you that used to be cool. The you that was mean and callous enough that I could almost believe you when you said stuff. But you've got no bite to your bark anymore. People laugh at you because you're so toothless.
Are you seriously trying to convince her to hurt you? Vista asked.
She can't. If she could have, she would have already.
I've never had more respect for her, I said. And it's not because she's so-called toothless. It's because...
Oh, fuck off,
he cut me off.
Sanctimonious hypocrisy.
Big words from a 2-year-old, I told him.
That's better,
he said, and there was something resembling fervor in his eyes.
The bullshit you were spewing a few seconds ago was completely empty. This at least shows you're thinking about things.
If you think I'm not, then you're not nearly as clever as people were saying you were.
Her,
he said, pointing at Ashley.
Figure her out yet? Or am I right? Are you not thinking about it? Being willfully blind?
I've been thinking about her a lot, working on figuring her out.
One word, sum her up, come on. I'll even give you a hint. If it doesn't piss her off to hear it sound out loud, you're wrong.
Ascension, I told him.
He made an abrasive buzzer noise, made more abrasive by his distorted, too deep voice. Then, pleased with himself, he chuckled,
Try facade.
A spark of something crackled at Ashley's hand. I mimed for her to stand down, hand out.
Nah, I said.
Yeah,
he answered.
How would you even know what the right answer was, Cryptid? I asked him. The only times you were around, you had your head stuck so far up your ass, I'm surprised you could see anything.
Because I'm an expert in molding yourself into something, putting on faces. The only difference is that instead of fake it until you make it, I take it until I make it. Glug glug. She was a scared little girl once, and she found the closest thing she could to strong and untouchable, and she wrapped herself up in the lie. The only difference now is that she's wrapping herself up in another lie. Sad thing is, in the years since she was that scared little girl with her parents' blood splattered all over her, she's let the human shit atrophy. There's nothing left except the fakery.
Big man, taking what was shared in private therapy and trying to use it to hurt me. Kenzie was right, Ashley said. You're pretty pathetic.
They say eyes are windows to the soul, and your eyes are blank from corner to corner. Says it all.
Not right now, I said.
Kind of true, Cryptid said. Shit. I thought of that one a bit ago, was holding on to it.
And you call us pathetic, Ashley said.
I call Breakthrough fundamentally dishonest and hypocritical. My pathetic is reserved for you and Kenzie. Unlike you guys, I don't preach one idea and live another.
What are you doing? I asked him. Secret's out, lab rat. No more reason to hide.
Is this supposed to be my monologue? I talk about everything? Pass.
The alternative is we're doing something and you're just floundering, pretending to have direction, I said.
I've been putting little things you said into context, Ashley said,
joining her voice to mine and pressuring him.
Wanting to get away, hating your own skin.
I'm away. Got a whole continent mostly to myself now. I changed my skin. What I've got on right now by default isn't really human or mine. I'll change it up more later. I have direction, Victoria. It's being my own person with control over my own existence, not being some hypocritical ping-pong ball that's bouncing around from crisis to crisis.
You enjoyed the crises.
I did, but getting there is a pain. Having to drag you all kicking and screaming, seeing you all fight yourselves every step of the way. This is better. I've got projects in the works, and if the world ends up ending like Amy says it will, I think I can get enough people into space, away from it all. Build something, give them all bodies adapted to that environment.
Powers don't work in space, I told him. We're tethered to the agents, and if you move far enough away, the power doesn't feed in. You wouldn't get any Tinker inspiration. When Sphere was trying to build the moon base, he had to build on Earth and send stuff up.
You think I don't know that? Shin has better power labs and research than you do. I'm aware and I'm confident. Don't worry, but don't expect a reserved seat either, because you're either going to be stuck right here, or you're going to be the ones who ran, caused trouble, or otherwise left millions to go without supplies because your recklessness jeopardized a trade deal.
I tensed. It was the kind of line that preceded aggressiveness. He remained where he was.
How much of this did you plan?
Vista asked.
This? It's stupid politics and a bit of teacher, a bit of one of the bigger precogs. I just showed up, enjoyed the show, and figured I'd fulfill my promise to Panacea while I did it.
You set me up to go to her.
Gave the doctor the miracle drug that would knock you out, pulled the strings, gave her the room number, let the meeting happen. One way or another, I figured I wouldn't have to listen to her whine anymore.
I nodded, letting the hollow, empty feeling take up residence in my head, throat, and upper body. It was likely it was the very same emptiness he'd alleged Ashley had inside of her. That I could have felt as scared and awful as I had back in that room with Amy, and that someone could have inflicted that on me so casually? Fucking why? I asked.
He wants us to hate him, Ashley said. It's safer. It lets him stay isolated from the rest of the world, unaffected by others.
It's worked then. If he wants me to be his enemy, then he's got it, I said, my voice low. I didn't clench my fists because I was pretty sure that if I did, I wouldn't unclench them until they were halfway through this sneering asshole's skull.
You know teacher's doing a whole thing, right? Manipulating information, setting friends against friends, enemies against enemies, to create enough distraction that nobody's organized enough to work against him? He left stuff around for her to find, Cryptid told us. He doesn't trust me after the years we spent jockeying for power in the birdcage. I cured some of his thralls, fucked with him a few too many times. He wants to pretend he's objective and rational, but he can hold a grudge. He was fucking with your sis, Victoria. I knew he'd keep doing it until I took that card away from him.
By putting me in that room with a monster?
You're more monstrous than she is, he said. And, Coal-Belcher, you're really fucking slow.
Coal-Belcher was coming down the hallway. Heavy, with a roll of a chin covered in stubble, black smudges all over his face to create the illusion of a three-dimensional skull, drooling thick rivulets of black that disappeared into his top. He wore an outfit of nice shin fashion that had been stained with black handprints and globs.
Coal-Belcher, we made a deal before, I tried.
You got me out of prison in exchange for my help. Or I got out of prison and it happened coincidentally. I've made more deals with him more recently, and that counts for more. I like the current gig.
You have nothing, Cryptid said.
Guard should be 30 seconds behind me, Coal-Belcher said. I think I hear him.
I looked to the camera in the stairwell, let the tech in my eye lock on, and looked through it. Sure enough, they were coming down.
Good. Let's not give them an excuse to say they did half the work. Blast them.
I saw Coal-Belcher draw a breath, rearing back, while Cryptid hopped back, hauling a door open to use the room inside as cover. I flew forward to act as cover. Coal-Belcher vomited a stream of black at us, a geyser spray. I saw him clench his fist, punching it forward into the stream he'd just terminated. It detonated, a rolling explosion that chased the geyser toward us, and with Vista's space warping, it changed direction and all splashed along one wall, licking it with fire. Already flying forward to intercept, I kept going. The only way to do this was to execute it quickly and efficiently. And, if need be, kill them and have Ashley annihilate the evidence. But Coal-Belcher's power produced a spray, and that spray included flecks that had scattered to the floor, ceiling, and walls just in front of him. He hadn't detonated that. I saw it at the last second, threw hands and arms around my head, and felt the explosion throw me off course. A ring of fire that left me spinning in the air for a second. A meaty hand grabbed me as he leaped up to me and seized hold, and as he came down, he threw me hard into the concrete floor. I put out my hands to stop myself from crashing down face first, and I felt staples in my hand pull free, tearing at skin. He exhaled, and it wasn't a liquid geyser this time, but a cloud aimed over and past me. Swansong following up. Vista's power altered the cloud, shrinking it, but with the close confines being what they were, and the particles being just as effective if they were on a wall or on the ceiling, she was left to keep them suspended indefinitely in air. Ashley threw a hand to one side, threw herself the opposite way. Without taking the time to get up, I came at him from another angle, staying low and sliding along the ground with my flight. Vista moved the blob of gas. It detonated to Swansong's right, and the detonation was localized, kept to one side of the hall while Swansong slipped past. Chris, partially mutated, his head encased in what looked like a rat skull, his body and limbs long, reached out to grab her out of the air. He got his grip on her, and then biological mechanisms in his limb turned his already long, red-furred arm into a piston, punching her through a door. I still managed to hit Coal-Belcher, a strike dead center to the stomach, hard enough it might have caused internal damage. Guards yelled noise in a foreign language. I looked, and I didn't see them. I looked at Cryptid and saw him smiling, his face barely visible as it dissolved into connective tissue that cobwebbed out to the interior of the skull that was his new head. No skin grew over that skull. The lights went out. "That was us," the message on my display read. "'Cause guards." I saw the silhouettes of Cryptid and Coal-Belcher, and hit the latter 3 times, with 2 of the hits in the same spot, and the third hit aimed at his leg with wretch strength added in, because a power with that much output had recoil, and he couldn't handle recoil without legs.
Gripped!
Coalbelcher gurgled, around an audible outpouring of more combustible gunk.
Go!
I put myself between Coalbelcher and Ashley just in time for another explosion. The explosion illuminated the hallway, illuminated Coalbelcher, who was now visibly on fire, nice clothes burning, especially where the blackness had leaked into it, handprints and all. The skull where his face hadn't been painted black was now the only part of his head that wasn't on fire. Guards in the background were cowering, shielding their eyes and retreating. Then Cryptid was there, lunging out of the doorway at the side of the hall, into the corridor and positioning himself over Coalbelcher, not caring about the flame. A skull was illuminated in orange, and limbs with forearms, biceps, calves, and thighs as long as I was tall were bent and cocked, ready. The hoop he'd had around his shoulders before was now around his waist, cinched tighter to act as a belt. The fabric was like a loincloth. The tail was the catch, prehensile, sneaky, stabbing along the edge where floor met wall. I planted my boot on it, crushing it to the point it broke. The part I'd separated from its owner flailed madly.
You can see in the dark, he remarked. So can I.
The hand snatched out, forearm consisting of multiple pieces that acted like crossbow and arrow, the arrow remaining attached to the rest of it, all to double the length of his arm. It made him faster at reaching than I was at flying. It seized me and then pulled me with it as it reeled in, slower than it had reeled out. I wrapped my legs around it, gripped it with my good hand, and flew backward. It pulled him off balance, pulled him closer to us. That was what he was afraid of after all, getting close. He braced himself, and I used wretch strength. The wretch hit and broke his arm in two places that I could see in his silhouette. It provided the strength to pull him forward onto his stomach, limbs out around him.
Burn us!
Cryptid hissed.
Do and he dies,
Ashley said, quiet. Coalbelcher didn't. I was betting he liked his gig more than he liked Cryptid.
She's bluffing,
Cryptid said, his voice like a hiss from the bottom of a well.
She can't kill. She'd be giving them evidence, and they'd cut off supplies to millions.
Reasonable doubt,
Ashley said, her voice barely above a whisper as she fumbled her way to stand beside me, her hand pointing in the direction his voice was coming from.
That's all I need. I'll blow a perfectly square hole in you.
New trick?
Cryptid asked.
Nah, I can't do perfectly square, Ashley said. But I can do messy, and Vista can make messy neat and square.
Yeah, Vista said.
She can't work in the dark,
Cryptid growled.
Tinker tech, Warden provided. You're a tinker, you can recognize it when you see it.
Bluffs on top of bluffs,
Cryptid said.
You...
He fired off an arm, reaching. I kicked it, wretch strong, and booted it into the wall, shattering the mechanisms. Cryptid arched his back, suppressing a scream, then letting that suppressed scream become a chuckle instead.
Bluff,
he hissed through the chuckles. You say you don't care, I told him, my voice barely above a whisper. You don't give a shit, fine. But if you fuck with us right now, if you push this hard on this and give them the chance to kill Natalie or Armstrong, then you're proving you do care, you...
Oh, fuck off,
he hissed. Fine, I told him. Your choice. Fuck with us, and we find a way to destroy you that doesn't look like anything Breakthrough could do to you. We destroy everything you've built, we expose everything you want to hide, and we make you suffer. Or you can fuck off.
Just fuck off. You're so good at it, Ashley said. And it's so much better than you deserve.
I'll go limp that way with both of my arms shattered, one almost torn off, and I'll say we didn't find you. I'm sure they'll believe me.
You can heal, I told him. I heard a syringe sink home. The silhouette imaging caught the blood splatter for the 1 or 2 seconds it was warm, Don't be stupid, I warned. He let go of me.
You're lucky I really don't care,
he said. He pulled away and straightened. I went to Swansong and, in the pitch black, I helped her to her feet. I got Vista, too, and led them down the hall, back to the spot below the storage room, perilously close to guards who stood in the dark, brandishing guns and waiting for the lights to come back on. Once we were far enough away, safely in the room with the door closed, the lights returned. Vista widened the hole again. It was barely big enough to drop a quarter through, but as she widened it, we had something us-sized. She went a step beyond and expanded the gap to let us get past the shelf without moving it. I kept close to the door, my hand pressed over the part of my hand with the pulled staples, listening.
Nothing,
Cryptid told the soldiers.
Those weren't nothing sounds. Our friend here thought he saw something and he'd flush them out. It was an animal, someone's office pet. He burned me. We had words. There was nothing. You're wasting my time.
The lights?
Was us, me. I make things. I make light switches. I see better in the dark than you do in the bright, and it slows down anyone running from us. Except it was a false alarm.
The hole was big enough to crawl through. I went up first and gave Swansong a hand. She'd been battered in being pushed through the door. Vista was last. While she climbed up, I peeked through a crack in the door. We crossed the lobby just 10 or so seconds before the guards got to the top of the stairs, a matter of feet away. We ran down the hallway as quickly and quietly as we could before they could walk over and look our way. Back to the others, Kenzie's phone and toolkit in our possession. Once she had it, she could alert Armstrong and Natalie. It was the best we could do, short of fighting our way through dozens of guards and trying to pass it off, or tearing through the building to get to them. If they needed that kind of help, we'd provide it. But it was the best we could do while staying covert. Then it would be up to them.
Arc 14. Breaking. Interlude Z. Obsequious was the word. A flurry of young men and women in very precise haircuts and outfits made absolutely sure that he and Miss Madison were cared for, that they had cold tea, that they had nuts, vegetable platters, and bread. One even offered a bath, which bewildered. It made it hard to find 10 straight seconds to think. That might have been the very point of it. Camille's hand absently brushed against a pillow that was built into the arm of the chair he sat in, while Miss Madison worked her way through a conversation with a young pen carrier, a boy with hair and clothes that could only be described as a uniform. Miss Madison was of a type that Camille had seen often enough when talking to prospective employees who were fresh out of college, traumatized by the academia to the point of perpetual anxiety. Wide-eyed and fidgety, 20 or 30 pounds overweight, not used to sleeping normal hours, giving evidence to faint circles under the eyes. Someone who'd had enough on their plate that they'd started and ended the journey from adolescent to adult with the shakiest of ideas what an adult was to wear. Where some clung to the teenager look, Miss Madison had lunged for a more formal, adult look that she wore with what looked like perpetual discomfort. A black skirt, a formal shirt, a styled suit jacket, and large, round glasses. A boring haircut. It endeared him, really. He'd been almost exactly that, many years ago. It endeared him, too, to see her relaxing and forgetting her anxieties as she engaged with the pen carrier. He'd worried what kind of people Sveta had near her. The 10-year-old boy in the severe haircut and uniform spoke. I write. I organize. I learn. He made a hand motion, more like he was trying to remind himself than anything. Am raised up. Raised up, Natalie said. Is that related to social class? The boy's eyes went wide, as he took a second or two, trying to wrap his head around the words. I'll rephrase. Is it about power? Family status? Rank? Rank. My family... no wealth. No rank. Never fortune. My patron... fortune. Is taken right of those above to rise up those below. What do you mean? She asked. Responsibility, I think, Camille volunteered. The boy nodded. He stole looks at Camille, eyes travelling up and down arms and across Camille's face, until he realized the person he was looking at was looking back. I have father, mother, father I carry pen for. How did they pick you? She asked, leaning forward. Random. Is luck. I have chance and cannot waste. Heavy to carry? It's a burden. Yes. Expectations? From your parents? And family? Yes. I know what that's like, she said. I'm grown up. I earn good money. I studied hard and graduated magna cum laude. Now I help write laws. But my parents? Not happy yet. I've carried that burden for a long time. I might always. That's their failure, not yours, the boy said, with all the innocence and brazenness of youth. It seemed to shock Miss Matterson into a rare smile. Oh, I should go. Should I give word you have need for anything? He'd stumbled through that last sentence. No need. We're well taken care of, Camille told the boy. He watched the boy duck and jog off. That there was a gap in the torrent of attention might have been a failure in the team that was managing them. He could imagine another room or a hallway where distractions, people with food, and young people with questions were all ready for someone to send them through, to distract them, to keep them from wondering where breakthrough was. He checked his watch, heavy on his wrist, and estimated it had been about an hour and a half that they'd been here, waiting for their escort to the prison. It had started with the initial foray, talking to diplomats, meeting Louis and Yosef, and promising exchanges of ideas. Parahuman knowledge for parahuman knowledge. He was an advisor to the police and an ex-PRT director, so he knew enough that he could make offers. From there, the more political manoeuvring, not his specialty. Jian Win had armed him with a few things. There was talk of opening trade, something about a textile pathway, and from the time those specific words had left his mouth, a lot of unfriendly people had started acting a lot more friendly. Yosef hadn't been among them. But due to the misalignment in attention, or the fact that they'd run out of people to send, there was a pause, a gap, a chance to think and to talk. The door at the other end of the room banged shut as the pen carrier left. Miss Matterson? He asked. He intimidated her, he could tell. That brief widening of the eyes, apprehension at just the idea of having to respond to something open-ended. Call me Natalie, please. I will. How are my girls doing? I shouldn't call them that, he said. Sveta and Ashley. Oh, Natalie said, dropping her eyes to her hands in her lap. I have no earthly idea how to answer that. Is it that bad? He asked. No, I don't know, she said. She opened her mouth like she was trying to formulate a sentence, then partially closed it, her eyes widening instead, like she'd glimpsed something too big to wrap her head around. He'd seen that, too, in his years with the PRT departments. A part of him was impatient, worried for a variety of reasons, and he didn't want to waste their window of time, so he filled in, led her along. You look after them. I think of it less as looking after them and more like I'm clinging to the outside of a fast-moving vehicle. Sometimes I reach through the window to grab the steering wheel if I really think I have to. Mostly, I just shout and worry that the rush of the wind is drowning me out. Poetic. I think that part of the whole culture has rubbed off on me. The door opened, and he felt frustration as a young girl, 12 or so, approached, ducking her head down before collecting some of the serving platters. He controlled his emotions, working on the suspicion that they wanted him on edge. They wanted him in a state where he'd be too disorganized to counter them or challenge them. Instead, he picked food from the platters that sat on the little table between them, and spent a moment eating and observing the situation. The room had large windows, with wire running through them in an illustrative fashion, like stained glass windows without the staining. The light that shone through came in at an angle that made the windows seem to glow of their own accord, illuminating the otherwise lightless space. The room had a painted floor that looked like it could have been a pool of not yet congealed blood, smooth and uninterrupted by seam or tile from one corner of the room to the other. The walls were brighter, a foggy pink broken up by white. The space was long and wide, in a way he suspected was designed to make them feel small. Joke's on them. This was nothing compared to some of the things he'd handled. Natalie filled the momentary silence with her voice, sounding like she regretted saying what she was saying before she was even a few words in. I got into this because powers are neat. Now I'm seeing the people behind the powers, and I'm thinking about getting out. Anyone would have doubts after being caught up in a situation like this, he said. No, I mean, kind of, but that's not what I mean. I don't want to suggest they're doing badly, either, except, obviously, they're in a strange prison? Yeah, but that's something we can fix. Besides that? Ashley's really grown since I first met her. Obviously Sveta is doing terrific. She's going through a breakup with grit teeth, and she's keeping up her day-to-day, he thought. A body doesn't change that. But, he prodded, it didn't sound like that was the end of it. But I see them grow and do better, or do worse, or they get hurt, and I realize I don't really matter. The laws don't really matter at this point. When it's stuff like this, I'm glad, as awful as it sounds. Because it's a chance to matter? No, gosh, no. I'm explaining myself badly. The chair's seat was too low, and Camille's arms and legs were long. He stretched his legs out in front of him, and crossed ankle over ankle. They're their own people. We can shepherd, and we can find opportunities to nudge them to a better path, but we can't stop them when they get started or reverse their courses. Yeah, Natalie answered. Sorry I didn't end up answering your question. You did. A little. You're thinking of leaving? I've thought about it. I feel like right now I'm serving more as A witness? To a crime? He asked. No, to whatever it is that happens. Gold Morning happened, and it was a long, long time before we got anything even close to the full story. I don't know if people even believe the story we got. Whatever happens next, these guys are going to be on the periphery of it, and if I'm on the periphery of them, then you might be able to explain, when people want an explanation, he filled in. I go back and forth on whether it's worth it, she told him. I like them. I feel sorry for them. A lot of it is interesting. I really feel like I helped and am helping with Lookout. I'm even happy to help here, as stressful as it is. But I can't shake the feeling that things are going in a bad direction, and I can't stop that. I like a lot of the people individually, but the collective and the momentum of them all worries me so much. What I can tell you, he said, is that 17 years ago, I got interested in all of this because I thought powers were neat. Then I saw the people behind the powers, and that's when I truly committed. Different times? She asked. I don't know that they were. Around the time I joined the PRT proper, the Siberian killed one of the greatest heroes. Alexandria publicly executed a person with powers that wouldn't stand down. Controversial then, but nowadays we don't think about it. I think about it a lot, Natalie told him. Not that, specifically, but similar events. He nodded, giving her a sympathetic smile. Collectively, we don't think about it enough. My era and my first days outside of power testing labs and in the PRT were marked by the Simurg appearing, and people starting to talk about the possibility they'd keep coming, and that we wouldn't win in the end. Europe saw political upheaval. Russia enlisted parahumans into its military and started hunting down those that wouldn't enlist. Activists across the United States were emboldened by leaders with powers. That momentum and feeling of being small and behind is not new. But everything's so fragile right now. It is. One bad winter we're not prepared for could cut our population in half. Yes. Natalie wrung her hands. Billions of people are lined up against Gimel. Shin is scared of us. Cheat wants to take over. They're the big ones. And we have good, capable, intelligent people on our side. Great minds that saw us through the end of the world are watching, waiting, and preparing. This team you're looking after, I think it has some genuinely good people in it. Good people doesn't necessarily mean that they do good things. Did they do something that concerns you? She shook her head. Nothing that I could point to and say, that's wrong. A lot of things I spend time agonizing and wondering about. Try talking to them? When there's a chance. The way they're going, that'll be in a few months. He smiled. He'd been her, once. Lost, anxious, fresh out of school, with no idea of how to disengage from adolescence and commit to being an adult. Still figuring out how to balance work in the labs with ensuring he was keeping the door open for professional growth. With family, keeping up with pop culture enough that he didn't end up alienated from his friends. Trying and failing to manage a love life, and the little things like keeping his apartment clean. Like her, he'd dressed himself up like an adult, faked it, put on a mask. He'd picked a few things to do well and let others flounder. Maybe that had been a mistake. The door opened. They had guests, and these weren't pen carriers or serving girls. They were the closest thing Shin had to royalty. Luis, the head of the founders, who had been closest to Goddess, and Yosef from the Lone Sands, or the Cold Sands, depending on the season. With them were some of Shin's parahumans. Cryptid, a woman he thought he might have recognized from old files, and a man he didn't recognize. He stood from his seat, and Natalie Madison followed suit. He couldn't help but pay attention to Cryptid. The boy was halfway to being a man, but he had skipped puberty, applying the components of the adult man with broad and inconsistent strokes of the brush. It made his frame seem uncanny and wrong, and the collar with cloth draping down from it obscured some of the details enough that Camille had no idea if it hid the worst details or exaggerated the bad by hiding the good. Ungainly. Not lopsided, but imbalanced. Put together wrong. Camille knew he had a long-standing habit of finding parts of himself in others. Empathy run amok, maybe. When he was young, he had alienated people, responding to every complaint and problem by relating to it. He couldn't help but relate to this uncanny boy with the mind and memories of an adult. Memories of kidnapping people young and old, of various nationalities, disabled and able, subjecting them to brutal experiments, some of which had changed them permanently, in the mind and body. Had the man known as Labrat been a power in his era, in his area, then Camille might have been haunted for the rest of his life by the fact that he hadn't stopped him sooner. He related because he felt uncomfortable in his own skin. He was gangly without being tall, at 5 feet 6 inches, with a tendency to put on weight toward the stomach and hips. He was cursed with a perpetually angry look that almost never matched his mood, a jaw that seemed set like he was spoiling for a fight, and a crooked nose. His hairline was receding, and grey hair had come in early, in locks and patches with no rhyme or reason to it. If none of that was enough to prejudice people against him, and force him into an uphill battle when it came to proving himself as an academic and a leader, the fact he was black might. Me too, he thought, while looking at the boy who was put together so strangely, who seemed so lost in this strange world, as much as he tried to hide it. He walked down the length of the long, empty room, Miss Madison following. Cryptid and the other 2 parahumans remained where they were, even while the ambassadors made a show of meeting him halfway. Luis shook his hand, grip warm, and smiled, while nothing warm was visible behind the eyes. Yosef's grip was harder. No smile crossed his lined face. Luis leaned closer to ask, "You were looked after?" "Very well, thank you," Camille answered. "Our apologies for the wait. We had other business to attend to." The steel didn't leave Luis's eyes. "I understand very well." He was led to the door. Seeing Miss Madison's reticence, he put a hand on her shoulder to support her, leading her past the parahumans. "We'll be guarding you," Cryptid said, his voice strangely low, even considering his pseudo-adult frame, "as you'll be entering a prison with dangerous parahumans within." "They aren't dangerous, Chris," Natalie said. "The laws of this land would disagree with you," Cryptid said. "My own experience and observations, even. You get our protection, and we keep the peace while we're there." "Very well," Camille said, giving Miss Madison a look. "I welcome whatever measures you think are sensible." The woman with the tattoos croc and shit on her face smiled, showing him teeth that had been narrowed to points. "Don't fib," she told him. "You don't welcome it at all. You're concerned." He knew who she was now, he was fairly certain. Someone he couldn't empathize with, even if he'd wanted to. She was too far gone. Years of experience leading a PRT department had conditioned him to want to jump to action in a crisis. Had Shin wanted to twist his arm and get a certain result out of him, they could have done just this. Set off alarms, deploy men with guns to a crisis with parahumans allegedly involved, and make him sit. Make him wait. He paced, while the woman who Cryptid had called Croco Shit remained still, watching him and Natalie. Cryptid had raced off, leaving them confined here. Somewhere safe. Crock of shit indeed. The men with guns in the room were more likely to use those guns on him or Natalie than they were to use the guns on any parahumans or rioting prisoners. Coal Belcher and Cryptid were gone, leaving only the one. All because of a riot, apparently the second incident in a matter of hours that they were blaming Breakthrough for. He worried, and he couldn't let on that he worried. Yosef was the authority here. He leaned across the table and spoke, unsmiling. "Mr. Armstrong," the translator offered. "A question." "Yes?" Yosef asked. The translator translated. M&S protocols. What are they? There were very few things that an ex-PRT director wanted to hear less. Youth Guard, that was a bad one. It promised headaches every week for potential years. But Master Stranger protocols, it demanded paranoia. "I'd need to know the context," he answered. After explaining the back and forth, the translator elaborated. The parahuman Antares was going to see her friend, Tress. She made an offhand remark and said you could explain it for Yosef. "I'm not sure what to say." "He knows," Crockershit said. The translator's single word followed her statement. Yosef's expression didn't change a hair. There were lie detectors who worked through the letter of the law, and there were lie detectors who worked by the spirit of it. She was the latter. That made this harder. Natalie Mattison clutched her hands together in her lap. A stone room, 12 guards, 1 parahuman, a world leader and his translator, and a riot going on outside. "It's confidential," Camille told Yosef. "Partially true," Crockershit said. Yosef's words were a rumble. "This doesn't endear us to you, Armstrong," the translator said. "It comes across as subversive, a message passed from her to you." "If it was a message, it wouldn't be one that makes me look bad when I tell you I can't answer." Yosef's gaze went to Crockershit. "True," the tattooed woman said. Yosef didn't wait for the translation of that, going straight to his response. "I don't want to hear any more coded phrases, Armstrong," the translator told Camille. "Confidential or otherwise, you will be escorted from the prison and sent back, and any parahumans engaging in it will be punished." Understood. No choice but to play along. It had been a trap. No right answer. But why had it come up in the first place? Yosef said something, almost under his breath. "You worked with the parahumans for a long time," the translator offered. "I did. I work with the police now, counseling them, and I do some research into powers." Yosef's response was dark and suppressed enough anger that there wasn't much need to get the translation. "What a shame that we can't trust you now, Mr. Armstrong." Camille kept his composure. This, at least, was another thing that he'd had to learn. Weathering the pressures of government authorities, of media, of the public. Holding true to what he believed and knew, the Capes were good. They wanted a better world, whether for themselves or for everyone, but they often struggled to find the way there. Hearing an allusion to Master Stranger protocols made him paranoid, but that paranoia was largely reserved for specific people, for anyone he felt intensely about, as enemy or ally. His phone buzzed in his coat pocket. A call? A text? He drew his phone from his coat, looking down at the glowing screen. His heart started racing. His phone had been on aeroplane mode. Yosef barked a question. "A phone call?" the translator asked, looking just about as alarmed as Camille felt. "Not a call," Camille said, looking down at the screen. "You're in danger. Escape. Croco's ship will attack." "Partial truth," Croco's ship said, making a hand motion. Yosef had a question. "A signal?" the translator asked. Yosef barked a single word in another language, and this one wasn't translated for Camille and Natalie's benefit. Guards by the door lowered their guns, pointing them at Camille. Natalie shrieked, scooting back, and one gun followed her. Camille slowly put the phone down on the table before lifting his hands. Yosef picked up the device, then handed it to the translator. Yosef was tense, back rigid, as he looked over the translator's shoulder. "They're so scared," he thought. "Gold Morning caught us by surprise, but it came and went quickly. They effectively lost their world to a parahuman takeover and endured it for years." Medication. Medication. Ashley and Sveta both knew he took medication at mealtimes. Had they... To be safe, Camille clapped his hands to his chest twice, looking at Yosef. One word. Barked. "What medication?" the translator asked, forcing his hand. "Nitroglycerin. For my heart." Croco's shit nodded when Yosef looked at her. Yosef put the phone down. Camille could read it upside down. The screen had changed to an alarm, telling him to take his nitroglycerin for his heart. "You look scared," the translator stated, following Yosef's response. The man was growling more than he was speaking now. His words a mumble, like being audible and clear for Camille and Natalie wasn't even a consideration anymore. That he was angry. "I was almost positive I turned my phone off. I clearly agitated all of you." "Partially true," Croco shit said. The translator echoed both statements, then listened while Yosef responded. "I'm losing my patience," the translator said, while Yosef stared down Camille. "I don't trust you." "I'm sorry that's the case," Camille answered. Yosef asked the guard a question. The guard, in turn, opened the door, asking someone outside. "Yes," was the one-word, accented response, in English. Another question. "All of them are accounted for. They're in the plaza." Yosef spoke, not as much of a growl now, but the look in his eyes was all steel and darkness, his face even more humorless than before. "Let's get this over with," the translator said. "You'll go to Sveta Karelia's cell to talk with her and wait while we organize the others. This will free our guards to manage the other parahumans." How to get out of this? He picked up his phone, and the screen changed as soon as it wasn't facing anyone else. A button to press if he needed help. If there was anything else, he didn't see it. He couldn't study his phone for too long without drawing attention. Croco Shit will escort you. Did he hit the button now? There was a reason that they hadn't just come to help and had left it as an option. It was dangerous if they helped. Costly. But the alternative was that he was escorted by Croco Shit and they killed him? He approached Yosef and shook the man's hand. It was good to meet you. I wish I could say the same, the translator conveyed Yosef's response. I really do believe that with our help, you could implement something like our PRT. Adapt, assimilate, condition, and use the institution as a bridge between parahuman and human. The translator motioned for him to slow down. He didn't wait for the translator to completely finish before starting again. You have a prime opportunity here, infrastructure already in place, and so much research. We could each share the best parts of our cultures with one another. Yosef shook his head. Camille pressed, trying to channel all of the enthusiasm and fervor that he'd had as a young scientist into a certain kind of energy. Irrepressible, the geek that believed everyone was as interested in his favorite subject as he was. Relentless. Yosef tried to interrupt, and he pressed on. The textile bridge, the sharing of knowledge, security. It's the start of something, and I'm really excited about that. Lie, Croco Shit cut in. Camille stopped. The smile dropped from his face. Words backed only by desperate fear, not truth, Croco Shit said. What do I do? Natalie asked. You stay, Camille said. To the rest of the room, he said, you keep her safe. Whatever happens in this riot, you keep her here and safe. Yosef responded. Translated. We have no grudge with her. We have no grudge with you. What were the options? Croco Shit stepped forward, arm out. She was of a height with Camille, but stronger. Her arms muscled, and past what looked like 3 layers of fishnet sleeves, they looked covered in scale tattoos. No phone, no weapon, and a dangerous parahuman walking him to his execution. Yosef said something in his tongue, brief. There were nods from the guards and the translator. Camille could imagine what it was, knowing the deeper context. This was an unsanctioned execution. Yosef would be saying something, like how he was never here. Croco Shit escorted him from the cell, into a prison hallway, past prisoners who kept their heads down and gave Croco Shit a wary look. You were Fidelis, weren't you? He asked. Was. I would have liked to study your problem. You're telling the truth, but I'm not your guinea pig. I know. He had related to Ashley Stillens, back in the day, by thinking of his own upbringing, the hard road to get out and away, the desperation. He had related to Weld by tapping into a part of himself that wanted to do good, by tapping into the boy inside of himself. Every negative thought and feeling was a building block, a tool or a lens through which he could interpret and study the people around him who struggled. And now he was in the custody of Croco Shit, Fidelis, a heroine who had abandoned or lost everything good about herself. She had gone after a crime boss as a hero, and lost her heroism along the way. By the end of that particular journey, she found him, ate a third of him, starting at the genitals and ending at the throat, and then left the mangled body on the floor for the first 24 hours she conducted business thereafter, taking over his position. She had been arrested a few years after, then went to the birdcage, which was probably the worst place for her. Placed under Black Kaze, if he remembered right. The worst place for her. Any prisoner picked up bad traits and habits, defensiveness, and a loss of faith in the system from their time inside. She was particularly vulnerable, with the way she absorbed dishonesty and ugliness, making it manifest in the form she wore. He felt for his phone in his pocket, and he wanted to find an excuse to reach out. Instead, he could only hope it worked when he needed it to, if he had a free moment. And there were no guarantees. "What are you getting out of this?" "Out of what? Walking you to a prison cell?" He looked back over his shoulder at her, and saw her smile. Toothy. "Working under a boy, pretending to be an adult and a healer. Living in a strange world, doing menial errands. They let me eat the leftovers when they fuck up a healing or experiment." "Leftovers? They—" "A joke," she said, with no humour. "They experiment on dolls, brainless human bodies made to supply organs and tissue. I'm their dog, drooling and wagging its shitty tail, eating off the floor when they make a mess." "Why refer to yourself like that?" "Because I don't care," she told him. "I have servants and drugs, booze." "That's not a life." "It's my life," she retorted. "Aren't you better than that? You had status as a protectorate hero. People fought to have you on their teams. Watchdog wanted you." "Status isn't important to me." "Croco shit. Fidelis." "You sound desperate," she told him, laying a hand on his shoulder. When he looked, he could see the fingers were wider apart and longer than they should be, the knuckles pronounced. She leaned in close, whispering, "I know why. They tipped you off. It doesn't matter." They reached an intersection as she finished talking, and she gave him a shove on one shoulder. There were PRT directors who came from the army. There were ones who came from the FBI. Some were ex-CIA, others politicians, and still others graduated from squaddie to captain and kept gaining ranks until they ran a department. Some of those, many of those, they could have fended for themselves here, found a way to get a gun and use it. His eye fell on her hand. Changer. They tended to trigger from crises of identity. Once triggered, those crises tended to stick with them. They were, in PRT parlance, very hard to hold on to, because they were most likely to leave and try to go another route. Movers tended to change departments often. Blasters, strikers, and brutes tended to bear heavier weights of post-traumatic stress. But Changer... if there was something about her he could get at, figure out, or use to avert this march to execution, it was her identity. And he couldn't even begin to fathom the puzzle of a woman who was force-marching him forward. The claw at his left shoulder tightened as they reached a door. "He is good," she said. She was supposed to take him to Sveta. She took him to an empty chamber instead. "You were military," he said, talking despite the fear that gripped him. He stepped forward, but she stood in the doorway. She was taller, her face slumping down at one side, so the lower row of sharp teeth were perpetually visible. One of her arms was longer than the other, twisted up like a braid, the same arm that had been resting a hand on his shoulder. The tattoo with the Corps motto on it was stretched out and distorted. "Marine," she said, with a slurred speech. "What happened out there?" he asked. "Where did Fidelis come from?" "Fidelis came and went a long time ago," she said. "You can't talk your way out of this." "I'm only partially trying to talk my way out of this. Part of it is that I hate unanswered questions and unfinished stories. I want to know the full story behind what kills me." You're telling the truth, she said. She smirked, leering. Her face was stretching out, long. Not knowing is going to be the least agonizing part of this. I can't eat you. That's too obviously me. But I can break you. If I break every last one of your ribs and pelvis, how long does it take you to die? This isn't you, she snickered. Can't breathe so easy without your ribs. Can't move your arms, can't move your legs. Do you stop breathing? Do you drown in fluids? Do you go into shock? You're a doctor type, don't you know? No, he said. She was a changer. Her change was tied to prerequisites, and prerequisites were commonly tied to the specific kinds of trigger event. There was the theory that it was drugs and altered mental states that did it, that there was something small but breaker in the trigger that added a bigger on-off switch or component, tied to something external. Lung in Brockton Bay had been in his files as an example. Another theory was that it was a failure that did it. The rise, the fall, the deed, all in a trigger that tied to a power that had a higher barrier of entry. For Croco shit, the barrier of entry was lies. It empowered her other form in a reaching way. Except, she didn't need lies to change. She could change either way. The lies were background. What happened out there? You joined the Marines. You had a natural sense of justice. You tried to do something or right a wrong? She changed more over time, darkness seeping in. Was there a corruption? He asked. Boys and girls using their access and station in various ports to ship drugs back home to Louisiana, she said, her voice taking on a monstrous note. They don't check naval vessels like they check other shipments from overseas. Her braided together tangle of a body was only barely human in silhouette now. Branching, forking limbs formed a webwork between one arm and one leg, bristling with claws. The overall form was more like something between a naked mole rat and a bat without wings, with skin like callus, only resembling a scale when it was pebbly and not a sheet of the stuff. The tattoos stood out and multiplied as the skin did, casting whole areas of her in blue-green. There was more to it, he saw. Folds and flaps parted as she breathed or moved, one way or the other, and he saw hidden teeth or limbs buried within. Nothing at all like a crocodile, tattoos aside. You tried to stop them? He asked, holding his composure. I was them. I was one of the ones in charge. I shipped drugs, and people back home cut it wrong and killed friends of mine, she said. There was an investigation. I worried every second of every day that my life was ruined, until I got powers from how it tore me up inside. I was the one they would finger as the boss, the top dog, and it was all for nothing. Nothing? He asked. Top dog. Is that a component to why she grows? They swept it under the rug. I turned over a new leaf, she said, and she sneered in a way that made him unsure if she was joking or if her face was just transforming that much. Her words were less intelligible now. But others didn't forget or sweep it away. They blamed me for us getting caught, wanted money, so I dealt with them. What you're doing now, you're just repeating those mistakes. What I do now is what I'm good at, she said. I break you, I drag it out as long as I can. Director Armstrong. She made his name and old title an epithet. No, you don't, he said. He pulled the phone from his pocket. He held it out. You've been recorded. Doesn't matter. Croc drawled the words. She started forward. I destroy the phone. It's being broadcast, he said. He turned it around, checked, and surprised himself because there was footage and there were clips that weren't from his phone. Breakthrough. They'd recorded things, but they couldn't say they'd recorded it, or it would damn them. It would be a use of parahuman powers while they were in prison, a violation of rules that had been established. But he was safe. He could be a spy, and while that wasn't great from a diplomacy perspective, well, neither was cornering him in a holding cell with a monster and setting him up to die, whatever their purpose was. "It's being transmitted," he said, still looking at the screen. "Not possible. You know I'm not lying." Croco Shit twisted around, hauling the door open. She started to go, or to lean out, and then reconsidered. Twisting around, she grabbed him, picking him up like a child might pick up a doll. He grabbed her forearm for stability, and found it alternately too hard and too soft, depending on where he gripped. He wasn't sure which was worse for the situation. He was carried bodily, held up so high that his feet dangled above the heads of prisoners who ran for cover. "Croc," he grunted. "Shut up. You admitted to a lot. Dangerous admissions." "Shut up." Her claw tightened around him. Breakthrough was waiting, close to the door that led from the secured hallways around the prison into the prison proper. The group had assembled. Cryptid and Coalbelcher stood by. "They have something. A tinkered transmitter." "No, they don't," Cryptid said. Croco Shit huffed for breath. She slurred the words. "What the hell?" "They have only the faintest scent of electronics on them," Cryptid said. "If they had anything, it's long gone now." Camille had learned to read Ashley since getting to know her. Too late to save her, but early enough to support her. He could see the posture, the shift in footing, the way she rolled her fingertips into place as she folded her arms, pinky landing first, index last. The evidence would be annihilated, as would, he presumed, anything tying them to the riot. Croco Shit turned, storming away. "Where is she going?" Antares asked. "Stop her!" "Why?" Cryptid asked, but he raised his voice. "Don't do anything stupid, Croc." Croc only growled. Camille had figured her out, if only to a small degree. That she had committed a wrong, once, and somewhere along the line, because she hadn't dealt with it, it had festered. "I'm going," Swansong said. "No." "If you want to get in my way, do it at your own risk, Cryptid. She's going to do something." "You're pretending I care. We rule a continent. You're prisoners. Guess who gets a say?" "There's too much at stake," Antares said. "Chris!" Lookout's voice was higher. "Don't be a shit. You're—" And then they were out of earshot, the latter part of the sentence unfinished. The path they travelled was a reverse one, back to the single cell, where she was supposed to kill him. The charade was over, and she didn't even seem to care. She'd been seen. There would be witnesses. A cover-up was so much harder to manage. Impossible, even, because there were other cameras or devices tracking all of this, and now she knew. And she was still going to kill him. And Breakthrough wasn't following, wasn't taking action. She had to work to shoulder her way through the door, and the doors in the prison were larger than doors back home. Once free to stand tall, she tossed him. He was airborne for 2 heart-stopping seconds before he crashed into floor and bars at roughly the same moment. The bars separated the last 2/3 of the room from the front third, and there was no way through. No way to hide on the other side while the enraged changer dealt with him. "If you do this," he said, grunting from pain as the fall set in, "everyone loses. If you don't, you go back to the life you were living." She flexed one braid of an arm, and a lunging, eyeless Moor, the closest thing to crocodile about her, reached out in his direction. It stopped, pulling short. Ribbons and bands of flesh encircled part of the limb. More encircled part of her head. Sveta. She had appeared through a closed door, or she'd been in the room all this time. No, she was still slipping in under the door. More of her, more flat, razor-edged tendrils that bound up Croco's shit. The changer lunged, charging forward blindly to bludgeon him to death. He scrambled out of the way. She crashed into the bars with enough force to bend them. More of her body unfolded, arcing overhead, set to crash down on top of him and on either side of him. He hurried to cover. A tendril gripped him, helping him slip past. More of her opened up, until everything humanoid was gone. Her body was a pod, an installation that the changer mutations reached from. All ugly, all monstrous, eyeless, earless, fangs, and teeth. All ugliness she'd absorbed. "Stop," he shouted. "Fidelis, you're better than this." But she wasn't. What followed was so frantic he couldn't process it at all. Lunging bites that he only avoided because he dodged them or because he was pulled out of the way. Croc uttered a single word, drawn out as a roar, guttural. He could guess it was "director." An anger, seated so long it had eaten her up inside. A betrayal or great wrong done to her that she'd never recovered from, or that she'd manufactured to keep her identity intact. Sveta hurled him, violently enough it hurt when he landed. He realized it late. Every move she'd made, every push she'd given him, it had been to drive him towards one corner, as far from the door as possible. With the throw, she'd placed him next to the door. A tendril opened it before his hand reached it, and he escaped to the hallway, bleeding in 2 places, bruised in a way that would hurt for a week, but alive. Guards came running now. The commotion earlier was too hard to justify ignoring. They checked on him, and they looked in on the scene. Croco's shit roared at them. They dragged him by the arm, and they opened the door 2 cells over. Sveta stooped over the drain, with water running out of the hose, drenching herself. "Oh," she said, covering herself up with a towel. "Mr. Armstrong." She didn't quite cover up the 3 wounds she'd sustained, all a funny shape, but the guards weren't looking hard enough to notice, it seemed. They were preoccupied, more than a little scared. It was over. The charade broken. If they'd been looking to make parahumans look unruly by using tamed Shin parahumans to force the hand of foreign Gimel ones, that was over with. If Yosef had indeed wanted this to be discreet, it wouldn't be. The answers would come out. Answers had a way of doing just that. Croc had triggered from just that very reason. Even now, guards were looking to make sense of the situation, investigating. "I was getting ready to leave. Thought I'd rinse off," Sveta said, getting dressed behind the divider by the shower stall. The shower, the drains. She had slipped through, crossing over to the cell with the most commotion. Control like she'd never had. A light of heroism and pride in herself that shone in her eyes, that she had been chasing for so long. Maybe the difference between himself and Miss Natalie Madison was that she hadn't had the chance to see this light yet. Only the darkness. Dressed, Sveta crossed the room, wrapping him up in the tightest of hugs. "Let's get you all out of here," he told her. "Everyone's waiting."
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Icarus Fallen. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.